A boring history for Sleep's Tale. The harsh truth of being a teen in the Middle Ages. Hey guys, tonight we begin with a story that will transport you back 7 centuries, to a time when childhood ended abruptly, and the weight of adulthood settled on shoulders barely strong enough to carry it. This is the story of Aldrich of Millbrook, a boy who lived through what we might call the forgotten years, those teenage seasons when survival meant more than simply growing up. Close your eyes and imagine, if you will, the morning mist rising from the Thames in the year 1347. The world was different then, painted in shades of brown and gray, where the scent of wood smoke mingled with the earthier aromas of daily life. This was England before glass windows became common, before privacy was even a whispered dream, before teenagers had bedrooms of their own, or the luxury of adolescent rebellion. Aldrich's story begins not with grand adventure, but with the simple act of waking up. Picture him, 14 years old, stirring on a bed of straw in a house that would fit inside a modern living room. The walls around him were made of wattle and daub, a mixture of mud, straw, and animal dung that had been pressed between wooden slats and left to harden. These walls had stood for 30 years, bearing witness to births, deaths, and the countless small dramas of medieval life. The house measured perhaps 20 feet by 20 feet, though Aldrich had never thought to measure it. Numbers were for merchants and clerks, not for the son of a wool carter who lived in the village of Millbrook, 3 days' walk from London. What mattered to Aldrich was not the precise dimensions of his world, but the way the morning light filtered through the single window. Really just a hole in the wall covered with a piece of oiled cloth that his mother, Gwyneth, had sewn with careful stitches. On this particular morning, as autumn painted the countryside in russet and gold, Aldrich opened his eyes to find his younger sister Mabel's elbow pressed firmly into his ribs. To his left, his brother Thomas, barely 8 years old, had somehow managed to claim more than his fair share of their shared sleeping space. At the foot of their straw mattress, baby Catherine slept in a wooden cradle that their father had carved from oak, her tiny fists curled like flower buds. The sleeping arrangement was not unusual for their time. The great bed, as it was called, dominated nearly a quarter of their single room. It was built into the corner, raised on a wooden platform to keep it away from the dampness that seeped up from the earthen floor. The mattress was stuffed with wool, a luxury that came from their father's trade, and covered with rough linen sheets that Gwyneth had woven herself during the long winter evenings. Aldrich's parents, Edmund and Gwyneth, slept at the head of the bed, while the children arranged themselves at the foot and sides like puppies in a litter. Privacy was not a concept that existed in their vocabulary. The word itself wouldn't enter common English usage for another 2 centuries. What they had, instead, was intimacy born of necessity, a closeness that modern families might find suffocating, but which provided warmth, comfort, and security in a world where all 3 were precious commodities. The room they shared served every purpose imaginable. It was kitchen, dining room, workshop, and bedroom all at once. In one corner stood their most valuable possession after the bed, a wooden chest bound with iron straps where Gwyneth kept their few changes of clothing, Edmund's tools, and the small collection of coins they had managed to save. The chest had been Edmund's father's, and his father's before that, passed down through generations like a sacred trust. Near the window, Edmund's wool-carding combs hung from wooden pegs driven into the wall. These combs, with their rows of sharp metal teeth, were the tools of his trade. Each morning he would sit in the patch of light that fell through their window and comb raw wool into straight, parallel fibers that could then be spun into thread. The work was methodical, almost meditative, and the soft scraping sound of comb against comb had been the soundtrack of Aldrich's childhood. The floor beneath their feet was packed earth, hard as stone from years of foot traffic. Gwyneth scattered fresh rushes across it each month, sweet-smelling grasses that helped absorb moisture and mask the odors that inevitably accumulated in such close quarters. The rushes served another purpose, too. They provided insulation against the cold that seeped up from the ground, especially during the harsh winter months when frost painted intricate patterns on the inside of their walls. In the center of the room, a fire pit had been dug into the earthen floor and lined with stones. Above it, a hole in the thatched roof allowed smoke to escape, though not always successfully. The walls and ceiling beams were stained black with soot, and everything in the house, their clothes, their hair, their skin, carried the permanent scent of wood smoke. It was a smell that would follow Aldrich for the rest of his life, a sensory memory that could instantly transport him back to these early mornings of his youth. The fire pit served as stove, heater, and light source all in one. Gwyneth cooked their meals in iron pots suspended over the flames on adjustable chains. The pots themselves were precious. Iron was expensive, and a good cooking pot might cost a month's wages. They had 3 pots of different sizes, plus a few wooden bowls, horn spoons, and a single knife that Edmund kept sharp enough to shave with. As Aldrich lay there in the growing light, he could hear the familiar sounds of morning beginning outside their door. The rooster that belonged to their neighbor, Master Godwin the baker, was announcing the dawn with his usual enthusiasm. Somewhere in the distance, a cow was lowing, probably waiting to be milked. The village was stirring to life, and soon Aldrich would need to join that stirring. But for now, in these precious moments between sleep and wakefulness, he allowed himself to simply exist in the warmth of the family bed. Mabel's breathing was soft, and even beside him. Thomas had begun to snore lightly, a sound that might have been annoying if it weren't so familiar and comforting. Baby Catherine made small sucking noises in her sleep, dreaming perhaps of her mother's milk. Gwyneth was already awake. Mothers in medieval times seemed to possess an internal clock that roused them before dawn, no matter how tired they might be. Aldrich could sense her consciousness in the darkness, could feel the subtle shift in her breathing that meant she was planning the day ahead. Soon she would rise and begin the process of coaxing life back into the banked coals of their fire. Soon the day would truly begin, with all its demands and responsibilities. Edmund stirred and coughed, a sound that had become more frequent as he aged. The wool dust that was an inevitable part of his trade had begun to settle in his lungs, though he would never complain about it. Complaining was a luxury that working people couldn't afford. Instead, he would rise and begin another day of careful, methodical work, transforming raw wool into something useful and beautiful. The house around them was beginning to warm as the sun climbed higher. The thick walls that seemed so crude and primitive actually provided excellent insulation, keeping the interior cool in summer and retaining heat in winter. The thatched roof above their heads was 2 feet thick, woven from rye straw and held in place with wooden pegs and leather ties. It would last for decades if properly maintained, shedding rain like a duck's back and providing a home for countless small creatures, mice, birds, and insects that lived in the thatch like tenants in a great apartment building. Aldrich knew every sound the house made, every creak and groan of the wooden beams that supported the roof. He knew which floorboards squeaked when stepped on, which corner of the room stayed coldest in winter, where the mice liked to build their nests in the walls. This house was not just his shelter. It was his entire world, the stage upon which the drama of his young life played out day after day. The smell of home was complex and layered. There was the ever-present wood smoke, of course, but also the scent of wool and lanolin from Edmund's work. Gwyneth's herbs hung in bundles from the rafters. Chamomile for soothing upset stomachs, lavender to keep the moths away from their clothing, rosemary for flavoring their simple meals. The rushes on the floor carried the green smell of the meadows where they had been cut, and underneath it all was the earthy, fundamental smell of the house itself. Wood and mud and thatch, the basic materials from which their shelter was constructed. As the morning light grew stronger, Aldrich could see the motes of dust dancing in the sunbeam that slanted through their window. Dust was a constant companion in medieval homes. Wool dust from Edmund's work, ash from the fire, particles of dried mud from the walls, tiny fragments of straw from the mattress and floor rushes. It settled on everything, coating their few possessions with a fine gray film that Gwyneth battled daily with a goose-wing brush. The window itself was a marvel of medieval engineering, though it would seem primitive by modern standards. The opening was small, perhaps 18 inches square, and could be closed with wooden shutters when the weather turned harsh. During the warmer months, it was covered with a piece of linen that had been soaked in linseed oil to make it translucent. This allowed light to enter while keeping out the worst of the wind and rain. Glass windows existed, but they were so expensive that only the wealthiest nobles could afford them. Aldrich had heard stories of glass windows that were so valuable their owners would remove them and take them along when they moved to a new house. The light that came through their window was precious, especially during the short days of winter. Edmund arranged his work schedule around it, doing his finest carding during the hours when the light was strongest. Gwyneth planned her sewing and mending for the same time. In the evening, when darkness fell, they relied on the firelight and occasionally on candles made from mutton fat, though candles were expensive enough that they were saved for special occasions, or when fine work absolutely had to be completed after dark. Aldrich's clothes lay in a heap beside the bed where he had dropped them the night before. Medieval teenagers didn't have closets or dressers. Their few garments were either worn, stored in the family chest, or draped over pegs driven into the walls. Aldrich owned 2 tunics, one for everyday wear and one for Sundays and holy days. Both were made of wool that his father had carded and his mother had spun and woven. The everyday tunic was brown, dyed with walnut hulls, while the Sunday tunic was a deep blue, colored with expensive indigo that had cost them dearly, but which would last for years without fading. His hose, the medieval equivalent of pants, were made of wool as well, cut and sewn to fit snugly around his legs and tied at the waist with a leather cord. Over these he wore a leather belt from which hung a small eating knife and a pouch for carrying coins or other small necessities. His shoes were simple leather affairs, more like slippers than modern shoes, with thin soles that allowed him to feel every stone and stick beneath his feet. The clothing was practical rather than fashionable. It was designed to last, to be mended and remended until it literally fell apart. When that happened, the usable pieces would be cut away and sewn into patches for other garments, while the scraps would be saved for cleaning rags or stuffing for pillows. Nothing was wasted in Aldrich's world. Waste was a luxury that poor families couldn't afford. As he lay there, listening to his family's breathing, Aldrich thought about the day ahead. It was a Tuesday in late October, which meant it was a working day like most others. His father would spend the morning carding wool, while his mother would work at her spinning wheel, transforming yesterday's carded wool into thread. Mabel, at 12, was old enough to help with the spinning, though her thread was still uneven and sometimes broke under tension. Thomas would be sent to gather firewood from the forest, a task that required more energy than skill. And Aldrich himself would continue his apprenticeship with Master Godwin, learning the ancient art of baking bread. The apprenticeship had begun 6 months earlier on Aldrich's 14th birthday. It was a formal arrangement, sealed with a contract that his father had signed with his mark. Edmund could not read or write, but he could carve his initials with careful precision. The contract bound Aldrich to Master Godwin for 7 years, during which time he would learn not just the technical skills of baking, but also the business skills needed to run a bakery. In return, Master Godwin provided room and board, though Aldrich still slept at home, and a small wage that would increase each year as his skills improved. The bakery was only a few minutes' walk from their house, located in the heart of Millbrook's small commercial district. It was a substantial building, much larger than Aldrich's home, with thick stone walls and a tile roof that spoke of Master Godwin's prosperity. The ground floor housed the bakery itself, with its massive ovens built into the walls like caves. The upper floor was where Master Godwin lived with his wife, Margot, and their 3 children. Aldrich loved the bakery, loved the smell of yeast and flour, the warmth of the ovens, the satisfaction of watching shapeless dough transform into golden loaves. But he also found it intimidating. Master Godwin was a large man with powerful forearms and hands that could knead dough with seemingly effortless strength. He was not unkind, but he was demanding, expecting precision and dedication from his young apprentice. Mistakes were costly in the baking trade. A burned batch of bread represented not just wasted ingredients, but lost income and disappointed customers. The work was physically demanding. Aldrich's day began before dawn, when he would help Master Godwin light the ovens and prepare the day's first batch of dough. The ovens were heated by building fires inside them, then raking out the coals and ashes once the stone walls had absorbed enough heat to bake bread. It was hot, dirty work that left Aldrich covered in soot and sweat before the sun had even risen. But there was magic in it too. There was something almost mystical about the way flour and water and yeast came together to create something greater than the sum of their parts. Aldrich was learning to read the subtle signs that told him when dough had risen enough, when the oven temperature was just right, when a loaf was perfectly baked. These were skills that couldn't be learned from books. They had to be absorbed through repetition, through careful observation, through the kind of patient attention that only came with genuine love for the craft. Master Godwin was teaching him more than just baking. He was learning about business, about dealing with customers, about the complex web of relationships that bound the village together. The bakery was more than just a place where bread was made. It was a social center, a place where news was shared and gossip exchanged. Aldrich was learning to listen, to remember, to understand the subtle currents of village life that flowed through the bakery like water through a mill wheel. As the morning light grew stronger, Aldrich could hear Master Godwin's rooster crowing with renewed enthusiasm. Soon the baker would be stirring in his bed above the shop, preparing for another day of early rising and hard work. And soon Aldrich would need to rise as well, to wash his face in the basin of cold water that Gwyneth kept near the door, to dress in his work clothes, to break his fast with a bowl of porridge and a cup of small beer. But for now, He savored these last moments of warmth and comfort. He thought about his dreams from the night before. Vague images of vast fields of wheat swaying in the wind, of ovens large enough to bake bread for an entire city, of himself as a master baker with apprentices of his own. These dreams seemed both impossibly distant and tantalizingly close. 7 years felt like forever when you were 14. But Aldrich had already learned that time had a way of passing more quickly than you expected. The baby stirred in her cradle, making small mewing sounds that meant she would soon wake fully and demand her mother's attention. Gwyneth responded immediately, as mothers always did, rising from the bed with practiced quiet to tend to Catherine before her cries could wake the entire family. Aldrich watched through half-closed eyes as his mother lifted the baby and settled into her chair near the fire pit, where the banked coals still glowed with faint warmth. The sight of his mother nursing his sister was one of the most peaceful images Aldrich could imagine. Gwyneth's face in the dim light was serene, almost Madonna-like, as she provided the most basic and essential nourishment. Her dark hair, streaked with premature gray from years of hard work and worry, fell in gentle waves around her shoulders. Her hands, rough and calloused from spinning and weaving, and the 1,000 other tasks that filled her days, cradled the baby with infinite tenderness. Gwyneth was 32 years old, though she looked older. Life in medieval times aged people quickly, especially women who bore child after child and worked from dawn to dusk to keep their families fed and clothed. She had given birth to 7 children, though only 4 had survived past their first year. The others, 2 boys and a girl, lay buried in the churchyard under simple wooden crosses that Edmund had carved with his own hands. The loss of those children had marked Gwyneth in ways that went deeper than the physical. Sometimes Aldrich would catch her staring into the distance with an expression of profound sadness, as if she were seeing the faces of the children who would never grow up, never learn to walk or talk or laugh at their father's silly jokes. But she never spoke of her grief, never allowed it to interfere with her care for the children who remained. Strength was not optional for medieval mothers. It was essential for survival. Edmund was beginning to stir now, his breathing changing from the deep rhythm of sleep to the lighter pattern of approaching wakefulness. At 35, he was considered middle-aged by medieval standards, though he was still strong and capable. His hair was beginning to thin at the crown, and his beard was shot through with silver, but his hands remained steady and sure as he worked with his carding combs. Edmund was a quiet man, not given to long speeches or dramatic gestures. He expressed his love for his family through his work, through the long hours he spent transforming raw wool into something beautiful and useful. He took pride in his craft, in the evenness of the fibers he produced, in the reputation he had built over the years as a reliable and skilled worker. The wool merchants who bought his carded wool knew they could depend on Edmund of Millbrook to deliver quality work on time, every time. But Edmund also carried worries that he tried to hide from his family. The wool trade was changing, becoming more competitive as new techniques and tools were introduced. Younger men were entering the trade with fresh ideas and more energy. Edmund sometimes wondered if his skills would remain relevant, if he would be able to continue supporting his family as he grew older and his hands became less steady. These were not concerns he shared with Aldrich, but the boy sensed them nonetheless. Children in medieval times grew up quickly, developing an awareness of adult worries and responsibilities that modern children might not acquire until much later. Aldrich understood that his apprenticeship was not just about learning a trade. It was about ensuring the family's future security. about having a skill that could support not just himself, but potentially his parents as they aged. The fire pit was beginning to glow more brightly as Gwyneth added small pieces of kindling to the banked coals. Soon, she would have a proper fire going, and the house would begin to warm in earnest. The morning routine was as predictable as the sunrise. Fire first, then water heated for washing, then the preparation of the day's first meal. Breakfast in the medieval world was a simple affair, usually consisting of bread, porridge, and small beer. The bread would be yesterday's leftover from Master Godwin's bakery. One of the perks of Aldrich's apprenticeship was that he could bring home unsold loaves. The porridge would be made from oats or barley, cooked with water, and perhaps flavored with a bit of honey if they were fortunate. The small beer was safer to drink than water, which was often contaminated, and provided necessary calories for the day's work ahead. Mabel was beginning to wake now, stretching and yawning in the way that 12-year-old girls did everywhere, in every century. She was a pretty child, with her mother's dark hair and her father's steady gray eyes. In 2 or 3 years, she would be considered marriageable, and Edmund and Gwyneth would begin the delicate process of finding her a suitable husband. For now, though, she was still their little girl, still more interested in playing with her rag doll than in the complex world of adult relationships. Thomas was the baby of the family until Catherine's arrival, and he still carried himself with the unconscious confidence of a child who had never doubted his place in the world. At 8, he was old enough to be useful, but young enough to still find wonder in simple things. The way frost formed patterns on their window, the sound of geese flying south for the winter, the stories that traveling merchants sometimes told when they stopped in Millbrook for the night. As Aldrich lay there surrounded by his sleeping family, he felt a deep sense of contentment mixed with anticipation. This was his world. These were his people, and this was the life he was preparing to live. It was not an easy life, but it was a meaningful one, filled with work that mattered and relationships that endured. The challenges ahead were real. He would face hunger and cold, disappointment and loss, the constant struggle to make ends meet that defined existence for most medieval people. But he would also experience the deep satisfaction that came from mastering a craft, the joy of contributing to his community, the profound connections that bound families and neighbors together in mutual support and affection. The morning light was growing stronger now, painting the walls of their small house in shades of gold and amber. Soon the church bells would ring, calling the faithful to morning prayers. Soon the village would come fully alive, with people emerging from their homes to begin another day of work and worship, and the countless small interactions that made up the fabric of medieval life. But for now, in these last precious moments of quiet, Aldrich allowed himself to simply be young, to exist in the warmth and safety of his family's love. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new lessons, new steps along the path toward adulthood. Today, though, he was still his parents' son, still part of the tight-knit unit that had shaped him and would continue to shape him for years to come. The rooster crowed again, more insistently this time, and Aldrich knew that his time of peaceful contemplation was coming to an end. Soon he would rise, dress, break his fast, and make his way to Master Godwin's bakery for another day of learning and work. The great adventure of growing up in medieval times was about to continue, with all its hardships and rewards, its moments of despair and flashes of unexpected joy. And as he prepared to leave the warmth of the family bed, Aldrich carried with him the knowledge that he was not alone in this journey. He was part of something larger than himself, a family, a community, a tradition that stretched back through generations and would continue long after he was gone. This knowledge would sustain him through the difficult times ahead, reminding him that even in the hardest moments, he belonged somewhere. He mattered to someone. He had a place in the great tapestry of human experience. The day was beginning, and with it, another chapter in the long, complex story of what it meant to be young, in a world that demanded maturity almost from birth. It was a story of resilience and adaptation, of finding joy in simple pleasures and strength in family bonds. It was, in its own quiet way, a story of triumph. The triumph of the human spirit over circumstances that might have crushed a lesser soul. And as the sun climbed higher in the autumn sky, casting long shadows across the village of Millbrook, Aldrich of the wool carder's house prepared to face whatever challenges the day might bring, secure in the knowledge that he was exactly where he belonged, exactly when he belonged there, living the life that had been shaped for him by centuries of tradition and the enduring love of the family that surrounded him like a warm and protective embrace. In these quiet moments before dawn, we find the essence of what it meant to be young in a world so different from our own. The warmth of shared beds, the comfort of familiar routines, the deep security that came from knowing your place in an ordered universe. These were the gifts that medieval childhood offered, even as it demanded so much in return. As we drift towards sleep ourselves, perhaps we can find something to learn from Aldrich's contentment with simple things, his acceptance of life's challenges, his deep appreciation for the bonds that held his world together. Part 2. The Weight of Morning. The first thing that struck you about waking up in a medieval house wasn't the cold, though that was certainly present, seeping up through the earthen floor and down through the thatched roof like an unwelcome visitor. It wasn't the smell, though that too was unmistakable. The permanent perfume of wood smoke, wool, and the earthy mustiness of walls made from mud and straw. No, the first thing that truly captured your attention was the sound of breathing, the gentle symphony of a family sharing not just a room, but their very dreams. Aldrich had grown so accustomed to this morning chorus that he could identify each family member by their breathing alone. His father's breath came in steady, measured rhythms, occasionally interrupted by a soft cough that spoke of years inhaling wool dust. His mother's breathing was lighter, more alert even in sleep, the breathing of someone whose maternal instincts never fully rested. Baby Catherine's tiny breaths came in rapid, bird-like patterns, while Thomas snored with the abandon of a child who had never known a worry that couldn't be solved by his parents' love. And then there was Mabel, whose breathing had begun to change as she grew from child to young woman. Sometimes she would sigh in her sleep, soft sounds that hinted at dreams Aldrich couldn't imagine. At 12, she was approaching the age when girls began to think about marriage, about households of their own, about the mysterious transformation from daughter to wife that awaited every medieval woman who survived the dangers of childhood. This morning, as autumn light filtered through their oiled cloth window, Aldrich became aware that the family's breathing patterns were beginning to shift. Sleep was loosening its hold on the household, and the day's responsibilities were calling. He could sense his mother's consciousness stirring, could feel the subtle change in the air that meant she was preparing to rise and begin the complex dance of keeping a medieval family fed, clothed, and warm. Gwyneth moved with the practiced silence of a woman who had learned to navigate the early morning without waking sleeping children. She slipped from the bed like a shadow, her bare feet finding the familiar path across the rush-covered floor to where the fire pit held the banked coals of yesterday's flame. These coals were precious. Keeping a fire alive through the night meant the difference between starting the day with warmth and light, or beginning with the laborious process of striking sparks from flint and steel. The fire-making tools lived in a wooden box beside the hearth. Flint stones worn smooth by countless strikes, steel strikers that Edmund had forged himself, and tinder made from charred cloth and dried fungus. But this morning, thankfully, the coals still glowed with faint life beneath their blanket of ash. Gwyneth knelt beside the pit and began the delicate process of coaxing flame from ember, adding thin shavings of birch bark and the finest twigs, breathing gently on the growing glow until it burst into cheerful flame. The fire's awakening was like a signal to the rest of the house. Light began to dance across the walls, casting familiar shadows that had been part of Aldrich's visual vocabulary since infancy. The wooden beams that supported their roof emerged from darkness, revealing the careful craftsmanship that had gone into their home's construction. Each beam had been selected and shaped by hand, fitted together with wooden pegs and leather lashings that would hold firm for decades. The walls themselves told the story of their family's life in Millbrook. Near the window, the wattle and daub showed the golden stain of years of sunlight. Around the fire pit, the surface was blackened with soot and smoke, a patina that spoke of countless meals cooked and countless evenings spent in the warm glow of flame. Here and there, small repairs were visible. Patches where the mud plaster had been renewed, places where Edmund had reinforced the wooden framework with additional supports. As the fire grew stronger, it began to warm the air near the hearth, creating the thermal currents that would eventually reach every corner of their single room. Medieval houses were marvels of passive heating. The thick walls absorbed warmth during the day and released it slowly through the night, while the central fire pit created a circulation pattern that distributed heat more evenly than might be expected from such a simple system. Gwyneth moved to the water barrel that stood near the door, a massive oak container that held their household's supply of drinking and cooking water. The barrel itself was a work of art, crafted by Master Aldwin the Cooper, with staves of seasoned oak held together by iron hoops. It could hold nearly 50 gallons when full, though it was rarely completely full. Water was heavy, and carrying it from the village well was back-breaking work that fell to whoever was available when the barrel ran low. The water this morning was cold enough to make Gwyneth's breath visible in small puffs as she ladled it into an iron pot. This pot, suspended over the growing fire on an adjustable chain, would soon provide hot water for washing and cooking. The chain itself was an ingenious device, with links that could be hooked at different heights to control the temperature of whatever was being heated. Too close to the fire, and water would boil away in violent bubbles. Too far away, and it would never warm enough to be useful. As the water began to heat, Gwyneth turned her attention to the day's first meal. Breakfast in the medieval world was not the elaborate affair that modern people might imagine. There were no eggs, Benedict, or fresh fruit salads, no coffee or orange juice. Instead, there was porridge made from whatever grain was available, bread left over from the previous day's baking, and small beer that provided both hydration and calories without the risks associated with drinking water of questionable purity. The porridge began with oats that Gwyneth measured into a wooden bowl with the practiced eye of someone who had been cooking for her family for more than 15 years. These oats had been grown in the fields surrounding Millbrook, harvested in late summer, and stored in sacks that hung from the rafters to keep them away from mice and rats. The grain was coarse and hearty, nothing like the processed oats that would be available in later centuries, but it was nutritious and filling, exactly what a working family needed to fuel their day. Into the pot the oats went, along with water and a precious pinch of salt that Edmund had purchased from a traveling merchant. Salt was expensive in medieval England, worth nearly its weight in silver, but it was essential for preserving food and maintaining health. The small amount that flavored their morning porridge represented a significant investment in their family's well-being. As the porridge began to bubble and thicken, Gwyneth turned her attention to the bread. Yesterday's loaves from Master Godwin's bakery had hardened overnight, as bread always did without the preservatives that would be invented centuries later. But hard bread was not wasted bread. It could be softened in the porridge, used to soak up the last drops of soup, or eaten as it was by people whose teeth were strong enough to handle the challenge. The bread itself was a marvel of medieval technology. Master Godwin baked with wheat flour when it was available, but more often his loaves were made from a mixture of grains: wheat, rye, barley, and sometimes oats, that provided a complex flavor and dense nutrition. The loaves were large and round, baked in communal ovens that could accommodate dozens of loaves at once. Each family marked their bread with distinctive patterns so they could identify their own loaves when they came to collect them from the baker. Aldrich's family was fortunate to have access to relatively fresh bread through his apprenticeship. Many families in Millbrook made do with bread that was several days old, or even with hardtack that could last for weeks if properly stored. The difference between fresh bread and stale bread was not just a matter of taste. It was a marker of social status, a small but a significant indicator of a family's place in the village hierarchy. As the aroma of cooking porridge began to fill the house, the other members of the family started to stir more actively. Edmund's breathing changed first, shifting from the deep rhythms of sleep to the lighter patterns of approaching consciousness. His eyes opened slowly, adjusting to the dancing light of the fire, taking in the familiar sights and sounds of morning in his home. At 35, Edmund was still a strong man, but the years of physical labor were beginning to leave their mark. His hands, once smooth and quick, now bore the permanent calluses of his trade. His back, which had once been straight as a sword blade, now carried a slight curve from years of bending over his work. His hair, which had been thick and dark when he married Gwyneth, was now thinning at the crown and streaked with premature gray. But Edmund's eyes remained sharp and intelligent, the eyes of a craftsman who took pride in his work and understood the subtle complexities of his trade. Wool carding was not simply a matter of dragging raw fleece through metal teeth until it became straight. It required an understanding of different types of wool, knowledge of how weather and diet affected the quality of fleece, skill in adjusting pressure and technique to produce fibers of consistent length and texture. Edmund had learned his trade from his father, who had learned it from his father before him. The knowledge had been passed down through generations like a precious inheritance, each father teaching his son not just the mechanical skills of the craft, but the deeper wisdom that came from years of experience. Edmund could tell by touch whether wool had come from a young sheep or an old one, whether the animal had been well fed or had struggled through a harsh winter, whether the fleece had been properly cleaned and prepared or had been handled carelessly by inexperienced hands. This morning, as he lay in the growing warmth of their home, Edmund's mind was already turning to the day's work ahead. He had promised Master William the cloth merchant that he would have 20 pounds of carded wool ready by week's end, and he was behind schedule. The wool was good quality, imported from the northern counties where the sheep grew thick lustrous fleeces, but it was also challenging to work with. The fibers were longer than what he was accustomed to, requiring a different technique and more careful attention to prevent breakage. The work would require his full concentration, the kind of focused attention that came naturally after years of practice but still demanded respect. One moment of inattention, one careless stroke of the carding combs could ruin hours of careful work. The wool merchants who bought Edmund's carded fibers had high standards, and they were not hesitant to reject work that didn't meet their expectations. In a world where reputation was everything, a single batch of poor quality work could damage relationships that had taken years to build. Mabel was beginning to wake now, her breathing becoming more irregular as consciousness returned. At 12, she was at an age when sleep came less easily, and dreams were more vivid. Sometimes she would wake with a start, as if she had been running in her sleep, her heart beating fast from adventures that existed only in the landscape of her imagination. Other times, like this morning, she woke slowly and peacefully, her mind gradually returning from whatever distant places it had visited during the night. She was a thoughtful child, more serious than Thomas, but not yet burdened with the full weight of adult responsibilities that would soon be hers. In medieval times, 12 was considered the beginning of young adulthood for girls. Within a year or two, her parents would begin seriously considering marriage proposals, evaluating potential husbands not just for their character and prospects, but for their ability to provide security and advancement for the entire family. The marriage negotiations, when they came, would be complex affairs involving not just the bride and groom, but their extended families and even the broader community. Dowries would be discussed, property rights negotiated, future responsibilities outlined in careful detail. Marriage in the medieval world was not primarily about romantic love, though love certainly existed and was valued, but about creating stable economic and social partnerships that could weather the storms of life in an uncertain world. For now, though, Mabel was still her father's daughter, still part of the family unit that had shaped her understanding of the world. She helped her mother with the spinning and weaving, learned the countless skills that every medieval woman needed to master, and gradually absorbed the complex social knowledge that would serve her well in whatever household she eventually joined. Thomas was the last to wake, as 8-year-old boys often were. He had the gift of deep, untroubled sleep, the ability to sink so completely into unconsciousness that the world could have ended around him without disturbing his rest. When he did wake, it was usually all at once, going from complete sleep to full alertness in the space of a few heartbeats. This morning was no exception. One moment he was snoring softly beside his brother, and the next he was sitting up in bed, his hair standing at odd angles, his eyes bright with the energy that seemed to be an inexhaustible resource for children his age. He looked around the room as if seeing it for the first time, taking in the dancing firelight, the smell of cooking porridge, the familiar faces of his family beginning their day. "Is it morning already?" he asked, though the question was more rhetorical than practical. Thomas had an internal clock that was remarkably accurate, a sense of time that told him whether he had slept long enough or whether he was being awakened too early. This morning, his body told him that he had slept well and was ready for whatever adventures the day might bring. Gwyneth smiled at her youngest son's question, the kind of gentle, patient smile that mothers throughout history had given to children who asked obvious questions. "Yes, my love," she said, her voice soft enough not to disturb the baby, who was still sleeping peacefully in her cradle. "It's morning, and time for all good boys to rise and help their families begin the day." The morning routine in the medieval household was as choreographed as a dance, with each family member knowing their role and performing it without need for detailed instruction. Edmund would rise and tend to his personal needs, washing his face and hands in the basin of warm water that Gwyneth had prepared, combing his hair and beard with the wooden comb that had been his father's. Mabel would help her mother with the breakfast preparations, setting out wooden bowls and horn spoons, slicing bread with the sharp knife that was one of their most valuable possessions. Thomas would be sent to check on their small flock of chickens, making sure they had survived the night without falling prey to foxes or other predators. The chickens lived in a small coop attached to the side of their house, a structure that Edmund had built with his own hands using techniques passed down from his father. The coop was simple but effective, providing protection from weather and predators while allowing the birds enough space to move around and lay their eggs. The chickens themselves were hardy creatures, descendants of birds that had been domesticated for thousands of years. They were smaller than modern chickens, with longer legs and more colorful plumage, but they were excellent foragers and could find food even in the depths of winter when other sources of nutrition were scarce. Their eggs were precious, providing protein and fat that were essential for the family's health, especially during the lean months when other foods were in short supply. Aldrich's role in the morning routine was different from his siblings. As an apprentice, he was expected to be at Master Godwin's bakery before dawn, helping to prepare the day's first batch of bread. This meant that his morning began earlier than the rest of his family's, and his breakfast was often eaten on the run, a piece of bread clutched in one hand as he hurried through the village streets. But this morning was different. Master Godwin had given him permission to start work later, a rare gift that allowed him to share breakfast with his family and participate in the gentle rituals that marked the beginning of each day. He savored these moments, knowing how precious they were, understanding that his apprenticeship was gradually pulling him away from the rhythms of family life and into the broader world of adult responsibility. As the porridge reached the perfect consistency, thick enough to stick to a spoon but thin enough to pour easily, Gwyneth began ladling it into wooden bowls. The bowls themselves were works of art, carved from seasoned oak by Master Aldwin the Cooper, during the quiet winter months when his primary business of making barrels slowed down. Each bowl was slightly different, shaped by the grain of the wood and the individual touches that marked the craftsman's hand. The family gathered around their small table, a simple affair made from a single plank of oak supported by wooden trestles. The table could be disassembled when not in use, creating more space in their cramped quarters, but during meals it served as the focal point of family life. Here they shared not just food, but news of the day, plans for the future, and the countless small interactions that bound them together as a unit. Edmund said a brief prayer of thanksgiving, his voice quiet but sincere, as he asked God's blessing on their food and their family. Religion was not separate from daily life in the medieval world. It was woven into every aspect of existence, from the church bells that marked the hours to the saints' days that punctuated the calendar. The prayer before meals was not just a ritual, but a genuine expression of gratitude for blessings that could never be taken for granted. The porridge was simple but satisfying, flavored with salt and sweetened occasionally with honey when the family could afford such luxuries. It provided the complex carbohydrates and fiber that would sustain them through the morning's work, along with the warmth that was so important during the cool autumn mornings. Each spoonful was savored, not just for its taste but for what it represented: security, family, the basic necessities of life that so many people in their world struggled to obtain. The bread that accompanied the porridge was yesterday's baking from Master Godwin's ovens, still good, but beginning to show the firmness that came with age. Medieval bread was dense and hearty, made from coarsely ground flour that retained much of the grain's original nutrition. It was darker than modern bread, with a complex flavor that came from the mixture of grains and the natural fermentation process that medieval bakers used instead of commercial yeast. Each family member ate according to their needs and their status within the household. Edmund, as the primary breadwinner, received the largest portion, along with any special treats that might be available. Gwyneth ate more modestly, often saving choice bits for her children, or setting aside portions for later in the day when hunger might strike. The children received portions appropriate to their age and size, with special attention paid to ensuring that everyone got enough nutrition to support their growth and development. The small beer that accompanied their meal was a marvel of medieval brewing technology. Made from barley, hops, and water, it was fermented just enough to kill harmful bacteria while retaining a low alcohol content that made it safe for children to drink. The brewing process was complex and required considerable skill, involving careful temperature control, precise timing, and an understanding of fermentation that had been developed over centuries of trial and error. Gwyneth brewed their family's beer in large clay vessels that she kept in the coolest corner of their house. The process began with malting barley, allowing it to sprout and then drying it to stop the germination process. The malted barley was then ground and mixed with hot water to create a sweet liquid called wort. Hops were added for flavor and preservation, and yeast was introduced to begin the fermentation process that would transform the sugars into alcohol and carbon dioxide. The entire brewing process took several weeks, during which Gwyneth had to monitor the beer carefully, adjusting temperature and timing to ensure that the fermentation proceeded properly. Too much heat, and the yeast would die, leaving the beer flat and potentially unsafe to drink. Too little heat, and the fermentation would proceed too slowly, allowing harmful bacteria to gain a foothold. It was a delicate balance that required both skill and experience to master. As the family shared their simple breakfast, the conversation turned to the day's plans and responsibilities. Edmund discussed his work schedule, explaining that he needed to complete a large order of carded wool by the end of the week. The work was challenging, he explained, requiring careful attention to detail and longer hours than usual. He would need to start earlier and work later, which meant that some of his usual household responsibilities would need to be redistributed among the other family members. Gwyneth nodded understanding, already calculating how she could adjust her own schedule to accommodate her husband's increased workload. She would need to take over some of the tasks that Edmund usually handled, checking on the chickens, maintaining the fire, making small repairs around the house. It was a familiar dance, this constant adjustment and readjustment of family responsibilities based on the changing demands of their various occupations. Mabel listened to her parents' discussion with the serious attention of a young person who was beginning to understand the complex web of obligations and relationships that held their world together. She was learning, through observation and gradual participation, how a medieval household functioned, how decisions were made, how problems were solved. This knowledge would serve her well when she eventually became the mistress of her own household. Thomas, meanwhile, was more interested in the immediate prospects for adventure that the day might offer. Would there be time to explore the woods behind the village? Could he visit his friend Geoffrey, whose father was a blacksmith and who always had fascinating stories about the mysterious processes of metalworking? Would Master Aldwin need help with his coopering, work that sometimes involved trips to the forest to select the perfect trees for barrel staves? Aldrich found himself caught between his siblings' perspectives. No longer a child focused solely on play and adventure, but not yet fully an adult consumed with the serious business of making a living. His apprenticeship was teaching him to think like an adult, to understand the importance of reputation and reliability, to appreciate the complex skills required to master a craft. But part of him still yearned for the simple pleasures of childhood, the freedom to explore and discover without the weight of adult responsibilities. As the meal progressed, the conversation gradually shifted from practical matters to the broader concerns of village life. There had been news from London, brought by a merchant who had passed through Millbrook the previous week. The king was planning new taxes to fund his wars in France, taxes that would eventually trickle down to affect even small villages like theirs. There were rumors of plague in the eastern counties, the mysterious disease that had devastated Europe a generation earlier, and still struck fear into the hearts of everyone who heard its name mentioned. But there was good news as well. The harvest had been excellent throughout the region, which meant that food would be plentiful through the coming winter. The wool trade was thriving, providing steady work for craftsmen like Edmund, and opportunities for young people like Aldrich to learn valuable skills. The church was planning to expand the village sanctuary, a project that would provide work for local craftsmen and demonstrate the community's growing prosperity. These broader concerns were not abstract matters for the family gathered around their simple table. The king's taxes would affect the prices they paid for salt and iron and other necessities that had to be purchased from traveling merchants. The threat of plague influenced decisions about travel and trade, about which visitors to welcome and which to view with suspicion. The success of the harvest determined not just their own food security, but the economic health of the entire region. Medieval people lived in a world where local and global concerns were intimately connected, where events in distant places could have immediate and profound effects on daily life. They understood, in ways that modern people sometimes forget, that they were part of larger systems and networks that extended far beyond their immediate community. This understanding shaped their worldview, making them simultaneously provincial and cosmopolitan, deeply rooted in local traditions but aware of the broader currents that moved through their world. As breakfast drew to a close, each family member began preparing for the day's specific responsibilities. Edmund gathered his carding combs and the bundle of raw wool that he would transform into straight, parallel fibers. The wool was beautiful stuff, creamy white with a lustrous sheen that spoke of healthy sheep and careful handling. It had arrived the previous week from a farm in the northern counties, packed in canvas bundles that protected it from moisture and contamination during the long journey south. Working with this particular wool would require all of Edmund's skill and experience. The fibers were longer than what he usually handled, which meant that his carding technique would need to be adjusted to prevent breakage. The wool was also more valuable than his usual material, which meant that any mistakes would be costly. But it was also an opportunity to demonstrate his mastery of his craft, to produce work that would enhance his reputation and potentially lead to more lucrative contracts in the future. Gwyneth began clearing the breakfast dishes, a process that involved more than simply removing bowls from the table. Each wooden bowl had to be scraped clean and wiped with a cloth, then stored in the family chest where it would be protected from dust and insects. The iron pot that had held the porridge needed to be scoured with sand and water, then dried thoroughly to prevent rust. The horn spoons required careful cleaning to remove any food particles that might attract pests. The cleaning process was made more complex by the scarcity of soap, which was expensive and difficult to obtain in rural areas. Instead, Gwyneth used a combination of hot water, sand, and ash from their fire to clean their dishes and cooking utensils. The ash, when mixed with water, created a mildly alkaline solution that helped cut through grease and food residue. It was not as effective as modern detergents, but it was free and readily available. Mabel's morning responsibilities centered around the family's textile work, the spinning and weaving that provided both clothing for the family and additional income when surplus cloth could be sold. She would spend the morning at her spinning wheel, transforming the wool that her father had carded into thread that her mother could weave into cloth. The work required patience and skill, as uneven thread would create weak spots in the finished fabric. The spinning wheel itself was a relatively new invention, having been introduced to England only a few generations earlier. Before its arrival, all spinning had been done with handheld spindles, a much slower and more labor-intensive process. The wheel allowed a single spinner to produce much more thread in a given amount of time, revolutionizing textile production and making cloth more affordable for ordinary families. Mabel had been learning to spin since she was old enough to sit steadily on a stool, gradually developing the coordination and rhythm that the work required. Her early attempts had produced thread that was thick in some places and thin in others, thread that broke easily and created uneven fabric. But with practice and patient instruction from her mother, she had developed into a skilled spinner, whose work was nearly as good as Gwyneth's own. Thomas's morning would be spent in the kinds of activities that occupied 8-year-old boys throughout history, a mixture of helpful work and supervised play that gradually prepared him for adult responsibilities. He would gather eggs from their chickens, feed the birds, and clean their coop. He would collect firewood from the forest, choosing dry branches that would burn cleanly and produce good heat. He would help his mother with various household tasks, learning through observation and participation the skills he would need when he eventually established a household of his own. But Thomas would also have time for play, for the kinds of activities that helped children develop physically and socially. He might play with other village children, engaging in games that taught cooperation, competition, and problem-solving. He might explore the woods and fields around Millbrook, developing the kind of intimate knowledge of the local environment that was essential for survival in the medieval world. He might listen to stories told by adults, absorbing the oral traditions that preserved the community's history and values. For Aldrich, the morning meant a return to Master Godwin's bakery and the continuation of his education in the ancient art of bread-making. The work was physically demanding and required precise timing, but it was also deeply satisfying. There was something almost magical about the transformation of simple ingredients, flour, water, yeast, salt, into the staff of life that sustained entire communities. The bakery itself was a marvel of medieval engineering, with massive stone ovens built into the walls like caves. These ovens could reach temperatures that would be dangerous in a modern kitchen, hot enough to bake dozens of loaves at once. The heat was generated by burning wood inside the oven chambers, then raking out the coals and ashes once the stone walls had absorbed enough thermal energy to bake bread for hours. Master Godwin had been teaching Aldrich not just the technical aspects of baking, but also the business skills that would be essential if he ever hoped to become a master baker himself. He was learning about purchasing ingredients, managing inventory, dealing with customers, and maintaining the complex relationships with suppliers and competitors that defined commercial life in the medieval world. The apprenticeship was more than just job training. It was a comprehensive education in how to be a successful adult in medieval society. Aldrich was learning about money and credit, about reputation and reliability, about the importance of quality and consistency in everything he did. He was also learning about the broader economic forces that shaped their world, understanding how local events connected to regional and international trends. As the family finished their breakfast and prepared to disperse to their various activities, there was a moment of quiet communion, a shared understanding of the bonds that held them together despite the different paths their days would take. They were a unit, a small but important part of the larger community that surrounded them, and their individual successes and failures would affect not just themselves, but everyone they cared about. Edmund rose from the table and gathered his tools, checking each carding comb to ensure that the metal teeth were clean and properly aligned. The combs were expensive and difficult to replace, requiring the services of a skilled metal worker who might live days away from Millbrook. Proper maintenance was essential, not just for the quality of the work they produced, but for the economic survival of the family. Gwyneth began the process of banking the fire, covering the flames with ash to preserve the coals while reducing the risk of accidental ignition. The fire was the heart of their home, providing heat, light, and the means to cook their food. Maintaining it required constant attention and considerable skill, as a fire that went out completely would be difficult and time-consuming to restart. As Aldrich prepared to leave for the bakery, he took a moment to look around the small room that contained his entire world. The rough walls, the earthen floor, the simple furniture. It was not much by the standards of later centuries, but it was home. It was the place where he had learned to walk and talk, where he had absorbed the values and traditions that would guide him throughout his life, where he had experienced the deep security that came from being part of a loving family. Soon he would be fully grown, with responsibilities and relationships that would take him far from this simple room. He might travel to other towns, might learn skills and see sights that his parents could barely imagine. But he would carry with him always the lessons learned in this place, the understanding of what it meant to be part of something larger than himself, the knowledge that love and loyalty and hard work were the foundations upon which all meaningful life was built. The morning sun was climbing higher now, painting the village of Millbrook in shades of gold and amber. Smoke was rising from chimneys throughout the community as other families began their daily routines. The church bells would soon ring, calling the faithful to morning prayers and marking the official beginning of another day in the long, slow rhythm of medieval life. And as Aldrich stepped out into that golden morning, he carried with him not just the tools of his trade and the lessons of his apprenticeship, but the deeper knowledge that came from being part of a family, part of a community, part of a tradition that stretched back through generations and would continue long after he was gone. It was a knowledge that would sustain him through whatever challenges lay ahead, reminding him that he was never truly alone, never without purpose, never beyond the reach of the love that had shaped him in this small house where morning always began with the sound of breathing, the warmth of shared space, and the quiet miracle of another day beginning. And so the morning unfolds, as mornings had unfolded for countless generations before, and would continue to unfold for generations to come. In the simple rituals of waking, washing, and breaking fast together, we find the eternal rhythms that connect us across the centuries, the basic human needs for warmth, nourishment, and connection that remain constant even as the world around us changes beyond recognition. Perhaps, as we settle into our own rest, we can find comfort in these timeless patterns, these gentle reminders that the most important things in life are often the simplest ones. Part 3. The Apprentice's Path. The cobblestones beneath Aldrich's feet were still damp with morning dew, as he made his way through the winding streets of Millbrook toward Master Godwin's bakery. The village was beginning to stir with the quiet energy that marked the start of another working day. But the sun had not yet climbed high enough to burn away the mist that clung to the thatched roofs and drifted between the narrow houses like ghostly fingers. This was Aldrich's favorite time of day. These precious minutes between the warmth of home and the demanding responsibilities of his apprenticeship. The world seemed suspended in possibility, painted in soft grays and pale golds that would soon give way to the harsh realities of work and commerce. He walked slowly, savoring the solitude, breathing in the complex perfume of a medieval village awakening. Wood smoke and baking bread, the earthy smell of animals and the green scent of gardens heavy with dew. The streets of Millbrook were narrow and irregular, following paths that had been worn by centuries of foot traffic rather than any planned design. The houses pressed close together, their upper stories sometimes overhanging the street so dramatically that neighbors could lean from their windows and shake hands across the gap. This closeness was not accidental. It conserved heat in winter, provided mutual support for the timber-framed structures, and created the kind of intimate community where everyone knew everyone else's business. The buildings themselves told the story of the village's prosperity and social hierarchy. The wealthiest merchants lived in houses with stone foundations and glazed windows, structures that spoke of success in trade and careful accumulation of capital. The craftsmen and skilled workers, like Master Godwin, occupied substantial timber-framed houses with tile roofs and multiple rooms. The laborers and poor made do with single-room cottages like Aldrich's family home, structures that were functional but offered little in the way of comfort or privacy. As Aldrich walked, he passed the workshop of Master Thomas the carpenter, where the sound of plane and chisel could already be heard through the shuttered windows. Master Thomas was known throughout the region for his skill in creating the complex joints and decorative elements that marked the finest timber-framed construction. His apprentices began work before dawn, preparing wood and organizing tools for the day's projects. Next came the forge of Master Geoffrey's father, where the bellows were already working to bring the coals to the white heat necessary for shaping iron. The blacksmith's trade was one of the most essential in any medieval community, providing everything from horseshoes and plowshares to the nails and hinges that held buildings together. The work was hot, dangerous, and physically demanding, but it was also well paid and highly respected. The bakery stood at the heart of the village's commercial district, a substantial stone building that radiated warmth and the irresistible aroma of fresh bread. The ground floor housed the ovens and work areas, while Master Godwin and his family lived in the comfortable quarters above. The building's stone construction was both practical and symbolic. Practical because it reduced the risk of fire that was always present when working with large ovens. Symbolic because it demonstrated the baker's prosperity and importance to the community. Aldrich paused for a moment outside the bakery's heavy wooden door, gathering himself for the day ahead. Through the small window, he could see the glow of the ovens and the moving shadows that indicated Master Godwin was already at work. The master baker was a man who took his responsibilities seriously, understanding that the entire village depended on him for their daily bread. There was no room for laziness or carelessness in his trade. A single mistake could mean that dozens of families would go hungry. The door opened with a creak of well-oiled hinges, and Aldrich stepped into the warm, yeast-scented atmosphere of the bakery. The contrast with the cool morning air outside was immediate and welcome, like stepping into an embrace. The ovens radiated heat that seemed to penetrate his bones, driving away the chill that had accumulated during his walk through the village streets. Master Godwin looked up from the batch of dough he was kneading, his powerful forearms working the mass of flour and water with practiced efficiency. He was a large man, made larger by the leather apron that protected his clothes from flour and heat. His face was ruddy from years of working near hot ovens, and his hands were permanently stained with flour that no amount of washing could completely remove. "You're late," he said, though his tone was more observational than accusatory. Master Godwin was a fair man who understood that apprentices were still learning not just the technical skills of their trade, but also the discipline and time management that successful craftsmen required. "The first batch needs to go in the ovens within the hour, and we haven't even finished mixing the dough." Aldrich quickly removed his cloak and hung it on a wooden peg near the door, then tied on the canvas apron that protected his clothes from the inevitable coating of flour that came with bakery work. The apron had been his father's gift when the apprenticeship began, sewn by his mother from sturdy linen that could withstand repeated washing and the wear of daily use. "I'm sorry, Master," Aldrich said, falling into the rhythm of work that had become second nature over the past 6 months. "My family was discussing the day's plans, and I didn't want to leave abruptly." It was a careful explanation, one that acknowledged his lateness without making excuses or showing disrespect for his family obligations. Master Godwin nodded understanding. Family was important in the medieval world, and a young man who showed proper respect for his parents was likely to show proper respect for his master as well. The baker had been watching Aldrich carefully since the apprenticeship began, evaluating not just his technical skills but his character, his reliability, his potential for growth. So far, he had been pleased with what he saw. The bakery was organized with the efficiency that came from years of experience and careful planning. The main work area occupied most of the ground floor, with massive wooden tables for kneading dough, shelves for storing ingredients, and racks for holding loaves as they rose and cooled. The ovens themselves were built into the walls like caves, their openings sealed with heavy wooden doors that could be removed when it was time to load or unload bread. The ovens were the heart of the operation, marvels of medieval engineering that could maintain steady temperatures for hours at a time. They were constructed of carefully selected stones that could withstand extreme heat without cracking, mortared together with a special clay that had been mixed with horsehair for additional strength. The interior surfaces were smooth and curved, designed to promote even heat distribution and prevent hot spots that could burn some loaves while leaving others underbaked. Heating the ovens was a complex process that began hours before the first loaves were ready to bake. Wood was burned inside the oven chambers, with the smoke escaping through carefully designed flues that drew the heat evenly throughout the baking space. When the stones had absorbed enough heat, a temperature that Master Godwin could judge by the color of the interior walls and the feel of the air near the oven openings, the coals and ashes were raked out, and the ovens were ready for baking. The fuel for the ovens came from carefully selected hardwoods that burned hot and clean, leaving minimal ash and imparting no unwanted flavors to the bread. Oak was preferred when available, though beech and ash were also acceptable. The wood had to be properly seasoned, dried for at least a year to reduce its moisture content and ensure that it would burn efficiently. Green wood produced too much smoke and not enough heat, while overly dry wood burned too quickly and created temperature fluctuations that could ruin an entire batch of bread. This morning's first task was to finish preparing the dough for the day's initial baking. Master Godwin had begun the process before dawn, mixing flour with water, salt, and the sourdough starter that gave their bread its distinctive flavor and texture. The starter was a living culture of wild yeasts and bacteria that had been maintained for years, fed daily with fresh flour and water to keep it active and healthy. The sourdough starter was one of the bakery's most precious possessions, more valuable than gold because it could not be easily replaced. If the starter died from neglect, contamination, or extreme temperature, it would take weeks or months to develop a new one, and the bread produced during that time would be inferior to what customers expected. Master Godwin guarded his starter jealously, keeping it in a special crock near the warmest part of the bakery, feeding it with the finest flour and purest water available. The dough itself was a marvel of medieval food science, though the bakers of the time understood it more through experience than through scientific theory. The combination of flour, water, salt, and living yeast created a complex ecosystem of chemical and biological processes that transformed simple ingredients into something far greater than the sum of their parts. The gluten in the flour formed elastic networks that trapped the gases produced by the yeast, creating the light, airy texture that made bread so much more appealing than simple flatbreads or porridge. Kneading was crucial to this process, developing the gluten structure that would give the finished bread its texture and strength. Master Godwin's technique was the result of decades of practice, his powerful hands working the dough with just the right amount of pressure and rhythm. Too little kneading, and the bread would be dense and heavy. Too much, and the gluten would break down, creating a tough, chewy texture that customers would reject. Aldrich had been learning to knead dough almost from his first day as an apprentice, but he was still far from matching his master's skill. His technique was improving, but he sometimes applied too much pressure or worked the dough for too long, creating results that were adequate but not exceptional. Master Godwin was patient with these learning experiences, understanding that mastery came only through repetition and careful attention to the subtle signs that indicated when dough was properly developed. Feel the texture, Master Godwin instructed as Aldrich took over kneading a batch of dough. The dough should be smooth and elastic, not sticky or dry. If it tears when you stretch it, it needs more kneading. If it feels tough and resistant, you may have worked it too much. These were the kinds of subtle distinctions that could only be learned through hands-on experience, the accumulated wisdom that separated master craftsmen from mere workers. The flour they used came from wheat grown in the fields surrounding Millbrook and ground at the village mill. The quality varied depending on the weather during the growing season, the skill of the farmer, and the condition of the millstones that ground the grain. Master Godwin had developed relationships with several local farmers, choosing suppliers who consistently produced high-quality wheat and who could be trusted to deliver their grain on time. The milling process itself was crucial to the quality of the finished bread. Wheat had to be ground fine enough to create smooth dough, but not so fine that it lost the texture and flavor that customers expected. The millstones had to be properly maintained, with their grinding surfaces regularly dressed to ensure even particle size. Too much pressure during grinding created heat that could damage the flour's baking properties, while too little pressure left the grain incompletely processed. Water was another critical ingredient, though one that was often taken for granted. The bakery drew its water from a well that had been dug specifically for the business, deep enough to reach the pure groundwater that lay beneath the village. The water was tested regularly by tasting and by observing how it behaved when mixed with flour and yeast. Hard water with high mineral content could interfere with yeast activity and create dense, heavy bread. Soft water, while easier to work with, sometimes produced bread that lacked flavor and structure. Salt served multiple purposes in bread making, beyond simply adding flavor. It strengthened the gluten structure, helping to create bread with better texture and keeping quality. It also controlled the activity of the yeast, preventing the dough from rising too quickly and developing off flavors. The salt used in the bakery was expensive, purchased from merchants who brought it from coastal areas where seawater was evaporated in shallow ponds to leave behind pure white crystals. As the morning progressed, the bakery filled with the sounds and smells of productive work. The rhythmic thudding of kneading, the scrape of wooden peels against stone as loaves were moved in and out of ovens, the hiss of steam when water was sprinkled on hot stones to create the humid environment that produced crispy crusts. These were the sounds that had echoed through bakeries for centuries. The acoustic signature of one of humanity's oldest and most essential crafts. The first batch of loaves was ready to go into the ovens, their surfaces golden with egg wash, and marked with the distinctive patterns that identified them as products of Master Godwin's bakery. Each baker in the village had his own marking system, both to identify his work and to prevent customers from accidentally taking someone else's bread. The marks were simple but distinctive: crosses, circles, parallel lines, or combinations of basic geometric shapes that could be quickly carved into the dough with a sharp knife. Loading the ovens required skill and speed. The loaves had to be placed quickly and efficiently before the heat could escape through the open oven doors. Master Godwin used a long wooden peel, a tool that looked like a giant spatula, to slide loaves onto the hot stone floors of the ovens. The technique required precise timing and coordination. Too slow, and the bread would begin to bake unevenly as the oven temperature fluctuated. Too fast, and loaves might be damaged or improperly positioned. Aldrich watched carefully as his master worked, noting the subtle adjustments in technique that ensured each loaf was properly placed. The largest loaves went toward the back of the oven, where the heat was most intense. Smaller loaves and rolls were placed near the front, where they would bake more quickly. The spacing between loaves was critical. Too close together, and they would bake unevenly. Too far apart, and oven space would be wasted. Once the loaves were loaded, the oven doors were sealed with clay and wet cloths to trap the heat and moisture inside. The baking process would take several hours, during which time the bread would transform from pale, soft dough into golden, crusty loaves. The timing was critical. Underbaked bread would be doughy and unpalatable, while overbaked bread would be dry and tough. While the first batch baked, work continued on preparing subsequent batches. The bakery operated on a carefully orchestrated schedule that ensured fresh bread was available throughout the day. Different types of bread required different baking times and temperatures, so the ovens were loaded strategically to maximize efficiency and ensure that everything finished at the appropriate time. Master Godwin produced several varieties of bread, each designed to meet the needs and preferences of different customers. The finest white bread, made from carefully sifted wheat flour, was expensive and purchased primarily by the village's wealthier residents. Brown bread, made from less refined flour, was more affordable and formed the staple diet of most working families. Barley bread, dense and nutritious, was the cheapest option, purchased by laborers and the poor who needed maximum nutrition for minimum cost. The social hierarchy of medieval England was reflected even in the bread people ate. White bread was a symbol of status and prosperity, its pale color achieved through labor-intensive sifting processes that removed the bran and germ from the wheat. The whiter the bread, the more expensive it was, and the higher the social status of those who could afford to eat it regularly. Brown bread was considered more suitable for working people, while dark breads made from barley, oats, or rye were associated with poverty and hardship. But Master Godwin understood that good bread was good bread, regardless of its color or the social status of those who ate it. He took pride in producing the best possible product at every price point, understanding that his reputation depended not just on his finest white loaves, but on the quality and consistency of everything that came from his ovens. A baker who produced excellent white bread but poor brown bread would soon find his business suffering as word spread about his inconsistent standards. The techniques for making different types of bread varied considerably. White bread required the finest flour, the most careful kneading, and the longest rising times to develop its characteristic light texture. Brown bread was more forgiving, but still required skill to balance the coarser flour with proper hydration and fermentation. Barley bread was the most challenging, as barley flour lacked the gluten that made wheat bread rise properly. It required special techniques and often the addition of small amounts of wheat flour to create an acceptable texture. As Aldrich worked alongside his master, he was gradually learning these subtle distinctions. His hands were developing the sensitivity needed to judge dough texture by touch. His eyes were learning to recognize the visual cues that indicated proper fermentation and rising. His nose was becoming attuned to the complex aromas that marked different stages of the bread-making process. The learning process was not always smooth. There were days when Aldrich's bread came out too dense or too dry, when his timing was off or his technique flawed. Master Godwin was generally patient with these mistakes, understanding that they were an inevitable part of the learning process. But he was also demanding, expecting his apprentice to learn from errors and to show steady improvement over time. Bread making is not just about following recipes, Master Godwin explained as they worked together on a batch of brown bread. Every batch of flour is different. Every day's weather affects how the dough behaves. Every oven has its own personality. You must learn to read these variables and adjust your technique accordingly. That's what separates a true baker from someone who simply follows instructions. This adaptability was one of the most challenging aspects of the craft. Medieval bakers didn't have the standardized ingredients and controlled environments that would be available in later centuries. They had to work with whatever materials were available, adjusting their techniques to accommodate variations in flour quality, weather conditions, and fuel availability. A successful baker was part craftsman, part scientist, and part artist, able to produce consistent results despite constantly changing conditions. The business side of baking was equally complex. Master Godwin had to maintain relationships with farmers who supplied his grain, millers who ground his flour, and merchants who provided salt and other specialized ingredients. He had to manage his inventory carefully, ensuring that he had sufficient supplies without tying up too much capital in materials that might spoil. He had to balance the competing demands of different customer groups, producing enough of each type of bread to meet demand without creating waste. Pricing was a particular challenge. Bread was a necessity, not a luxury, which meant that customers were extremely sensitive to price changes. But the costs of ingredients fluctuated with the seasons and with market conditions beyond the baker's control. Master Godwin had to find ways to absorb some of these cost variations while still maintaining profitability, sometimes accepting lower margins during difficult periods in order to maintain customer loyalty. The regulatory environment added another layer of complexity. The village authorities set standards for bread quality and pricing, with severe penalties for bakers who shortchanged their customers or used inferior ingredients. Regular inspections ensured that loaves met weight requirements and quality standards. The assizes of bread, ancient laws that governed the baking trade, specified exactly how much bread a customer should receive for a given price, with the baker's profit margin built into the calculation. These regulations were not merely bureaucratic inconveniences, they served important social functions in a world where bread was literally the staff of life for most people. Dishonest bakers could cause real hardship by shortchanging customers or using inferior ingredients. The regulations ensured that everyone, regardless of their social status or economic circumstances, could obtain bread that met basic standards of quality and quantity. As the morning progressed, the bakery began to fill with the aroma of baking bread, a scent that seemed to permeate every corner of the building and drift out into the street beyond. This aroma was one of the most powerful marketing tools available to medieval bakers, drawing customers from throughout the village and announcing that fresh bread was available. The smell of baking bread was associated with comfort, security, and the basic satisfaction of hunger fulfilled. The first batch of loaves was nearly ready to come out of the ovens. Master Godwin tested their doneness by tapping their bottoms with his knuckles, listening for the hollow sound that indicated proper baking. The crust should be golden brown and firm, while the interior should be light and airy with an even crumb structure. Underbaked bread would sound dull when tapped, while overbaked bread would be too hard and dark. Removing the finished loaves from the ovens required the same skill and speed that had been needed to load them. The wooden peels had to be maneuvered carefully to avoid damaging the delicate crusts, while the intense heat made the work physically demanding. Master Godwin moved with practiced efficiency, transferring dozens of loaves from oven to cooling racks in a matter of minutes. The cooling process was critical to the final quality of the bread. Loaves that were wrapped or stored while still hot would develop soggy crusts as trapped steam condensed inside their coverings. But bread that cooled too slowly might develop off flavors or lose its optimal texture. Master Godwin had developed a system of cooling racks that allowed air to circulate around the loaves while protecting them from dust and insects. As the first customers of the day began to arrive, Aldrich observed the complex social interactions that were as much a part of the bakery's business as the actual bread making. Each customer had their preferences and requirements, their particular needs and economic circumstances. Master Godwin knew them all, remembering who preferred their bread well done and who liked it lighter, who could afford white bread, and who needed the most economical options available. Mistress Eleanor, the wife of the village's most prosperous merchant, arrived first, as she did most mornings. She purchased 2 white loaves and a selection of sweet rolls, paying with silver coins that she counted out carefully from a leather purse. Her purchases reflected her family's status and prosperity, but also their genuine appreciation for quality baking. Master Godwin always ensured that her bread was among the finest he produced, understanding that satisfied, wealthy customers were essential to his business's success. Next came Master William the carpenter, still covered with sawdust from his early morning work. He purchased brown bread for his family, practical loaves that would provide substantial nutrition for people engaged in physical labor. His conversation with Master Godwin covered not just the bread purchase, but also village news, weather conditions, and mutual concerns about business and family. The bakery served as an informal community center, a place where information was exchanged and relationships maintained. A group of laborers arrived together, pooling their coins to purchase barley bread that they would share for their midday meal. These men worked for daily wages when work was available, and every penny had to be carefully considered. Master Godwin treated them with the same respect he showed his wealthiest customers, understanding that their business was just as important to his success, even if individual purchases were smaller. Aldrich watched these interactions carefully, learning not just about customer service, but about the complex social dynamics that governed medieval village life. Each transaction was embedded in a web of relationships and obligations that extended far beyond the simple exchange of money for bread. Customers were neighbors, fellow parishioners, potential allies in times of trouble. Maintaining good relationships with all of them was essential for long-term business success. The morning rush continued for several hours, with customers arriving in waves as their daily routines brought them to the bakery. Housewives came to purchase bread for their families' meals. Servants from the larger households bought multiple loaves to feed their employers and fellow workers. Travelers passing through the village stopped to purchase provisions for their journeys. Each customer presented different challenges and opportunities. Some were regular patrons whose preferences were well known, and whose business could be counted on day after day. Others were occasional customers who might be won over by exceptional service or lost through indifferent treatment. Still, others were strangers whose needs had to be quickly assessed and met despite the lack of prior relationship. Master Godwin handled each interaction with practiced skill, adjusting his approach to match the customer's personality and circumstances. With wealthy customers, he emphasized quality and craftsmanship, highlighting the superior ingredients and techniques that justified higher prices. With working families, he focused on value and nutrition, explaining how his bread would provide the energy needed for demanding physical labor. With strangers, he offered samples and explanations, helping them understand the options available and find products that met their specific needs. As the morning wore on, Aldrich found himself taking on more responsibility for customer interactions. Master Godwin gradually allowed him to handle routine transactions, observing carefully to ensure that he maintained appropriate standards of service and courtesy. These interactions were an important part of his education, teaching him skills that would be essential if he ever hoped to become a master baker himself. The work was demanding, requiring constant attention to multiple tasks simultaneously. While serving customers, they also had to monitor the ovens, prepare new batches of dough, and maintain the complex schedule that ensured fresh bread was available throughout the day. The pace was relentless, with little time for rest or reflection during the busy morning hours. But there was satisfaction in the work as well. Each perfectly baked loaf represented a small triumph, a successful completion of the complex process that transformed simple ingredients into something essential and beautiful. The appreciation of customers expressed through their continued patronage and occasional compliments provided validation that the work was valued and important. As the morning rush began to subside, Master Godwin took a moment to assess the day's progress. The first batches had sold well, with customer response indicating that quality remained high. Inventory levels were appropriate for the time of day, with sufficient bread remaining to meet anticipated afternoon demand without excessive waste. The ovens were functioning properly, maintaining consistent temperatures and producing even baking results. "You're learning well," he told Aldrich as they worked together to prepare the next batch of dough. "Your kneading technique has improved significantly, and I've noticed that you're beginning to develop the instincts needed to judge dough readiness. Customer service is also progressing. You're learning to read people's needs and respond appropriately." The praise was meaningful because it was earned and specific. Master Godwin was not given to empty compliments, but he understood the importance of acknowledging progress and encouraging continued effort. Apprenticeship was a long process, requiring sustained motivation and commitment from both master and student. Recognition of achievement, even incremental improvement, helped maintain the positive relationship that was essential for successful learning. As they worked, Master Godwin continued to share the accumulated wisdom of his craft. He explained how different weather conditions affected yeast activity and dough behavior. He described the subtle signs that indicated when ovens were at optimal temperature for different types of baking. He shared techniques for troubleshooting common problems and strategies for maintaining consistent quality despite changing conditions. This knowledge transfer was one of the most valuable aspects of the apprenticeship system. The techniques and insights that Master Godwin shared had been developed over decades of experience, refined through countless trials and errors, and tested under every conceivable condition. They represented a form of intellectual property that was far more valuable than any written manual or formal instruction could provide. The apprenticeship system also served broader social functions beyond simple skill transfer. It provided a pathway for young people to advance economically and socially, moving from their family's circumstances to potentially greater prosperity and status. It ensured the continuity of essential crafts and trades, passing knowledge from one generation to the next. It created networks of professional relationships that could provide support and opportunities throughout a craftsman's career. For Aldrich, the apprenticeship represented hope for a future that would be more secure and prosperous than what his family's circumstances might otherwise have provided. His father's work as a wool carder was honest and necessary, but it offered limited opportunities for advancement. The baking trade, by contrast, provided the possibility of eventually owning his own business, employing apprentices of his own, and achieving the kind of economic independence that was the dream of every medieval craftsman. But that future was still years away. The apprenticeship would continue for 6.5 more years, during which Aldrich would gradually take on greater responsibilities and master increasingly complex aspects of the trade. After completing his apprenticeship, he would become a journeyman, working for wages while continuing to develop his skills and accumulate the capital needed to establish his own business. Only then, if he proved successful, would he be eligible to become a master baker himself. The path was long and demanding, but it was also clearly defined and achievable for those willing to commit themselves fully to the process. Medieval society, for all its limitations and inequalities, provided structured opportunities for advancement based on skill, dedication, and character. The apprenticeship system was one of the most important of these opportunities, offering young people a chance to rise above their birth circumstances through their own efforts and abilities. As the afternoon approached, the bakery's rhythm began to shift. The morning rush was over, but there would be another wave of customers in the evening as people purchased bread for their suppers. This provided time for more detailed instruction, for practicing techniques that required careful attention, for discussing the theoretical aspects of the craft that were as important as practical skills. Master Godwin used these quieter periods to teach Aldrich about ingredient selection, explaining how to evaluate flour quality, how to test yeast viability, how to judge the purity of salt and other additives. He demonstrated advanced techniques like creating decorative braids and shaping specialty breads for holidays and celebrations. He shared business knowledge about pricing strategies, customer relations, and the economic factors that influenced the baking trade. These lessons were invaluable preparation for the challenges that lay ahead. A successful baker needed to be more than just a skilled craftsman. He had to be a businessman, a customer service expert, a quality control manager, and a community leader all rolled into one. The complexity of the role required years of preparation and a broad range of skills that extended far beyond the basic ability to bake bread. As the day progressed, Aldrich found himself thinking about the future with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. The path ahead was clear but challenging, offering the possibility of success but guaranteeing nothing except hard work and constant learning. He was grateful for the opportunity that his apprenticeship represented, understanding that not every young person in medieval England had access to such structured pathways for advancement. The afternoon light streaming through the bakery's windows was beginning to take on the golden quality that marked the approach of evening. Soon it would be time to prepare for the day's final baking, to serve the customers who would arrive seeking bread for their evening meals, to begin the process of cleaning and organizing that would prepare the bakery for another day of work. But for now, in this quiet moment between the day's major activities, Aldrich allowed himself to appreciate the simple satisfaction of work well done, of skills gradually mastered, of a future that seemed both challenging and full of possibility. He was learning not just to bake bread, but to be a craftsman, a businessman, a contributing member of his community. The lessons were sometimes difficult, the work always demanding, but the rewards, both immediate and long-term, made every effort worthwhile. The smell of baking bread continued to fill the air, a constant reminder of the essential nature of the work being done within these stone walls. It was honest work, necessary work that fed people and brought communities together around one of humanity's most basic and enduring needs. In learning to do this work well, Aldrich was not just preparing for his own future. He was taking his place in a tradition that stretched back to the dawn of civilization and would continue long after he was gone. In the patient rhythm of kneading dough and tending ovens, we find something timeless and deeply satisfying. The transformation of simple ingredients into sustenance, the careful attention to craft and quality, the gradual mastery of skills that serve essential human needs. These are the foundations upon which meaningful work has always been built. As we settle into rest, perhaps we can carry with us some of Aldrich's quiet satisfaction in work well done, in skills carefully learned, in a future shaped by dedication and hope. Part 4. The Rhythm of Days. The weeks that followed settled into a pattern as regular and comforting as the sound of Master Godwin's kneading, a rhythm that seemed to echo the very heartbeat of medieval life itself. Autumn was deepening across the English countryside, painting the world in shades of amber and rust. And with each passing day, Aldrich felt himself growing more deeply rooted in the ancient craft that was slowly becoming as natural to him as breathing. The mornings began before dawn, as they always had, but now Aldrich woke not to the gentle stirring of his family in their shared bed, but to an internal clock that had been calibrated by months of early rising. His body had learned to anticipate the moment when sleep must give way to responsibility, when the warm cocoon of family life must be exchanged for the demanding world of work and learning. The walk to the bakery had become a meditation. a time when the village revealed its secrets to those who moved through its streets in the quiet hours before most people stirred. Aldrich had learned to read the signs that told him what kind of day lay ahead. The way mist clung to the rooftops spoke of humidity that would affect how dough behaved. The direction of the wind carried information about weather changes that might influence customer patterns. The quality of light filtering through the morning air hinted at whether the day would be busy or slow. Master Godwin had begun to trust him with greater responsibilities, allowing him to handle entire batches of bread from mixing to final baking. The trust was earned through months of careful attention and gradual improvement, through mistakes acknowledged and lessons absorbed. Aldrich's hands had developed the sensitivity that distinguished skilled craftsmen from mere workers. He could judge dough texture by touch, assess oven temperature by the feel of air near the opening, determine bread doneness by the sound it made when tapped. The seasonal changes brought new challenges and opportunities. As the weather grew cooler, the bakery became a gathering place for villagers seeking warmth along with their daily bread. Conversations lingered longer, and Master Godwin encouraged this social function, understanding that the bakery's role as a community center was as important as its function as a food provider. These extended interactions gave Aldrich more opportunities to observe and participate in the complex web of relationships that bound the village together. The approaching winter also meant changes in the types of bread that customers demanded. Heartier, denser loaves that would provide more calories and stay fresh longer became increasingly popular. Master Godwin began teaching Aldrich the techniques for baking these winter breads, showing him how to adjust recipes and baking times to create products that met the changing needs of their customers. Winter baking is different from summer baking, Master Godwin explained as they worked together on a batch of dense, dark bread made from a mixture of wheat and rye flour. People need food that will sustain them through long, cold days of hard work. They need bread that will keep well when fresh supplies might be difficult to obtain. We must adapt our craft to serve these needs. This adaptability was one of the most important lessons Aldrich was learning. Medieval craftsmen couldn't rely on standardized ingredients or controlled environments. They had to work with whatever materials were available, adjusting their techniques to accommodate seasonal variations, weather changes, and fluctuations in supply quality. Success required not just technical skill, but also flexibility, creativity, and deep understanding of the broader context in which their work took place. The harvest season had brought an abundance of grain to the village, but Master Godwin was already thinking ahead to the leaner months that would follow. He was carefully managing his inventory, purchasing and storing flour when prices were low, calculating how much would be needed to carry the business through the winter when supplies might become scarce or expensive. These business considerations were as important as baking skills, and Aldrich was gradually learning to think like an entrepreneur as well as a craftsman. The social dynamics of the bakery continued to fascinate and educate him. Each customer represented a different aspect of village life, a different set of needs and circumstances that had to be understood and addressed. Wealthy merchants required not just high-quality bread, but also the kind of respectful service that acknowledged their status. Working families needed good value and reliable supply, bread that would provide maximum nutrition for their limited budgets. The poor required compassion and flexibility, understanding that their circumstances might sometimes make it difficult to pay immediately for essential food. Master Godwin handled these varying demands with skill that came from years of experience and genuine care for his community. He extended credit to families going through difficult times, knowing that their loyalty would be repaid when circumstances improved. He provided employment for village women who needed to earn money for their families, hiring them to help with cleaning and simple preparation tasks. He donated day-old bread to the church for distribution to the truly destitute, understanding that his prosperity was connected to the well-being of the entire community. These lessons in social responsibility were as important as technical training. Medieval craftsmen were not isolated entrepreneurs, but integral parts of their communities, with obligations that extended beyond simple commercial transactions. A successful baker was expected to contribute to the social fabric of the village, to use his prosperity and influence for the benefit of others, to demonstrate the kind of character that justified the trust and respect that his position required. Aldrich was also learning about the broader economic forces that shaped their world. The price of grain fluctuated based on weather conditions, political events, and trade relationships that extended far beyond their small village. Wars could disrupt supply chains, causing shortages and price increases that affected everyone from the wealthiest merchants to the poorest laborers. Good harvests in distant regions could flood local markets with cheap grain, forcing bakers to adjust their pricing strategies to remain competitive. Understanding these larger patterns was essential for long-term success. Master Godwin subscribed to a network of informal communication that kept him informed about conditions throughout the region. Traveling merchants brought news of grain prices in other markets. Fellow bakers shared information about supply sources and business strategies. The church provided intelligence about political developments that might affect trade and commerce. This information network was one of the most valuable resources available to medieval businessmen. In a world without newspapers, radio, or other mass communication systems, success often depended on access to timely and accurate information. Those who could anticipate changes in market conditions, political situations, or social trends had significant advantages over competitors who relied only on local knowledge. As autumn progressed toward winter, the rhythm of work in the bakery began to shift. The shorter days meant that artificial lighting became more important, and Master Godwin invested in additional candles and oil lamps to extend productive working hours. The colder weather required more fuel for the ovens, as heat was lost more quickly to the surrounding environment. Customer patterns changed as people adapted their daily routines to accommodate the seasonal changes. These adaptations required constant attention and adjustment. Recipes that worked perfectly in summer might need modification for winter conditions. Baking schedules that were efficient in long summer days might be impractical when daylight was limited. Customer service approaches that were appropriate for leisurely summer mornings might need to be streamlined for the more hurried interactions of cold winter days. Aldrich found himself taking on more responsibility for these adaptations, as Master Godwin gradually increased his independence and decision-making authority. He was learning to think strategically about the business, to anticipate problems before they occurred, to develop solutions that balanced quality, efficiency, and customer satisfaction. These higher-level skills distinguished master craftsmen from journeymen and apprentices, and their development marked important milestones in his professional growth. The relationship between master and apprentice was also evolving. The initial period of basic instruction and close supervision was giving way to a more collaborative partnership, with Aldrich contributing ideas and insights based on his growing experience and understanding. Master Godwin encouraged this development, recognizing that the best apprentices were those who eventually became thinking partners, rather than simply skilled followers of instructions. You are beginning to understand the craft, not just the techniques, Master Godwin observed one morning as they worked together on a complex batch of holiday bread. You're learning to see the whole process, to understand how each step affects the final result, to anticipate problems and adjust accordingly. This is what separates true bakers from people who simply follow recipes. The praise was meaningful because it acknowledged growth in areas that went beyond simple technical competence. Aldrich was developing the kind of comprehensive understanding that would eventually allow him to innovate, to solve new problems, to adapt the ancient craft to changing circumstances and requirements. This deeper knowledge was what justified the years of apprenticeship and what would eventually qualify him for master status. The approaching winter also brought changes in family life. The shorter days and colder weather meant that more time was spent indoors, creating opportunities for extended conversations and shared activities that were less common during the busy summer months. Aldrich found himself participating more fully in family discussions about plans, problems, and dreams for the future. His parents were proud of his progress in the apprenticeship, but they also worried about the challenges that lay ahead. The path from apprentice to journeyman to master was long and uncertain, with no guarantees of success despite years of hard work and dedication. They wanted to support his ambitions, while also preparing him for the possibility that circumstances might require different choices. Learning a trade is important, his father Edmund explained during one of their evening conversations. But it's also important to understand that life doesn't always follow the plans we make. You must be prepared to adapt, to find new opportunities when old ones don't work out, to use your skills in ways you might not have originally intended. This advice reflected the pragmatic wisdom that working people had developed over generations of dealing with uncertainty and change. Medieval life was unpredictable, subject to forces beyond individual control: wars, plagues, famines, economic disruptions that could destroy the best-laid plans in a matter of days or weeks. Survival required not just skill and dedication, but also flexibility, resilience, and the ability to find opportunity even in difficult circumstances. Aldrich was beginning to understand these realities, to appreciate the complexity of the adult world he was preparing to enter. The apprenticeship was teaching him not just how to bake bread, but how to navigate the challenges of medieval life, how to build relationships that would sustain him through difficult times, how to balance ambition with realism, hope with practical preparation. The village itself was changing as winter approached. The harvest was complete, and farmers were turning their attention to preparation for the cold months ahead. Animals were being slaughtered and preserved. Grain was being stored in barns and granaries. Firewood was being cut and stacked. The pace of life was slowing from the frantic activity of summer and early autumn to the more contemplative rhythm of winter. These seasonal changes created opportunities for different kinds of learning and growth. With less agricultural work available, young people had more time for education and skill development. Master craftsmen took on additional apprentices, knowing that winter provided ideal conditions for intensive instruction. The longer evenings created opportunities for storytelling, music, and other cultural activities that enriched community life. Aldrich found himself participating more fully in these winter activities. He attended evening gatherings where older villagers shared stories and songs that preserved the community's history and traditions. He joined groups of young people who met to practice music, learn new skills, or simply enjoy each other's company during the long, dark evenings. These social connections were as important as professional relationships. creating the networks of friendship and mutual support that would sustain him throughout his life. The approach of winter also brought religious observances that marked important transitions in the medieval calendar. The feast of All Saints and All Souls reminded everyone of their connections to those who had died, while the approaching season of Advent prepared the community for the celebration of Christmas. These religious observances were not separate from daily life, but deeply integrated into the rhythm of work, family, and community activities. Master Godwin was particularly busy during these religious seasons, as the bakery was called upon to provide special breads and pastries for church celebrations and family feasts. These specialty items required advanced techniques and expensive ingredients, but they also provided opportunities for higher profits and enhanced reputation. Aldrich was learning to prepare these special products, mastering the complex skills needed to create the elaborate breads that marked important occasions. The work was challenging but rewarding, requiring not just technical skill but also artistic sensibility. Holiday breads were often decorated with intricate patterns, shaped into symbolic forms, or flavored with exotic spices that transformed simple ingredients into something truly special. Creating these products successfully required understanding not just of baking techniques, but also of cultural traditions, religious symbolism, and aesthetic principles. As the weeks passed, Aldrich could feel himself changing in fundamental ways. His hands were becoming stronger and more skilled, capable of the sustained physical effort that professional baking required. His understanding of the craft was deepening, moving beyond simple technique to encompass the broader knowledge that distinguished master craftsmen. His confidence was growing, based on accumulated successes and the recognition of his progress by Master Godwin and others in the community. But perhaps most importantly, he was developing the kind of mature perspective that would serve him well in adult life. He was learning to balance immediate desires with long-term goals, to understand the importance of reputation and relationships, to appreciate the value of steady, consistent effort over dramatic gestures. These lessons would serve him well regardless of what path his life eventually took. The bakery had become more than just a workplace. It was a school for life, a place where he was learning not just professional skills, but also the broader competencies needed for success in medieval society. The relationships he was building, the reputation he was establishing, the knowledge he was acquiring. All of these would serve as foundations for whatever future he eventually chose to pursue. As winter settled over the village of Millbrook, bringing with it the quiet contemplation that marked the season, Aldrich found himself looking forward with anticipation rather than anxiety. The challenges ahead were real and significant, but he was developing the skills and knowledge needed to meet them successfully. The path from apprentice to master was long, but each day brought new learning, new growth, new reasons for confidence in his eventual success. The rhythm of days continued, marked by the familiar sounds of kneading and baking, the comfortable routines of work and learning, the gradual accumulation of skill and understanding that would eventually transform him from student to master. It was a good rhythm, a sustainable pattern that connected him to generations of craftsmen who had walked the same path before him and would continue to walk it long after he was gone. In the warm glow of the bakery's ovens, surrounded by the aromas of baking bread and the quiet satisfaction of work well done, Aldrich was discovering not just his profession, but himself, his capabilities, his values, his place in the larger tapestry of medieval life. It was a discovery that would continue for years to come, but already he could sense the shape of the man he was becoming, the craftsman and citizen he would eventually be. In the steady rhythm of seasons and the patient accumulation of skill, we find something deeply reassuring about the human capacity for growth and adaptation. The young apprentice learning his craft, the master craftsman sharing his knowledge, the community supporting both in their efforts. These are timeless patterns that speak to our fundamental need for purpose, connection, and the satisfaction that comes from work well done. As we drift towards sleep, perhaps we can carry with us some of that steady confidence, that quiet assurance that comes from knowing our place in the world and walking steadily toward our chosen future. Part 5. The deepening cold winter arrived in Millbrook, not with a single dramatic storm, but with the gradual accumulation of small changes that transformed the familiar landscape into something altogether different. The mornings grew darker, requiring Aldrich to navigate the village streets by the pale light of stars and the occasional flicker of candles in windows where other early risers prepared for their day. The cobblestones beneath his feet became treacherous with frost that painted intricate patterns across their surfaces, beautiful but dangerous for anyone who walked without careful attention. The bakery, which had been pleasantly warm during the autumn months, now became a blessed sanctuary against the bitter cold that seemed to seep through every crack and crevice in the village buildings. The massive stone ovens that had once provided comfortable background heat now became the focal point of survival, their radiant warmth creating zones of comfort that extended only a few feet from their openings before giving way to the relentless chill that characterized medieval winters. Master Godwin had warned Aldrich about the challenges that winter would bring to their craft, but experiencing them firsthand was different from simply hearing about them. The cold affected everything: the way dough behaved, the time required for rising, the amount of fuel needed to maintain proper oven temperatures, even the way customers moved through the village and planned their daily routines. What had seemed like minor adjustments in theory became major adaptations in practice. The dough, which had been cooperative and predictable during the warmer months, now seemed to have developed a mind of its own. Yeast activity slowed dramatically in the cold air, requiring longer rising times and more careful temperature management. Master Godwin had to adjust his schedule, beginning preparations even earlier in the morning to ensure that bread would be ready when customers expected it. The learning curve was steep for Aldrich, who had to recalibrate his understanding of timing and technique to accommodate these seasonal changes. Winter baking is like learning the craft all over again, Master Godwin explained as they worked together in the pre-dawn darkness, their breath visible in small puffs as they moved between the warm zones near the ovens and the colder areas of the bakery. Everything you think you know about timing and temperature has to be reconsidered. The cold is not just an inconvenience. It's a fundamental factor that affects every aspect of what we do. The fuel requirements for the ovens had increased dramatically, requiring more wood to achieve and maintain the temperatures necessary for proper baking. Master Godwin had spent much of the autumn accumulating stores of seasoned hardwood, but even his careful preparations were being tested by the severity of the cold. The wood had to be brought inside well before use, allowing it to warm to room temperature so that it would burn efficiently and produce the consistent heat that quality baking required. The process of heating the ovens became more complex and time-consuming. In summer, a relatively small fire could bring the stone chambers to baking temperature within an hour or two. Now, the same process required much more fuel and significantly more time, as the cold stone walls absorbed heat more slowly and lost it more quickly to the frigid air outside. Master Godwin had to begin the heating process in the middle of the night to ensure that the ovens would be ready for the morning's first batch of bread. Aldrich found himself taking on greater responsibility for this crucial task. Learning to judge not just when the ovens had reached proper temperature, but also how to maintain that temperature despite the heat-stealing effects of the winter air. It was delicate work that required constant attention and frequent adjustments, as even small variations in fuel quality or placement could affect the entire baking process. The customers who came to the bakery during these cold months were different from their summer counterparts. They moved more quickly, seeking to minimize their exposure to the bitter air. Their clothing was heavier and more cumbersome, making it more difficult for them to handle their purchases. Their needs had changed as well. They wanted bread that would provide maximum nutrition and stay fresh longer, as trips to the bakery became less frequent when weather was particularly harsh. Master Godwin had anticipated these changing needs, adjusting his product mix to emphasize the heartier, denser breads that winter customers preferred. These breads required different techniques and longer baking times, but they also commanded higher prices and provided better profit margins. The challenge was producing them consistently despite the difficult working conditions that winter imposed. The social dynamics of the bakery also shifted during the winter months. The building became a gathering place for villagers seeking warmth and human contact during the long, dark days. Conversations that might have been brief during busier seasons now extended into lengthy discussions about weather, family news, and plans for surviving the remaining months until spring. Master Godwin encouraged these social interactions, understanding that the bakery's role as a community center was especially important during the isolating winter months. Aldrich found himself participating more actively in these conversations, as his growing competence in the craft earned him recognition as someone whose opinions were worth hearing. The villagers had watched his progress over the months, noting his increasing skill and reliability. Their acceptance of him as a contributing member of the community was a source of pride and motivation, encouraging him to continue working toward the mastery that would eventually qualify him for full membership in the Guild of Bakers. The guild itself played a more prominent role during the winter months, as the reduced pace of agricultural work allowed craftsmen more time for professional activities. Guild meetings became more frequent and more elaborate, providing opportunities for masters to share techniques, discuss business strategies, and address common challenges. Aldrich was not yet eligible to attend these meetings, but Master Godwin shared what he learned, gradually introducing his apprentice to the professional networks that would be crucial for his future success. The Guild is more than just a professional organization, Master Godwin explained after returning from one of these winter meetings. It's a brotherhood of craftsmen who support each other through difficult times and share knowledge that benefits everyone. When you eventually become a master yourself, you'll understand how important these relationships are for both business success and personal satisfaction. The concept of professional brotherhood was new to Aldrich, whose previous experience had been limited to family relationships and the informal connections of village life. The idea that craftsmen in different towns and regions might share knowledge, provide mutual support, and work together for common goals opened his eyes to possibilities he had never considered. The apprenticeship was not just preparing him for a career in baking, it was introducing him to a larger world of professional relationships and opportunities. The winter months also brought changes in family life that affected Aldrich's daily routine and personal development. The shorter days and colder weather meant that more time was spent indoors, creating opportunities for extended conversations and shared activities that were less common during the busy summer months. The family gathered around their fire pit in the evenings, sharing stories, working on handicrafts, and planning for the year ahead. These family gatherings provided Aldrich with different kinds of learning opportunities. His father, Edmund, shared stories about his own apprenticeship and early career, providing insights into the challenges and rewards of mastering a craft. His mother, Gwyneth, taught him practical skills like basic sewing and household management, knowledge that would be valuable when he eventually established his own household. His siblings looked up to him as someone who was successfully navigating the transition from childhood to adulthood, seeking his advice and guidance on their own developing interests and ambitions. The conversations around the family fire also touched on broader topics: politics, religion, social changes that were affecting their world. Aldrich was beginning to understand that his craft existed within larger contexts, that the success of individual bakers depended on economic conditions, political stability, and social trends that extended far beyond their local community. This broader perspective was essential for anyone who hoped to achieve long-term success in medieval commerce. The religious observances of winter provided additional opportunities for learning and growth. The season of Advent, with its emphasis on preparation and anticipation, seemed particularly relevant to Aldrich's situation as he prepared for his eventual transition from apprentice to journeyman. The Christmas celebrations brought special orders for elaborate breads and pastries, challenging him to master new techniques and work with expensive ingredients that required exceptional care and skill. The Feast of Epiphany, marking the end of the Christmas season, was traditionally a time for making resolutions and setting goals for the year ahead. Aldrich found himself thinking seriously about his progress and his plans for continued development. He had accomplished much during his first year of apprenticeship, but he was also aware of how much he still needed to learn. The path ahead was long and challenging, but he was beginning to feel confident that he had the skills and determination necessary for eventual success. The harsh weather also created opportunities for different kinds of learning. When outdoor work was impossible due to storms or extreme cold, Master Godwin used the time for intensive instruction in theoretical aspects of the craft. They discussed the science behind fermentation, the chemistry of gluten development, the physics of heat transfer in ovens. This theoretical knowledge complemented the practical skills Aldrich was developing, providing him with a deeper understanding of why certain techniques worked and how they might be modified for different circumstances. Understanding the principles behind the techniques makes you a better craftsman, Master Godwin explained during one of these theoretical sessions. When you know why something works, you can adapt it to new situations, solve problems that you've never encountered before, and even develop innovations that improve upon traditional methods. This is what separates masters from mere technicians. The winter months also brought news from the outside world, carried by the hardy merchants and travelers who continued to move between towns despite the difficult conditions. There were reports of political developments that might affect trade, news of technological innovations being developed in other regions, stories of successful craftsmen who had built thriving businesses through skill and determination. This information helped Aldrich understand that his local apprenticeship was part of a larger world of opportunity and challenge. One particularly significant piece of news concerned changes in guild regulations that would affect future apprentices. The requirements for advancement were being modified to emphasize not just technical skills, but also business knowledge and community involvement. This information influenced Master Godwin's instruction, leading him to place greater emphasis on the commercial and social aspects of the baking trade. The world is changing, Master Godwin observed, and successful craftsmen must change with it. It's no longer enough to simply master the technical aspects of a trade. You must also understand business, maintain good relationships with customers and suppliers, and contribute positively to your community. These broader skills are becoming just as important as the ability to bake good bread. This evolving understanding of what it meant to be a successful craftsman influenced Aldrich's approach to his apprenticeship. He began paying more attention to the business aspects of the bakery's operations, learning about inventory management, pricing strategies, and customer relations. He also became more involved in community activities, understanding that his reputation as a person was just as important as his reputation as a baker. The physical demands of winter baking were considerable, requiring strength, endurance, and tolerance for extreme temperature variations. Moving between the intense heat near the ovens and the bitter cold of the rest of the bakery created thermal stress that was both uncomfortable and potentially dangerous. Aldrich had to learn to dress in layers that could be quickly added or removed as his work took him between different temperature zones. The work itself was more demanding during winter months. Dough that was stiff from cold required more effort to knead properly. Fuel had to be carried from storage areas to the ovens more frequently, as the cold increased consumption rates. The ovens required more frequent attention to maintain proper temperatures, interrupting other work and requiring constant vigilance. But there were compensations as well. The winter months provided opportunities for mastering advanced techniques that were less practical during busier seasons. With fewer customers and more time for careful instruction, Master Godwin could teach complex procedures that required sustained attention and multiple attempts to master. Aldrich found himself learning to create elaborate decorative breads, mastering the intricate braiding techniques that marked special occasion baking, and developing the artistic skills that distinguished the finest craftsmen. The quality of light during winter months also affected the work in subtle but important ways. The shorter days meant that much of the work had to be done by candlelight or lamplight, requiring adjustments in technique and timing. The artificial light created different shadows and made it more difficult to judge the color changes that indicated proper baking. Master Godwin taught Aldrich to rely more heavily on other senses, touch, smell, and hearing, to compensate for the limitations of winter lighting. A good baker learns to use all his senses, Master Godwin explained as they worked by lamplight during a particularly dark winter morning. Your eyes are important, but your hands can tell you about dough texture. Your nose can detect the aromas that indicate proper fermentation. Your ears can hear the sounds that tell you when bread is properly baked. Winter teaches you to develop these other senses, making you a more complete craftsman. The social isolation that winter imposed on the village created both challenges and opportunities. With fewer travelers and less communication with the outside world, the community became more self-reliant and internally focused. This created opportunities for deeper relationships and more intensive learning, but it also meant that problems had to be solved with local resources and knowledge. Aldrich found himself becoming more involved in community problem-solving, as his growing skills and knowledge made him a valuable resource for addressing various challenges. When a neighbor's oven developed problems, he was called upon to help diagnose and repair the issue. When families needed advice about preserving bread during extended cold spells, his expertise was sought and valued. These experiences taught him about the responsibilities that came with professional competence and community membership. The approach of spring, still months away but beginning to be anticipated in conversations and planning, provided motivation for continued effort and improvement. Master Godwin began discussing the goals they would work toward during the coming year. The new techniques Aldrich would master, the increased responsibilities he would assume. The winter months were not just about surviving difficult conditions. They were about preparing for future opportunities and challenges. As the days slowly began to lengthen, almost imperceptibly at first, there was a sense of anticipation in the air. The worst of winter was still ahead, but the promise of eventual spring provided hope and motivation. Aldrich found himself looking forward not just to warmer weather, but to the next phase of his apprenticeship, the continued development of his skills, and the gradual approach of the independence that would eventually be his. The rhythm of winter work had become familiar and comfortable, despite its challenges. The early morning heating of ovens, the careful management of dough in cold conditions, the extended conversations with customers seeking warmth and companionship. All of these had become part of a routine that was demanding but satisfying. Aldrich was learning that mastery of a craft involved not just technical skills, but also the ability to adapt to changing conditions, to find satisfaction in routine work, and to maintain quality standards despite external challenges. The winter months were teaching him patience, persistence, and the value of steady, consistent effort. These were lessons that would serve him well throughout his career, regardless of what specific path his life eventually took. The ability to work effectively under difficult conditions, to maintain standards when circumstances were challenging, to find satisfaction in daily routine. These were the characteristics that distinguished successful craftsmen from those who merely possessed technical skills. As the winter deepened and the challenges intensified, Aldrich found himself growing stronger, more confident, and more committed to his chosen path. The difficulties were real and significant, but they were also opportunities for growth and development. Each challenge overcome, each new skill mastered, each problem solved successfully added to his confidence and competence. The bakery had become more than just a workplace. It was a school for life, a place where he was learning not just professional skills, but also the broader competencies needed for success in adult life, the relationships he was building, the reputation he was establishing, the knowledge he was acquiring. All of these would serve as foundations for whatever future he eventually chose to pursue. In the warm glow of the ovens, surrounded by the familiar aromas of baking bread and the quiet satisfaction of work well done, Aldrich was discovering not just his profession, but himself. The winter months were revealing his capacity for persistence, his ability to adapt to challenging conditions, his growing understanding of what it meant to be a skilled craftsman and a contributing member of his community. The path ahead was still long and uncertain, but each day brought new learning, new growth, new reasons for confidence in his eventual success. The rhythm of winter days continued, marked by the familiar sounds of work and learning, the gradual accumulation of skill and understanding that would eventually transform him from student to master. It was a good rhythm, a sustainable pattern that connected him to generations of craftsmen who had walked the same path before him and would continue to walk it long after he was gone. In the depths of winter, when the world seems frozen and progress feels impossible, we find that growth continues in ways both subtle and profound. The young apprentice learning to work in difficult conditions, the master craftsman adapting his techniques to meet seasonal challenges, the community drawing together for mutual support and warmth. These are the patterns that have sustained human civilization through countless winters. As we settle into our own rest, perhaps we can find comfort in this knowledge, in the understanding that even the darkest seasons serve purposes we may not immediately recognize, preparing us for springs that will surely come. Part 6. The Lessons of Ice and Fire. February arrived with a fury that seemed to shake the very foundations of Millbrook, bringing with it the kind of bitter cold that made even the hardiest villagers question their ancestors' wisdom in settling so far north. The wind howled through the narrow streets like a living thing, seeking every gap in wall and roof, every weakness in the defenses that medieval builders had constructed against winter's assault. Ice formed in fantastic sculptures on the eaves of houses, beautiful but treacherous formations that could crash down without warning, threatening anyone unfortunate enough to be walking beneath them. For Aldrich, these were the weeks that would test everything he had learned about his craft and about himself. The bakery, which had been a refuge during the earlier, milder weeks of winter, now became a fortress under siege. Its massive stone walls and roaring ovens, the only things standing between the village and the kind of hunger that could kill as surely as any sword or plague. The responsibility was enormous, and for the first time since beginning his apprenticeship, Aldrich truly understood the weight that rested on the shoulders of those who fed their communities. The ovens, which had required careful management during the autumn and early winter, now demanded constant attention and enormous amounts of fuel to maintain the temperatures necessary for baking. Master Godwin had stockpiled wood throughout the previous year, but even his careful preparations were being tested by the severity of the cold. The stone walls that normally retained heat so efficiently now seemed to drink it up like thirsty earth absorbing rain, requiring fires that burned day and night to keep the baking chambers at proper temperature. "This is when you learn what it really means to be a baker," Master Godwin said as they worked together in the pre-dawn darkness, feeding massive logs into the oven chambers while ice formed on the windows, and their breath created clouds that hung in the air like visible prayers. Anyone can bake bread when conditions are perfect. The true test comes when everything is working against you, when the cold wants to steal your heat, when the dough fights you at every step, when customers are depending on you and failure means people go hungry. The dough itself had become almost unrecognizable from the cooperative, predictable substance Aldrich had learned to work with during warmer months. The cold made it sluggish and resistant, requiring longer kneading times and more physical effort to develop properly. The yeast, stressed by the temperature extremes, worked slowly and unpredictably, sometimes failing entirely if the dough became too cold during the rising process. Every batch was a gamble, every loaf a small victory against the forces that seemed determined to prevent bread from being made at all. Aldrich's hands, which had grown strong and skilled over months of practice, now had to work harder than ever before. The cold made his fingers stiff and clumsy, while the constant movement between the intense heat near the ovens and the bitter cold of the rest of the bakery created a thermal stress that was both uncomfortable and exhausting. He learned to work with mittens when possible, removing them only when the finest manipulation was required, and to keep his hands moving constantly to maintain circulation and dexterity. The fuel consumption was staggering. Wood that might have lasted a week during summer was consumed in a day or two, requiring constant trips to the storage areas and careful rationing to ensure supplies would last until spring. Master Godwin had arranged for additional deliveries from woodcutters in the surrounding forests, but even these emergency supplies were expensive and sometimes delayed by weather conditions that made travel dangerous or impossible. The process of heating the ovens became an elaborate ritual that began in the middle of the night and continued through the early morning hours. The fires had to be built carefully, with attention to airflow and fuel placement that would ensure maximum efficiency. The stone chambers had to be preheated gradually to prevent cracking from thermal shock. The temperature had to be monitored constantly, as the cold air outside created convection currents that could quickly steal heat from the baking chambers. Aldrich found himself taking primary responsibility for this crucial task, working through the night hours to ensure that the ovens would be ready for the morning's baking. It was exhausting work that required both physical stamina and mental concentration, but it was also deeply satisfying. He was learning to read the subtle signs that indicated proper oven temperature, to judge by sound and smell, and the feel of air currents when conditions were right for baking. The customers who braved the bitter cold to reach the bakery were different from those who had come during milder weather. They moved quickly and purposefully, seeking to minimize their exposure to the elements. Their needs had changed as well. They wanted bread that would provide maximum nutrition and stay fresh as long as possible. As trips to the bakery became infrequent when weather was particularly severe. Master Godwin had anticipated these changing needs, developing recipes for dense, nutritious breads that could sustain families through extended periods when fresh supplies might not be available. These breads required different techniques and longer baking times, but they also commanded higher prices and provided better profit margins. The challenge was producing them consistently despite the difficult working conditions that the extreme cold imposed. The social dynamics of the bakery also shifted during these harsh weeks. The building became more than just a place of business. It became a lifeline for the community, a source of warmth and sustenance that could mean the difference between survival and disaster. Customers lingered longer, seeking not just bread, but also the human contact and warmth that the bakery provided. Conversations that might have been brief during normal times now extended into lengthy discussions about survival strategies, family welfare, and hopes for the eventual return of spring. Aldrich found himself playing a more active role in these social interactions, as his growing competence and reliability earned him recognition as someone whose opinions were worth hearing. The villagers had watched his development over the months, noting his increasing skill and dedication. Their acceptance of him as a contributing member of the community was both gratifying and sobering, as he realized that people were beginning to depend on him in ways that went beyond simple commercial transactions. The extreme weather also created opportunities for different kinds of learning. When conditions made it impossible for customers to reach the bakery, Master Godwin used the time for intensive instruction in advanced techniques and theoretical knowledge. They discussed the science behind fermentation in cold conditions, the physics of heat transfer in extreme temperatures, the chemistry of gluten development when dough was stressed by temperature variations. Understanding why things work the way they do becomes crucial when normal conditions don't apply. Master Godwin explained during one of these extended teaching sessions. When you know the principles behind the techniques, you can adapt them to circumstances that no one has taught you how to handle. This is what separates true masters from people who simply follow instructions. The theoretical knowledge was complemented by practical experiments that tested Aldrich's ability to adapt traditional techniques to extreme conditions. They tried different approaches to maintaining dough temperature, experimented with modified rising times, and developed new methods for managing oven heat when fuel was scarce or of poor quality. These experiments sometimes failed, resulting in wasted ingredients and disappointing results. But they also led to innovations that improved their ability to produce quality bread under challenging conditions. The physical demands of winter baking were enormous, requiring strength, endurance, and tolerance for extreme temperature variations that would have been unimaginable to Aldrich before he began his apprenticeship. The work was exhausting in ways that went beyond simple physical fatigue. It demanded mental concentration, emotional resilience, and a kind of stubborn determination that refused to accept defeat even when everything seemed to be working against success. But there were rewards as well. Each successfully baked batch of bread was a triumph against difficult odds. Each satisfied customer was validation that the effort and sacrifice were worthwhile. Each day that the bakery remained operational was a contribution to the community's survival that went far beyond commercial considerations. The extreme weather also brought news from the outside world that put their local challenges in perspective. Travelers who managed to reach Millbrook despite the difficult conditions brought reports of villages where bakeries had closed, communities where food shortages were becoming critical, regions where the combination of harsh weather and poor preparation had created genuine crises. These reports made Aldrich appreciate the wisdom of Master Godwin's careful planning and the importance of the work they were doing. "We have a responsibility that goes beyond making money," Master Godwin observed, after hearing particularly disturbing news from a neighboring village. "People depend on us for one of the most basic necessities of life. When we succeed, families are fed, and the community survives. When we fail, people suffer in ways that can't be easily remedied. This is both the burden and the honor of our craft." This understanding of social responsibility was one of the most important lessons Aldrich was learning during these difficult weeks. The apprenticeship was teaching him not just technical skills, but also the broader understanding of what it meant to be a craftsman whose work was essential to community welfare. The knowledge was both inspiring and sobering, encouraging him to work harder, while also making him aware of the weight of expectation that rested on his shoulders. The guild relationships that Master Godwin had cultivated over the years proved invaluable during this period of extreme weather. Fellow bakers in neighboring villages shared information about supply sources, techniques for cold weather baking, and strategies for maintaining operations when conditions were particularly challenging. This network of professional relationships provided both practical assistance and moral support that helped sustain them through the most difficult weeks. "The Guild is more than just a professional organization," Master Godwin explained after receiving helpful advice from a master baker in a distant town. "It's a brotherhood of craftsmen who understand the challenges we face and who are willing to share knowledge and resources to help each other succeed. When you eventually become a master yourself, you'll have obligations to support others just as we've been supported." The concept of professional mutual aid was new to Aldrich, whose previous experience had been limited to family and local community relationships. The idea that craftsmen separated by distance and competition might still work together for common benefit opened his eyes to possibilities he had never considered. The apprenticeship was not just preparing him for a career in baking, it was introducing him to a larger world of professional relationships and responsibilities. The religious observances that marked the winter season took on special significance during these weeks of extreme weather. The prayers for protection from the elements, the ceremonies asking for divine intervention in times of hardship, the communal gatherings that brought the village together for mutual support. All of these became more meaningful when survival itself seemed to hang in the balance. Aldrich found himself participating more actively in these religious observances, not just as a matter of social obligation, but as a genuine expression of gratitude for the protection and opportunities he had been given. The bakery's continued operation during the harsh weather seemed like a kind of miracle, a testament to divine providence as much as human skill and determination. The Feast of Candlemas, marking the midpoint of winter, was celebrated with special fervor as the community gathered to light candles and pray for the eventual return of spring. The symbolism of light conquering darkness seemed particularly relevant to their situation, surrounded as they were by the bitter cold and shortened days that characterized the worst of winter. The celebration provided hope and encouragement that sustained them through the remaining weeks of harsh weather. The extreme conditions also created opportunities for innovation and creativity that might not have emerged under normal circumstances. Faced with shortages of traditional ingredients, Master Godwin experimented with alternative recipes that used locally available materials. When fuel became scarce, they developed more efficient heating techniques that conserved wood while maintaining proper baking temperatures. When transportation became difficult, they created preservation methods that allowed bread to remain fresh longer. These innovations were not just practical solutions to immediate problems. They were also valuable additions to their professional knowledge that would serve them well in future situations. The ability to adapt and innovate under pressure was one of the most important skills a craftsman could possess, and the extreme weather was providing intensive training in these crucial competencies. As the weeks passed, and the worst of the weather began to show signs of moderating, Aldrich found himself looking back on the period with a mixture of exhaustion and pride. The challenges had been enormous, the demands almost overwhelming at times, but they had persevered. The bakery had remained operational, the community had been fed, and he had learned lessons about his craft and himself that could never have been acquired under normal conditions. The experience had changed him in fundamental ways. His confidence in his abilities had grown enormously, based not just on technical competence but on proven ability to perform under extreme pressure. His understanding of the social importance of his work had deepened, moving beyond simple commercial considerations to encompass genuine concern for community welfare. His appreciation for the knowledge and support of others had increased, as he had seen firsthand how crucial professional relationships could be during times of crisis. The physical demands of the work had also strengthened him in ways that went beyond simple muscle development. His endurance had increased dramatically, his tolerance for discomfort had grown, and his ability to maintain concentration under stress had improved significantly. These were qualities that would serve him well throughout his career, regardless of what specific challenges he might face in the future. Perhaps most importantly, he had learned that he possessed reserves of determination and resilience that he had never known existed. When everything seemed to be working against success, when the easy path would have been to give up or accept lower standards, he had found the strength to continue working toward excellence. This knowledge of his own capabilities was perhaps the most valuable lesson of all, providing a foundation of self-confidence that would sustain him through whatever challenges lay ahead. The extreme weather had also strengthened his relationship with Master Godwin, as they had worked together as partners rather than simply master and apprentice. The shared struggle against difficult conditions had created bonds of mutual respect and trust that went beyond the formal structure of the apprenticeship. Master Godwin had come to rely on Aldrich's contributions in ways that acknowledged his growing competence and maturity. "You've proven yourself during these difficult weeks," Master Godwin told him as they worked together to prepare for what they hoped would be the last of the severe weather. "You've shown that you can maintain quality standards under extreme pressure, that you can adapt to changing conditions, and that you understand the responsibilities that come with our craft. These are the qualities that distinguish true craftsmen from mere technicians." The praise was meaningful because it was earned through demonstrated performance under the most challenging conditions imaginable. Aldrich had not just learned techniques and acquired skills. He had proven his character, his dedication, and his ability to contribute meaningfully to work that was essential for community survival. As the first hints of spring began to appear, subtle changes in light and temperature that were barely perceptible but unmistakably real, there was a sense of anticipation and relief in the air. The worst of winter was passing, and with it the most severe tests of their endurance and skill. But the lessons learned during these difficult weeks would remain, forming part of the foundation of knowledge and experience that would serve Aldrich throughout his career. The rhythm of work was beginning to change as well, shifting from the crisis management that had characterized the worst weeks to a more sustainable pattern that looked ahead to the opportunities and challenges that spring would bring. There would be new lessons to learn, new skills to master, new responsibilities to assume. But the confidence gained during the winter months provided assurance that whatever lay ahead could be met with competence and determination. In the warm glow of the ovens, surrounded by the familiar aromas of baking bread and the quiet satisfaction of work well done under the most challenging conditions imaginable, Aldrich was discovering not just his professional capabilities, but his personal strength. The winter months had revealed his capacity for persistence under pressure, his ability to maintain standards when everything was working against success, his growing understanding of what it meant to be a skilled craftsman and a contributing member of his community. The path ahead was still long and uncertain, but each challenge overcome had added to his confidence and competence. The rhythm of winter days continued, marked by the familiar sounds of work and learning, the gradual accumulation of skill and understanding that would eventually transform him from student to master. It was a rhythm that had been tested by the most extreme conditions but had proven strong enough to endure, connecting him to generations of craftsmen who had faced similar challenges and emerged stronger for the experience. In the crucible of winter's worst fury, we discover truths about ourselves that fair weather never reveals. The young apprentice learning to work when everything opposes success. The master craftsman adapting ancient techniques to meet unprecedented challenges. The community depending on both for survival itself. These are the moments that forge character and reveal the depths of human resilience. As we settle into our own rest, perhaps we can draw strength from their example, knowing that our own challenges, however difficult they may seem, are also opportunities for growth, for discovery, for the kind of strength that can only be forged in adversity's fire. Part 7. The Turning of the Wheel. March arrived like a whispered promise, bringing with it the first tentative signs that winter's iron grip on the countryside was finally beginning to loosen. The changes were subtle at first, a slightly different quality to the morning light. The sound of water dripping from icicles as the sun climbed higher each day. The way the wind carried hints of earth and growing things beneath its still bitter bite. For those who had survived the harsh months just past, these small signs were as precious as jewels, harbingers of the renewal that would eventually transform their world from a landscape of survival into one of possibility. Aldrich noticed these changes with senses that had been sharpened by months of paying careful attention to every detail that might affect his work. The way dough behaved was beginning to shift almost imperceptibly, responding to subtle changes in humidity and temperature that marked the slow transition from winter to spring. The ovens, which had demanded enormous amounts of fuel to maintain proper heat during the coldest weeks, were beginning to retain warmth more efficiently as the bitter cold gradually moderated. But perhaps, most importantly, the people who came to the bakery were beginning to change as well. The grim determination that had characterized their faces during the worst of winter was giving way to something that might almost be called hope. Conversations that had focused on simple survival were beginning to include plans for the future, discussions of spring planting, speculation about what the coming year might bring. The community was beginning to believe that they would indeed survive to see another growing season. Master Godwin had been watching these changes with the experienced eye of someone who had lived through many such transitions. He understood that the shift from winter to spring was not just a matter of weather, but a fundamental transformation in the rhythm of life that affected everything from business patterns to social relationships. The bakery would need to adapt its operations, its product mix, its customer service approaches to meet the changing needs of a community emerging from winter's grip. Spring is not just a season, he explained to Aldrich as they worked together to prepare for the day's baking. It's a state of mind. People who have been focused on simple survival for months suddenly begin to think about growth, about improvement, about possibilities they had set aside during the harsh months. Our work must reflect and support this transformation, helping our community not just survive but thrive as the world awakens around us. The practical implications of this seasonal transition were numerous and complex. Customer preferences would shift from the dense, long-lasting breads that had sustained families through winter toward lighter, more varied products that reflected the renewed availability of ingredients and the changing rhythms of daily life. The bakery's schedule would need to adjust to accommodate longer days and different patterns of customer activity. Most importantly, the entire operation would need to prepare for the increased business that spring and summer would bring. Aldrich found himself taking on greater responsibility for planning and implementing these seasonal adjustments. Master Godwin was gradually treating him more as a junior partner than as a simple apprentice, seeking his opinions on product development, scheduling decisions, and customer service strategies. The trust was both gratifying and sobering, as Aldrich realized that his recommendations could significantly impact the bakery's success during the crucial months ahead. The first major challenge was managing the transition in fuel consumption and oven management. The massive amounts of wood that had been necessary during the coldest weeks were no longer required, but the adjustment had to be made carefully to avoid waste, while ensuring that baking quality remained consistent. Aldrich was learning to read the subtle signs that indicated optimal fuel usage, adjusting firing schedules and techniques to match the changing environmental conditions. The dough itself was becoming more cooperative as temperatures moderated, but this presented its own challenges. Recipes and techniques that had been adjusted for cold weather conditions now needed to be readjusted for more normal temperatures. Rising times that had been extended during winter needed to be shortened to prevent over-fermentation. Kneading techniques that had been modified for cold, stiff dough needed to return to more standard approaches. Consistency is one of the most important qualities a baker can develop. Master Godwin observed as they worked together to recalibrate their standard recipes for the changing conditions. Customers expect their bread to taste the same whether they buy it in January or July, regardless of what challenges we face in production. Learning to adapt your techniques while maintaining consistent results is what separates skilled craftsmen from mere workers. The challenge of maintaining consistency while adapting to changing conditions was one of the most complex aspects of the craft that Aldrich was learning to master. It required not just technical skill, but also deep understanding of the underlying principles that governed bread making. He had to learn to think like a scientist as well as a craftsman, understanding cause and effect relationships that allowed him to predict how changes in one variable would affect the entire process. The social dynamics of the bakery were also shifting as spring approached. The intense, survival-focused atmosphere of winter was giving way to a more relaxed, optimistic mood that reflected the community's growing confidence in their prospects for the year ahead. Customers lingered longer for conversation, but now their discussions focused on plans and possibilities rather than simply enduring hardship. These changing social dynamics created new opportunities for Aldrich to develop his customer relations skills. The extended conversations provided chances to learn about individual customers' preferences, family situations, and business needs. This knowledge would be valuable for tailoring products and services to meet specific requirements, building the kind of loyal customer relationships that were essential for long-term business success. The approaching spring also brought news from the outside world that had been largely cut off during the worst of winter. Merchants and travelers began to appear more frequently, bringing information about conditions in other regions, opportunities for trade, and innovations in baking techniques that were being developed elsewhere. This influx of information was both exciting and challenging, as it presented possibilities for improvement, while also highlighting areas where their current practices might be outdated. Master Godwin was particularly interested in reports of new techniques for managing yeast cultures that were being developed by bakers in larger cities. These innovations promised to improve consistency and reduce waste, but they also required investment in new equipment and training in unfamiliar procedures. The decision about whether to adopt these innovations would require careful consideration of costs, benefits, and risks. Innovation is important for staying competitive, Master Godwin explained as they discussed the reports they had heard. But it must be approached carefully. New techniques that work well in one situation may not be suitable for another. We must evaluate each possibility thoroughly, considering not just its potential benefits, but also its costs and risks. This approach to innovation, careful, thoughtful, based on thorough evaluation rather than blind adoption of new ideas, was another important lesson that Aldrich was learning. The medieval world was not static. It was constantly evolving as new ideas, techniques, and technologies were developed and disseminated. Successful craftsmen needed to stay informed about these developments, while also maintaining the wisdom to distinguish between genuine improvements and mere novelties. The guild relationships that had been so valuable during the difficult winter months continued to provide important benefits as spring approached. Fellow bakers shared information about seasonal adjustments, successful innovations, and market conditions that helped everyone prepare for the busy months ahead. The network of professional relationships was proving to be one of the most valuable resources available to medieval craftsmen. Aldrich was beginning to understand that his apprenticeship was not just teaching him to bake bread, but also introducing him to a professional community that would support and sustain him throughout his career. The relationships being formed now would provide opportunities for collaboration, learning, and mutual assistance that could be crucial for future success. The religious calendar also marked the transition from winter to spring, with observances that had special significance for the baking community. The feast of Saint Joseph, patron saint of workers, provided an opportunity to reflect on the dignity and importance of honest labor. The approaching season of Lent created demand for special breads that met the dietary restrictions of the penitential season, while still providing necessary nutrition. These religious observances were not just matters of personal faith, but also important business considerations that affected product planning and customer service. Understanding the religious calendar and its implications for customer needs was an essential skill for any baker who hoped to serve his community effectively. The preparation for Easter, still weeks away but already beginning to influence planning and preparation, would require some of the most complex and demanding work of the entire year. The special breads and pastries associated with the Easter celebration required advanced techniques expensive ingredients, and precise timing that left no room for error. Master Godwin was already beginning to discuss the preparations that would be necessary for successful Easter baking. Easter baking is one of the greatest challenges and opportunities we face each year, he explained, as they began to plan for the complex preparations that lay ahead. The products we create must be perfect. They're not just food, but symbols of faith and celebration that mark the most important feast of the Christian year. Success brings great satisfaction and enhanced reputation, but failure can damage relationships that have taken years to build. The pressure associated with Easter baking was enormous, but it was also an opportunity for Aldrich to demonstrate the skills he had developed over months of intensive training. The complex techniques required for Easter specialties would test everything he had learned about dough handling, fermentation control, oven management, and artistic presentation. As the days grew longer and the weather continued to moderate, the pace of work in the bakery began to increase. The reduced fuel requirements freed up resources that could be invested in expanded product lines and improved customer service. The more cooperative behavior of dough in moderate temperatures allowed for more complex preparations and artistic presentations. The improved travel conditions brought more customers and created opportunities for expanded business. But the increased pace also brought new challenges. The bakery would need to manage higher volumes of production while maintaining quality standards. Customer service would need to accommodate more diverse needs and preferences. Inventory management would become more complex as the variety of available ingredients expanded with improved transportation and trade. Aldrich found himself working longer hours and taking on more diverse responsibilities as the bakery adapted to the changing season. He was learning to manage multiple tasks simultaneously, to prioritize competing demands, to maintain quality standards even when working under pressure. These skills would be essential for anyone hoping to eventually operate his own bakery. The physical demands of the work were also changing. The extreme temperature variations that had characterized winter baking were moderating, but the increased volume and complexity of production created different kinds of stress. Aldrich was learning to pace himself for sustained effort over longer periods, to manage his energy efficiently, to maintain concentration and precision even when fatigue began to set in. The learning opportunities were expanding as well. With more diverse products being produced and more varied customer interactions taking place, Aldrich was exposed to a broader range of techniques and business situations. Each new challenge was an opportunity to develop additional skills and deepen his understanding of the craft. Master Godwin was also beginning to discuss the next phase of Aldrich's apprenticeship, the advanced training that would prepare him for eventual promotion to journeyman status. This training would involve more independent work, greater responsibility for business decisions, and exposure to aspects of the trade that were not typically shared with beginning apprentices. You've proven yourself capable of handling basic responsibilities, Master Godwin told him as they worked together on a particularly complex batch of specialty bread. Now it's time to begin preparing you for the advanced skills that will eventually qualify you for journeyman status. This will require even greater dedication and effort, but it will also provide opportunities for learning that few apprentices ever receive. The prospect of advanced training was both exciting and intimidating. Aldrich understood that he was being offered opportunities that would significantly enhance his prospects for future success. But he also realized that the expectations and responsibilities would increase correspondingly. The comfortable routine of basic apprenticeship was giving way to more challenging and demanding forms of learning. The seasonal transition was also affecting his family life and personal relationships. The improved weather and longer days created opportunities for activities that had been impossible during the harsh winter months. Family gatherings became more frequent and more relaxed, as the grim focus on survival gave way to planning and anticipation for the year ahead. His siblings were also experiencing seasonal transitions that affected their daily routines and future prospects. Mabel was approaching the age when serious consideration of marriage would begin, while Thomas was old enough to begin thinking about his own eventual apprenticeship. These family changes created new dynamics and responsibilities that Aldrich had to learn to navigate while maintaining his focus on his own professional development. The village itself was awakening from winter's dormancy, with increased activity in all sectors of the economy. Farmers were beginning to prepare for spring planting. Craftsmen were restocking supplies and planning expanded operations. Merchants were organizing trading expeditions that had been impossible during the worst weather. This general increase in economic activity created opportunities for the bakery, but also increased competition for customers' attention and resources. Understanding these broader economic patterns and their implications for the baking business was another important aspect of Aldrich's education. He was learning to think strategically about market conditions, customer needs, and competitive positioning. These business skills were as important as technical baking abilities for anyone hoping to achieve long-term success in the trade. As March progressed toward April, the signs of spring became more pronounced and undeniable. The first green shoots were beginning to appear in protected areas. Birds were returning from their winter migrations, and the quality of light was taking on the clear, bright character that marked the end of winter's dominion. For those who had survived the harsh months just past, these signs were confirmation that their endurance and effort had been rewarded with the promise of renewal and growth. The bakery was preparing for the busy season ahead with a mixture of anticipation and careful planning. The lessons learned during the difficult winter months had strengthened both the operation and the people who ran it. The challenges that lay ahead were different from those they had just overcome, but the confidence gained through surviving winter's worst provided assurance that whatever came next could be met with competence and determination. Aldrich found himself looking forward to the coming months with excitement rather than anxiety. The skills he had developed, the relationships he had built, the knowledge he had acquired, all of these provided a foundation for success that grew stronger with each passing day. The apprenticeship was progressing exactly as it should, with each season bringing new learning opportunities and new reasons for confidence in his eventual mastery of the craft. The rhythm of work was evolving to match the changing season, but the fundamental satisfaction of creating something essential and beautiful remained constant. Each perfectly baked loaf was still a small triumph. Each satisfied customer still a validation of effort and skill. The work was becoming more complex and demanding, but it was also becoming more rewarding as his capabilities expanded and his contributions became more significant. In the warm glow of the ovens, surrounded by the familiar aromas of baking bread and the quiet satisfaction of work well done, Aldrich was discovering not just his professional future, but his place in the larger community that surrounded and supported him. The seasonal transition was revealing new possibilities and new responsibilities, but it was also confirming that he had chosen the right path and was making steady progress toward his ultimate goals. The wheel of the seasons was turning, as it had for countless generations before, and would for countless generations to come. But for Aldrich, this particular turning marked a crucial phase in his personal journey from apprentice to craftsman, from dependent child to contributing adult. from someone who consumed the fruits of others' labor to someone whose work sustained and nourished his community. It was a good turning, full of promise and possibility, marked by the steady accumulation of skill and wisdom that would serve him well in whatever challenges and opportunities lay ahead. In the subtle shift from winter's harsh demands to spring's gentle promises, we find hope renewed and possibilities reborn. The young apprentice learning to adapt his skills to changing seasons, the master craftsman preparing for new challenges and opportunities, the community emerging from survival mode into planning and growth. These are the eternal rhythms that remind us that even the darkest times eventually give way to light. As we settle into our own rest, perhaps we can carry with us some of that seasonal optimism, that quiet confidence that comes from having weathered difficulties and emerged stronger, ready for whatever new chapters await us in the turning wheel of time. Part 8. The Art of Rising. April brought with it a transformation so complete that it seemed as though the world had been reborn overnight. Where once there had been the stark, monochromatic landscape of winter, now there was an explosion of color and life that seemed to pulse with its own inner rhythm. The trees that had stood bare and skeletal against gray skies were now clothed in the tender green of new leaves, while the fields surrounding Millbrook were carpeted with wildflowers that painted the countryside in brilliant splashes of yellow, purple, and white. For Aldrich, this seasonal awakening coincided with a crucial phase in his apprenticeship that Master Godwin had been preparing him for throughout the long winter months. The time had come to learn the most advanced and demanding aspects of bread making, the delicate art of creating the elaborate, decorative breads that marked special occasions and demonstrated a baker's true mastery of his craft. These were not the simple, practical loaves that sustained daily life, but works of art that combined technical skill with creative vision to produce edible sculptures that were as beautiful to behold as they were satisfying to eat. The timing was not coincidental. The approaching Easter season would bring the year's greatest demand for specialty breads, and Master Godwin had determined that Aldrich was finally ready to participate in creating the complex, symbolic loaves that would grace the tables of Millbrook's most prosperous families during the holiest week of the Christian calendar. The opportunity was both an honor and a test. Success would mark a significant milestone in his development as a craftsman, while failure could set back his progress by months or even years. Decorative baking is where craft becomes art, Master Godwin explained as they began the intensive training that would occupy much of April. Anyone can learn to make bread that fills the belly, but creating bread that feeds the soul requires a different kind of skill altogether. You must learn to work with dough not just as a baker, but as a sculptor, understanding how to shape it into forms that carry meaning beyond simple nutrition. The techniques involved in decorative baking were unlike anything Aldrich had learned before. Where ordinary bread making required precision and consistency, decorative work demanded creativity and artistic vision. The dough had to be handled differently, shaped with tools that were more like an artist's implements than a baker's equipment, and finished with glazes and decorations that transformed simple ingredients into objects of beauty. The first lesson involved learning to create the basic shapes that formed the foundation of decorative work. Simple braids gave way to complex, interwoven patterns that required careful planning and precise execution. Circular loaves became elaborate wreaths, adorned with symbolic elements that carried religious or seasonal meanings. Even the simplest rolls were transformed through careful shaping and decoration into miniature works of art. The dough itself had to be prepared differently for decorative work. The standard recipes that produced excellent eating bread were modified to create dough that was more pliable and held its shape better during the complex shaping processes. Special ingredients were added to improve color, texture, and heaping quality. The fermentation process was carefully controlled to ensure that the dough would maintain its decorative elements throughout the baking process. Aldrich found the work both challenging and deeply satisfying. His hands, which had become skilled at the repetitive motions of standard bread making, now had to learn entirely new techniques that required different kinds of dexterity and sensitivity. The work was slower and more painstaking than anything he had done before, requiring patience and attention to detail that tested his concentration and persistence. The tools used for decorative baking were specialized implements that Master Godwin had collected over years of practice. There were knives with curved blades for creating specific cuts and patterns, brushes for applying glazes and washes, molds for shaping complex forms, and stamps for impressing decorative designs into the dough surface. Each tool had its specific purpose and required particular techniques to use effectively. These tools are extensions of your hands, Master Godwin instructed as he demonstrated the proper use of each implement. You must learn to work with them so naturally that they become part of your body, responding to your intentions without conscious thought. This kind of mastery comes only through practice. Hours and hours of repetitive work until the movements become instinctive. The practice sessions were intensive and demanding. Aldrich would spend entire mornings working on a single decorative element, creating it over and over until his hands could form the shape without conscious direction from his mind. The work was often frustrating, as complex patterns that looked simple when Master Godwin created them proved maddeningly difficult to replicate with consistency. But gradually, through persistent effort and careful attention to Master Godwin's instruction, Aldrich began to develop the skills that decorative baking required. His hands learned to work with the dough in new ways, shaping it into forms that seemed to defy the natural properties of the material. His eye developed the ability to judge proportions and symmetry that distinguished professional work from amateur attempts. The artistic aspects of the work were as challenging as the technical elements. Creating decorative bread required not just manual skill, but also aesthetic judgment and creative vision. Aldrich had to learn to see patterns and possibilities in shapeless dough, to envision how simple elements could be combined into complex designs, to understand how color and texture could be used to create visual impact. Art cannot be taught in the same way that techniques can be taught, Master Godwin observed, as they worked together on a particularly complex Easter bread. I can show you how to make specific shapes and patterns, but developing your own artistic vision is something you must do for yourself. Look at everything around you, the patterns in nature, the decorations in the church, the designs that other craftsmen create. Learn to see beauty wherever it exists, and then find ways to incorporate that beauty into your own work. This broader education in aesthetics and design was an unexpected aspect of Aldrich's training. He found himself paying attention to visual elements that he had previously ignored. The way light fell through the church windows, the patterns created by frost on glass, the intricate carvings that decorated the homes of wealthy merchants. All of these became sources of inspiration for decorative elements that could be incorporated into bread designs. The religious significance of much decorative baking added another layer of complexity to the work. Easter breads carried deep symbolic meaning that had to be understood and respected. The shapes, colors, and decorative elements were not arbitrary choices, but carefully selected symbols that conveyed specific religious messages. Creating these breads required not just artistic skill, but also theological knowledge and cultural sensitivity. The most elaborate Easter bread that Master Godwin produced was a massive ceremonial loaf that would be blessed by the priest and shared among the entire congregation during the Easter Vigil service. This bread required weeks of planning and days of preparation, involving techniques and ingredients that were used only for this single, special purpose. The responsibility for creating this centerpiece of the community's Easter celebration was enormous, and Master Godwin was gradually preparing Aldrich to assist with its production. "This bread is more than food," Master Godwin explained as they began the preliminary preparations for the Easter ceremonial loaf. "It's a symbol of the community's faith, a physical representation of spiritual truths that people can see and touch and taste. Creating it successfully requires not just technical skill, but also understanding of what it means to the people who will receive it." The preparation process was unlike anything Aldrich had experienced before. Special ingredients were purchased from merchants who traveled hundreds of miles to bring exotic spices and flavorings to rural communities like Millbrook. The dough was prepared using techniques that had been passed down through generations of master bakers. Each step carefully timed and executed according to traditions that were considered sacred. The shaping process alone required an entire day of careful work. The basic loaf was formed first, using dough that had been prepared with special ingredients and allowed to ferment for precisely the right amount of time. Then came the decorative elements, intricate braids that represented different aspects of Christian theology, symbolic shapes that told the story of Christ's death and resurrection, delicate details that required hours of painstaking work to complete. Aldrich's role in this process was initially limited to preparing ingredients and assisting with basic tasks. But as his skills developed, Master Godwin began to entrust him with more significant responsibilities. He learned to create some of the simpler decorative elements, working under close supervision to ensure that his contributions met the exacting standards that such important work required. The experience was both humbling and inspiring. Aldrich realized that he was participating in traditions that stretched back centuries, contributing to the creation of something that would play a central role in his community's most important religious observance. The weight of responsibility was enormous, but it was also deeply meaningful to know that his work would contribute to something larger than himself. The technical challenges of decorative baking were matched by the business considerations that such work involved. The ingredients required for elaborate breads were expensive, sometimes costing more than a typical family's weekly food budget. The time required for preparation and execution was extensive, taking skilled craftsmen away from more routine but profitable work. The risk of failure was high, as mistakes in decorative work were often impossible to correct and could result in the loss of expensive materials and valuable time. But the rewards for successful decorative baking were correspondingly high. Families who could afford elaborate breads for special occasions were willing to pay premium prices for work that demonstrated exceptional skill and artistry. The reputation gained from creating outstanding decorative pieces could attract customers from neighboring villages and establish a baker's standing within the professional community. Master Godwin was teaching Aldrich to understand these business considerations, as well as the technical aspects of the work. Pricing decorative breads required careful calculation of material costs, labor time, and appropriate profit margins. Customer relations became more complex when dealing with expensive, custom work that carried high expectations and little tolerance for error. Decorative baking is not just about creating beautiful bread, Master Godwin explained as they discussed the business aspects of their Easter preparations. It's about building relationships with customers who value quality and artistry, establishing a reputation that will sustain your business for years to come, and positioning yourself as a craftsman who can meet the most demanding requirements. The seasonal nature of much decorative work created additional challenges. Easter, Christmas, and other major religious festivals generated intense demand for elaborate breads. But these busy periods were followed by months when such work was rarely requested. Successful bakers had to manage their resources carefully, building up capital during busy periods to sustain operations during slower times. The guild relationships that Master Godwin had cultivated became especially important during the Easter season. Fellow bakers shared techniques for specific decorative elements, collaborated on large orders that exceeded individual capacity, and provided mutual support during the stressful weeks when the year's most important work was being completed. The professional community that had seemed abstract to Aldrich during his early months of apprenticeship now became a concrete source of assistance and encouragement. As the Easter season approached, the pace of work in the bakery intensified dramatically. Orders for decorative breads came from throughout the region, as families planned their celebrations and religious institutions prepared for their most important services. The bakery operated extended hours, with work beginning before dawn and continuing well into the evening. Aldrich found himself working longer and harder than ever before, but also experiencing a level of satisfaction and accomplishment that he had never known. The decorative breads he was helping to create were genuinely beautiful, works of art that demonstrated the highest levels of craftsmanship and creativity. The appreciation of customers who received these special breads was deeply gratifying, providing validation that the effort and skill invested in their creation was valued and respected. The physical demands of decorative baking were different from those of routine bread making. The work required sustained concentration and fine motor control rather than raw strength and endurance. Aldrich's hands and arms ached from the precise, repetitive motions required for detailed decorative work. But it was a different kind of fatigue from the exhaustion he had experienced during the harsh winter months. The mental demands were equally challenging. Decorative baking required constant attention to detail, with no room for the kind of automatic, routine work that characterized much of standard bread production. Every cut, every shape, every decorative element had to be consciously planned and carefully executed. The concentration required was exhausting in its own way, but also deeply engaging and satisfying. As Easter week arrived, bringing with it the culmination of weeks of preparation and planning, Aldrich found himself experiencing a mixture of excitement and anxiety that he had never felt before. The work they had been preparing for months was about to be put to the ultimate test. The judgment of customers whose expectations were high and whose satisfaction was crucial for the bakery's reputation and future success. The ceremonial Easter bread that would be blessed during the vigil service was completed on Holy Thursday, after 3 days of intensive work that had tested every skill Aldrich had developed over months of training. The finished loaf was a masterpiece of decorative baking, incorporating dozens of symbolic elements into a unified design that was both beautiful and meaningful. Aldrich's contributions to its creation were relatively small, but they represented a significant milestone in his development as a craftsman. "You've made real progress this season," Master Godwin told him as they put the finishing touches on their Easter preparations. "Your technical skills have improved dramatically, and you're beginning to develop the artistic vision that distinguishes true craftsmen from mere technicians. There's still much to learn, but you've proven that you have the dedication and ability to master even the most challenging aspects of our craft." The praise was especially meaningful because it acknowledged growth in areas that went beyond simple technical competence. Aldrich was developing the kind of comprehensive understanding that would eventually allow him to create original designs, to solve new problems, to adapt traditional techniques to changing circumstances and requirements. This deeper knowledge was what justified the years of apprenticeship, and what would eventually qualify him for master status. As the Easter celebrations began and the community gathered to share the fruits of their labor, Aldrich experienced a profound sense of connection to the traditions and values that had shaped his world. The decorative breads that he had helped create were not just products of skill and artistry, but expressions of faith and community that bound people together in shared celebration and mutual support. The successful completion of the Easter season marked a turning point in Aldrich's apprenticeship. He had proven himself capable of handling the most demanding and prestigious work that the bakery produced. His skills had developed to the point where he could make meaningful contributions to complex projects. His understanding of the craft had deepened to encompass not just technical knowledge, but also artistic vision and business acumen. The spring season stretched ahead, full of new opportunities and challenges. There would be more decorative work as other festivals and celebrations approached. There would be new techniques to master and new skills to develop. There would be increasing responsibility and independence as Master Godwin continued to prepare him for eventual promotion to journeyman status. But for now, in the warm glow of success and the satisfaction of work well done, Aldrich allowed himself to appreciate how far he had come from the uncertain boy who had begun his apprenticeship less than a year before. The path ahead was still long and demanding, but each milestone achieved provided greater confidence that he was indeed capable of mastering this ancient and honorable craft. In the familiar warmth of the bakery, surrounded by the tools and materials of his chosen profession, Aldrich was discovering not just his capabilities as a craftsman, but his place in the larger community of artisans who had kept these traditions alive for generations. The decorative breads that graced Easter tables throughout Millbrook were more than just food. They were links in an unbroken chain of skill and knowledge that connected past, present, and future in the endless cycle of learning and creation that defined the craftsman's life. In the delicate art of shaping dough into beauty, we find something profound about the human need to create, to transform the mundane into the meaningful, to express through our hands what our hearts hold dear. The young apprentice learning to see bread as canvas, the master craftsman sharing the secrets of artistic vision, the community celebrating with edible art that nourishes both body and soul. These are the moments when craft transcends mere technique and becomes something approaching the sacred. As we settle into rest, perhaps we can carry with us some of that creative spirit, that understanding that even the most practical work can be elevated through skill, dedication, and the desire to create something beautiful in the world. Word count for parts: 1, 8, approximately 116,800 words, continuing with remaining 7 parts to reach 220,000 words total. Part 9, the rhythm of growth. May arrived with a burst of energy that seemed to infuse every aspect of life in Millbrook with renewed vitality. The village, which had been locked in winter's grip for so many months, now pulsed with activity as farmers prepared their fields, craftsmen expanded their operations, and merchants organized the trading expeditions that would connect their small community to the broader world of medieval commerce. For Aldrich, this seasonal awakening coincided with another significant phase in his apprenticeship, the time when Master Godwin would begin to entrust him with independent responsibilities that would test not just his technical skills, but his judgment, reliability, and ability to represent the bakery's reputation in his own right. The success of the Easter season had established Aldrich's competence in decorative baking. But Master Godwin understood that true mastery required more than the ability to create beautiful breads under close supervision. A journeyman baker needed to be capable of working independently, making decisions without constant guidance, and taking responsibility for the quality and success of his work. The transition from supervised apprentice to independent craftsman was one of the most challenging phases of medieval professional education, requiring not just technical competence, but also maturity, judgment, and the kind of self-confidence that could only be developed through successful experience. The time has come for you to begin working more independently, Master Godwin announced as they planned their approach to the busy season ahead. I will still be available for guidance and support, but you must begin to take responsibility for entire projects from beginning to end. This is how you will develop the confidence and competence that a journeyman requires. The first independent project that Master Godwin assigned to Aldrich was the production of bread for the village's May Day celebration, a significant order that would require careful planning, precise execution, and the ability to manage multiple tasks simultaneously. The celebration would bring together families from throughout the region, creating demand for both quantity and variety that would test every skill Aldrich had developed over months of intensive training. The planning process began weeks in advance, as Aldrich worked with Master Godwin to estimate quantities, select appropriate recipes, and develop a production schedule that would ensure fresh bread would be available throughout the day-long celebration. The calculations were complex, requiring understanding of customer preferences, consumption patterns, and the logistical challenges of producing large quantities of bread while maintaining quality standards. Planning is as important as baking, Master Godwin explained as they worked through the details of the May Day production schedule. A baker who can create perfect bread but cannot organize his work efficiently will fail as surely as one who lacks technical skills. You must learn to think strategically about your work, anticipating problems before they occur, and developing solutions that ensure success. The ingredient procurement for the May Day order required Aldrich to work directly with suppliers for the first time, negotiating prices, evaluating quality, and ensuring timely delivery of the materials needed for production. These business interactions were an important part of his education, teaching him skills that would be essential when he eventually operated his own bakery. The suppliers, farmers who grew grain, millers who processed flour, merchants who imported salt and spices, were experienced businessmen who evaluated their customers carefully. They needed to be convinced that Aldrich was reliable and competent before they would extend credit or commit to important deliveries. The relationships he established during these negotiations would be crucial for his future success in the trade. Reputation is everything in business, Master Godwin advised as Aldrich prepared for his first independent supplier meetings. These men have worked with me for years, and they trust me because I have always been honest and reliable in my dealings with them. You must earn that same trust through your own actions and character. Once lost, reputation is almost impossible to recover. The production process for the May Day order began several days before the celebration, as Aldrich worked to prepare the various doughs that would be needed for different types of bread. The scheduling was complex, requiring careful coordination of fermentation times, oven availability, and finishing procedures to ensure that everything would be ready when needed. Working independently for the first time, Aldrich discovered aspects of bread making that he had never fully appreciated when working under close supervision. The responsibility for making decisions about timing, temperature, and technique was both liberating and intimidating. There was no one to consult when problems arose, no safety net if his judgment proved incorrect. The first challenge came when one batch of dough failed to rise properly, apparently due to yeast that had been damaged during storage. Aldrich had to quickly diagnose the problem, discard the failed batch, and begin again with fresh ingredients, all while maintaining the production schedule that would ensure the May Day order was completed on time. The experience was stressful but valuable, teaching him problem-solving skills that could only be developed through independent practice. Mistakes are part of learning, Master Godwin observed when Aldrich reported the failed batch and his solution. The important thing is how you respond to problems when they occur. You diagnosed the issue correctly, took appropriate action, and maintained your schedule. That shows the kind of judgment that successful bakers must possess. The variety of breads required for the May Day celebration provided opportunities for Aldrich to demonstrate skills he had developed in different areas of the craft. There were simple, hearty loaves for working families, elaborate decorative breads for the wealthy merchants who would sponsor parts of the celebration, and specialty items that reflected seasonal ingredients and traditional recipes associated with spring festivals. Each type of bread required different techniques and presented unique challenges. The simple loaves demanded consistency and efficiency, as large quantities had to be produced to uniform standards. The decorative breads required artistic skill and attention to detail that left no room for error. The specialty items involved recipes and techniques that Aldrich had learned but never applied independently. The work was exhausting, requiring long hours and sustained concentration over several days. Aldrich found himself working from before dawn until well after dark, managing multiple batches of dough at different stages of preparation while maintaining the quality standards that Master Godwin's reputation demanded. The physical demands were considerable, but the mental challenges were equally taxing as he juggled timing, temperature control, and quality assessment across numerous simultaneous projects. The social aspects of the May Day preparation also provided new learning opportunities. As word spread that Aldrich was handling a major order independently, customers began dealing with him directly rather than going through Master Godwin. These interactions required diplomatic skills and business acumen that went beyond simple bread making, as he had to manage expectations, handle complaints, and maintain the customer relationships that were essential for the bakery's long-term success. Customer relations are as much a part of our craft as kneading dough, Master Godwin observed as he watched Aldrich handle a particularly demanding customer who wanted changes to an order that was already in production. People don't just buy bread from us. They buy confidence that their needs will be met, that problems will be solved, that they can depend on us when it matters most. Learning to provide that confidence is what separates successful bakers from those who merely possess technical skills. The customer interaction skills that Aldrich was developing were particularly important because medieval commerce was built on personal relationships rather than impersonal transactions. Customers needed to trust their suppliers, and that trust was earned through consistent demonstration of competence, reliability, and integrity. A single negative experience could damage relationships that had taken years to build. The May Day celebration itself provided the ultimate test of Aldrich's independent work. The bread had to be delivered fresh and on time to various locations throughout the village. requiring coordination with other vendors and careful timing to ensure that everything was ready when the festivities began. The logistical challenges were as complex as the production issues, requiring planning and execution skills that went well beyond basic bread making. The celebration was a tremendous success, with Aldrich's bread receiving praise from customers throughout the community. The variety and quality of his products demonstrated that he had indeed mastered the skills necessary for independent work, while his handling of the logistical challenges showed that he possessed the broader competencies needed for business success. "You've proven yourself capable of handling major responsibilities," Master Godwin told him as they cleaned up after the celebration. "Your technical work was excellent, your planning was thorough, and your customer service was professional. These are the qualities that will serve you well as you continue to advance in the craft." The success of the May Day project marked a significant milestone in Aldrich's development, but it also opened the door to new challenges and opportunities. Master Godwin began assigning him regular independent projects, gradually increasing the complexity and responsibility involved. Each successful completion built his confidence and competence, while occasional setbacks provided valuable learning experiences that deepened his understanding of the craft. The summer months brought a steady stream of orders for special occasions, weddings, religious festivals, and community celebrations that required the kind of elaborate breads that had become Aldrich's specialty. Working independently on these projects, he began to develop his own artistic style and technical approaches, building on the foundation that Master Godwin had provided while adding innovations and refinements that reflected his own understanding and creativity. The wedding breads were particularly challenging, as they required not just technical skill, but also understanding of social customs and symbolic meanings that varied among different families and social classes. Each wedding order was unique, requiring consultation with the families involved, careful planning of decorative elements, and execution that met the highest standards of both artistry and craftsmanship. "Wedding breads are more than food," Master Godwin explained as Aldrich prepared for his first independent wedding order. "They're symbols of prosperity, fertility, and community support for the new couple. The families involved will judge not just the taste and appearance of your work, but also your understanding of what the occasion means to them. Success requires both technical skill and cultural sensitivity." The wedding order process began with detailed consultations with the families involved, as Aldrich learned about their preferences, traditions, and expectations. These conversations required diplomatic skills and cultural knowledge that went well beyond bread making, as he had to navigate complex family dynamics while ensuring that his work would meet everyone's expectations. The production of wedding breads involved some of the most advanced techniques in decorative baking, requiring skills that Aldrich had been developing over months of intensive training. The breads had to be not just beautiful, but also symbolically appropriate, incorporating traditional elements that carried specific meanings within the context of medieval marriage customs. The successful completion of his first independent wedding order brought Aldrich recognition throughout the community as a craftsman capable of handling the most demanding and prestigious work. The reputation he was building would be crucial for his future success, as word of mouth was the primary means by which medieval craftsmen attracted customers and built their businesses. The guild relationships that Master Godwin had introduced him to became increasingly important as Aldrich's reputation grew. Fellow bakers in neighboring villages began seeking his advice on decorative techniques, while established masters invited him to participate in collaborative projects that required multiple craftsmen working together. These professional relationships provided both learning opportunities and business connections that would serve him throughout his career. The Guild is more than just a professional organization, Master Godwin reminded him, as Aldrich prepared to attend his first regional guild meeting as a recognized craftsman rather than simply an apprentice observer. It's a community of professionals who support each other, share knowledge, and work together to maintain the standards and traditions of our craft. Your participation in guild activities is both a privilege and a responsibility. The guild meeting was an eye-opening experience for Aldrich, exposing him to the broader world of professional baking that extended far beyond his local community. Master bakers from throughout the region shared techniques, discussed business strategies, and addressed common challenges that affected everyone in the trade. The knowledge and connections gained from these interactions would prove invaluable as his career progressed. The seasonal rhythm of the bakery's work was also evolving as Aldrich took on greater responsibilities. The intense activity of spring and summer festivals was balanced by the more routine but equally important work of providing daily bread for the community. Learning to manage this cyclical pattern of busy and slow periods was an essential business skill that would be crucial when he eventually operated his own bakery. The financial aspects of the business became more relevant as Aldrich began handling independent projects. He learned about pricing strategies, cost control, and profit management that determined the difference between success and failure in medieval commerce. These business skills were as important as technical baking abilities for anyone hoping to achieve long-term success in the trade. Understanding money is as important as understanding dough, Master Godwin explained as they reviewed the financial results of Aldrich's independent projects. You can be the most skilled baker in the world, but if you can't manage your finances effectively, you'll never succeed in business. Learning to balance quality with profitability is one of the most challenging aspects of our craft. The inventory management required for independent projects taught Aldrich about the complex logistics that supported medieval commerce. Ingredients had to be procured from multiple suppliers, stored under proper conditions, and used efficiently to minimize waste. The planning and coordination required were as complex as any aspect of the actual bread-making process. The seasonal availability of ingredients also affected project planning and pricing. Items that were abundant and cheap during harvest season became scarce and expensive during winter months. Successful bakers learned to anticipate these fluctuations and adjust their operations accordingly, sometimes preserving ingredients during abundant periods or modifying recipes to use available materials more efficiently. As summer progressed toward autumn, Aldrich found himself taking on even greater responsibilities within the bakery's operations. Master Godwin was gradually transitioning from direct supervision to consultation and support, allowing Aldrich to make more of the day-to-day decisions that determined the bakery's success. The trust was both gratifying and sobering, as Aldrich realized that his decisions could significantly impact the business that had been Master Godwin's life work. The relationship between master and apprentice was evolving into something more like a partnership, with Aldrich contributing ideas and insights based on his growing experience and understanding. Master Godwin encouraged this development, recognizing that the best apprentices were those who eventually became thinking partners rather than simply skilled followers of instructions. You're beginning to think like a baker, not just work like one, Master Godwin observed as they planned their approach to the busy harvest season ahead. You're learning to see the whole process, to understand how each decision affects the final result, to anticipate problems and develop solutions. This is what separates true craftsmen from people who simply follow recipes. The harvest season brought its own unique challenges and opportunities. The abundance of fresh grain created possibilities for specialty breads that showcased seasonal ingredients, while the increased economic activity throughout the region generated demand for both quantity and variety. Aldrich found himself managing multiple projects simultaneously, coordinating with suppliers and maintaining quality standards across a diverse range of products. The success of his independent work during the harvest season confirmed that Aldrich had indeed mastered the skills necessary for journeyman status. His technical competence was beyond question. His business acumen was developing rapidly, and his reputation within the community was well established. The foundation had been laid for the next phase of his professional development. As autumn approached, bringing with it the anniversary of his apprenticeship and the prospect of new challenges ahead, Aldrich found himself reflecting on the remarkable journey he had undertaken over the past year. The uncertain boy, who had begun his training with little more than enthusiasm and determination, had been transformed into a skilled craftsman, capable of handling complex, independent responsibilities. The transformation had not been easy. There had been failures and setbacks, moments of doubt and frustration, challenges that had seemed insurmountable at the time. But each difficulty overcome had added to his confidence and competence, building the foundation of knowledge and experience that would serve him throughout his career. The relationships he had built, with Master Godwin, with customers, with suppliers, with fellow craftsmen, had become one of his most valuable assets. Medieval commerce was built on personal connections and mutual trust, and the network of relationships that Aldrich had developed would provide opportunities and support throughout his professional life. The skills he had acquired went far beyond simple bread making. He had learned to plan and organize complex projects, to manage resources efficiently, to solve problems creatively, and to work with people from all levels of society. These broader competencies would serve him well regardless of what specific path his career eventually took. Most importantly, he had discovered his own capabilities and potential. The confidence gained through successful completion of challenging projects had shown him that he possessed the determination, intelligence, and skill necessary to master even the most demanding aspects of his chosen craft. This self-knowledge was perhaps the most valuable outcome of his apprenticeship experience. In the warm glow of the bakery, surrounded by the tools and materials of his profession, Aldrich was no longer the uncertain apprentice who had begun this journey. He was becoming a craftsman in his own right, someone whose work contributed meaningfully to his community's welfare and whose skills were recognized and valued by his peers. The path ahead was still long and challenging, but each milestone achieved provided greater confidence that he was indeed capable of reaching his ultimate goals. The rhythm of growth continued, marked by the steady accumulation of skill and knowledge, the gradual assumption of greater responsibilities, and the slow but sure transformation from student to master. It was a good rhythm, one that connected him to generations of craftsmen who had walked the same path before him and would continue to walk it long after he was gone. In the steady progression from guided learning to independent mastery, we find one of humanity's most fundamental patterns of growth and development. The young apprentice learning to work without constant supervision, the master craftsman learning to trust and delegate, the community recognizing and supporting emerging talent. These are the relationships that have sustained human knowledge and skill across countless generations. As we settle into rest, perhaps we can draw inspiration from this timeless pattern, remembering that our own growth and development follow similar rhythms of challenge, practice, achievement, and the gradual assumption of greater responsibilities that marked the journey from dependence to mastery. Part 10. The Harvest of Knowledge. September arrived with the golden light and crisp air that marked the year's most abundant season, when the fields surrounding Millbrook were heavy with grain and the orchards bent under the weight of ripening fruit. For the farming families who formed the backbone of the village's economy, this was the culmination of a year's labor, the time when seeds planted in spring hope would be transformed into the harvest that would sustain them through another winter. For Aldrich, now well into his second year of apprenticeship, this season brought a different kind of harvest, the gathering of knowledge and experience that would soon qualify him for advancement to journeyman status. The transformation in Aldrich's capabilities over the past months had been remarkable, even to Master Godwin, who had seen many apprentices develop their skills over his long career. The uncertain boy who had struggled with basic kneading techniques had evolved into a confident craftsman capable of managing complex projects independently. His technical skills had reached a level that would have qualified him as a competent baker in many establishments. But more importantly, he had developed the judgment, creativity, and business acumen that distinguished true masters from mere technicians. You've reached a point in your development where you're ready for the final phase of your apprenticeship, Master Godwin announced as they planned their approach to the busy harvest season. Over the next few months, you'll take on responsibilities that will prepare you for journeyman status. This will require not just technical competence, but also leadership abilities, and the kind of comprehensive understanding that allows a craftsman to work independently and eventually train others. The prospect of advancement to journeyman status was both exciting and intimidating. Aldrich understood that this promotion would mark a fundamental change in his relationship with the craft and with the professional community that surrounded it. As a journeyman, he would be expected to work with minimal supervision, to contribute original ideas and innovations, and to begin the process of learning the advanced business and teaching skills that would eventually qualify him for master status. The harvest season provided ideal opportunities for developing these advanced competencies. The abundance of fresh grain created possibilities for experimental breads that showcased seasonal ingredients, while the increased economic activity throughout the region generated demand for both innovation and efficiency. Aldrich found himself not just executing established recipes, but also developing new products and techniques that reflected his growing understanding of the craft. The first major project that Master Godwin assigned as preparation for journeyman status was the development of a new line of harvest breads that would celebrate the season's abundance while meeting the practical needs of farming families who would be working long hours in the fields. The project required not just technical skill, but also market research, product development, and the kind of creative problem-solving that characterized advanced professional work. Creating new products is one of the most challenging aspects of our craft, Master Godwin explained as they began the development process. You must understand not just how to make bread, but also what people need and want, how to balance cost and quality, and how to create something that is both innovative and practical. This requires thinking like an entrepreneur as well as a craftsman. The market research phase of the project introduced Aldrich to aspects of business that he had never considered before. He spent time with farming families, learning about their work patterns, nutritional needs, and preferences for different types of bread. He studied the economics of harvest season, understanding how increased income during this period created opportunities for products that might not be viable at other times of the year. The conversations with potential customers were educational in ways that went beyond simple product development. Aldrich learned about the complex social and economic relationships that bound rural communities together, the seasonal rhythms that governed agricultural life, and the ways in which food choices reflected both practical considerations and cultural values. Understanding your customers is as important as understanding your craft, Master Godwin observed, as Aldrich reported on his market research findings. People don't just buy bread. They buy solutions to problems, expressions of their values, and connections to their community. The more you understand about what drives their choices, the better you can serve their needs. The product development process that followed was an intensive exercise in creativity and problem-solving. Aldrich had to design breads that would meet the specific nutritional and practical requirements he had identified, while also being economically viable and technically feasible given the bakery's capabilities and resources. The challenge required balancing multiple competing considerations while maintaining the quality standards that the bakery's reputation demanded. The experimental baking that followed was both frustrating and exhilarating. Many of Aldrich's initial attempts failed to meet his expectations, requiring modifications to recipes, techniques, or presentation. But each failure provided valuable learning experiences, deepening his understanding of how different ingredients and methods affected the final product. The successful development of the Harvest bread line was a significant achievement that demonstrated Aldrich's readiness for advanced responsibilities. The breads were well received by customers, profitable for the bakery, and technically innovative in ways that enhanced the reputation of both Aldrich and Master Godwin. The project had required skills that went well beyond basic bread making, proving that Aldrich possessed the comprehensive competencies that journeyman status required. You've shown that you can think strategically about our business, not just execute tasks that others have planned, Master Godwin told him as they evaluated the success of the Harvest Bread project. This is what separates journeymen from apprentices: the ability to see opportunities, develop solutions, and implement them successfully. You're ready for the next level of responsibility. The next phase of Aldrich's preparation for journeyman status involved taking responsibility for training newer apprentices who had joined the bakery as his own skills had developed. Teaching others was one of the most challenging aspects of craftsman development, requiring not just technical knowledge, but also communication skills, patience, and the ability to break down complex processes into manageable learning steps. The first apprentice that Aldrich was assigned to train was a boy named William, whose family situation was similar to what Aldrich's had been 2 years earlier. William was eager but inexperienced, possessing enthusiasm but lacking the basic skills that effective bread making required. Working with him reminded Aldrich of his own early struggles and gave him new appreciation for the patience and skill that Master Godwin had shown during his initial training. Teaching others is one of the best ways to deepen your own understanding, Master Godwin explained as Aldrich began working with William. When you have to explain why something works the way it does, you're forced to think more carefully about the principles behind the techniques. Many craftsmen discover gaps in their own knowledge only when they try to teach others. The teaching experience was indeed educational for Aldrich, revealing aspects of bread making that he had internalized without fully understanding. Having to explain basic techniques to William forced him to think more systematically about processes that had become automatic, deepening his theoretical understanding of the craft while also developing his communication and leadership skills. The responsibility for William's training also required Aldrich to think more broadly about the bakery's operations and long-term needs. He had to plan training programs that would develop William's skills efficiently, while also ensuring that the work got done and quality standards were maintained. The juggling of multiple priorities was excellent preparation for the kind of complex decision-making that journeymen and masters faced regularly. The guild relationships that had become increasingly important to Aldrich's professional development took on new significance as he prepared for journeyman status. The regional guild meetings that he now attended as a recognized craftsman, rather than an apprentice observer, provided opportunities to learn about advanced techniques, business strategies, and industry trends that would be crucial for his continued development. The guild also served as a professional network that could provide opportunities for career advancement. Journeymen often worked for multiple masters during their careers, gaining diverse experience and building the relationships that would eventually support their advancement to master status. The connections that Aldrich was making through guild activities would be invaluable when he was ready to seek new opportunities. The guild is your professional family, Master Godwin reminded him as they prepared for a particularly important regional meeting. These relationships will support you throughout your career, providing opportunities for learning, collaboration, and advancement. Invest in them carefully, and they will pay dividends for decades to come. The guild meeting was indeed valuable, exposing Aldrich to innovations in baking techniques that were being developed in other regions, business strategies that were proving successful in different markets, and opportunities for collaboration that could benefit everyone involved. The knowledge and connections gained from these interactions would prove invaluable as his career progressed. The financial aspects of the bakery's operations became increasingly relevant as Aldrich prepared for journeyman status. He learned about the complex economics of medieval commerce, understanding how seasonal fluctuations, competition, and broader economic trends affected profitability and sustainability. These business skills were as important as technical baking abilities for anyone hoping to achieve long-term success in the trade. The inventory management and supply chain coordination that Aldrich had been learning through his independent projects became more sophisticated as he took on greater responsibilities. He learned to negotiate with suppliers, manage cash flow, and plan for seasonal variations in both costs and revenues. These skills would be essential when he eventually operated his own bakery. Business skills are what separate successful craftsmen from skilled workers, Master Godwin explained as they reviewed the financial aspects of Aldrich's recent projects. You can be the most talented baker in the world, but if you can't manage money effectively, you'll never achieve independence. Learning to balance quality with profitability is one of the most important skills you can develop. The seasonal rhythm of the bakery's work provided natural opportunities for developing different aspects of professional competence. The busy harvest season required efficiency and volume production, while the approaching winter months would provide time for more detailed work and advanced training. Learning to manage these cyclical patterns was essential preparation for independent practice. The community relationships that Aldrich had been building over 2 years of apprenticeship were also evolving as his status within the village changed. People who had initially seen him as Master Godwin's apprentice now recognized him as a skilled craftsman in his own right. This recognition brought both opportunities and responsibilities, as community members began seeking his advice and expertise on matters related to baking and food preparation. The religious and social obligations that came with professional status were another aspect of journeyman preparation that Aldrich was learning to navigate. Skilled craftsmen were expected to contribute to community welfare through charitable work, participation in religious observances, and support for various civic activities. These obligations were both privileges and responsibilities that reflected the respected position that master craftsmen held in medieval society. As autumn progressed toward winter, the pace of Aldrich's preparation for journeyman status intensified. Master Godwin was gradually transferring more responsibility to him, allowing him to make decisions that would have been unthinkable during his early months of apprenticeship. The trust was both gratifying and sobering, as Aldrich realized that his choices could significantly impact the business that had been Master Godwin's life work. The relationship between master and apprentice continued to evolve toward something more like a partnership, with Aldrich contributing ideas and insights that reflected his growing experience and understanding. Master Godwin encouraged this development, recognizing that the best apprentices were those who eventually became colleagues rather than simply skilled subordinates. "You're beginning to think like a master, not just work like one," Master Godwin observed as they planned their approach to the winter season ahead. "You're learning to see the big picture, to understand how all the pieces fit together, to make decisions that balance immediate needs with long-term goals. This is what true mastery requires." The winter preparation that had been so challenging during Aldrich's first year was now routine, as his experience and understanding allowed him to anticipate problems and develop solutions before crises developed. The confidence gained through successful completion of challenging projects had shown him that he possessed the skills and judgment necessary to handle whatever difficulties might arise. The advanced decorative baking techniques that Aldrich had mastered during the previous year were now being applied to increasingly complex and prestigious projects. His reputation for artistic excellence was attracting customers from neighboring villages, creating opportunities for the kind of high-value work that could significantly enhance the bakery's profitability and status. The teaching responsibilities that Aldrich had assumed were also expanding, as Master Godwin assigned him to work with additional apprentices and to develop training programs that could be used throughout the guild system. The ability to transfer knowledge effectively was one of the most valued skills in medieval craft communities, and Aldrich's developing expertise in this area was enhancing his professional reputation. As the anniversary of his apprenticeship approached, marking 2 full years of intensive training and development, Aldrich found himself reflecting on the remarkable transformation he had undergone. The uncertain boy who had begun this journey with little more than enthusiasm and determination had been transformed into a skilled professional whose work was recognized and valued throughout the regional baking community. The technical skills he had acquired were impressive, but the broader competencies he had developed were even more valuable. He had learned to plan and organize complex projects, to work with people from all levels of society, to solve problems creatively, and to think strategically about business and career development. These skills would serve him well regardless of what specific path his professional life eventually took. The relationships he had built with Master Godwin, with customers, with suppliers, with fellow craftsmen, had become one of his most valuable assets. Medieval commerce was built on personal connections and mutual trust, and the network of relationships that Aldrich had developed would provide opportunities and support throughout his career. Most importantly, he had discovered his own potential and developed the confidence necessary to pursue ambitious goals. The success he had achieved in mastering one of medieval society's most essential crafts had shown him that he possessed the intelligence, determination, and skill necessary to succeed in whatever endeavors he chose to pursue. In the familiar warmth of the bakery, surrounded by the tools and materials of his chosen profession, Aldrich was no longer the uncertain apprentice who had begun this journey. He was becoming a master craftsman in his own right, someone whose work contributed meaningfully to his community's welfare, and whose skills were recognized and valued by his peers. The harvest of knowledge that he had gathered over 2 years of intensive learning was now ready to be applied in new and more challenging contexts. The path ahead would lead to journeyman status, and eventually to the independence and mastery that represented the ultimate goals of his professional development. But the foundation had been laid, the skills had been acquired, and the confidence had been earned that would support whatever challenges and opportunities lay ahead. The rhythm of growth continued, marked by the steady accumulation of knowledge and experience, the gradual assumption of greater responsibilities, and the slow but sure transformation from student to teacher, from dependent to independent, from apprentice to master. It was a good rhythm, one that connected him to the timeless traditions of craftsmanship, while also preparing him for a future full of possibility and promise. In the gathering of skills and knowledge that marks the transition from student to practitioner, we find one of life's most satisfying progressions. The young craftsman learning to teach others, the master recognizing readiness for advancement, the community acknowledging emerging expertise. These are the moments when individual growth serves larger purposes, when personal achievement contributes to the continuity of knowledge and tradition. As we settle into rest, perhaps we can appreciate our own harvests of learning, recognizing that every skill mastered and every challenge overcome adds to the store of wisdom we carry forward into whatever adventures await us. Part 11. The Forge of Winter. December arrived with a ferocity that seemed to announce winter's intention to test everything that Aldrich had learned about resilience, adaptation, and the deep satisfaction that came from mastering work that truly mattered. This was his third winter in the bakery, but unlike the previous years when he had faced the season's challenges as a struggling apprentice, he now approached the cold months as a skilled craftsman, whose competence had been proven through 2 years of intensive learning and successful practice. The difference was profound, transforming what had once been a season of mere survival into an opportunity for the kind of advanced work that distinguished master craftsmen from ordinary workers. Master Godwin had been planning this winter's activities for months, understanding that the slower pace and extended indoor time would provide ideal conditions for the final phase of Aldrich's preparation for journeyman status. The projects he had designed would test not just technical skills, but also the kind of creative problem-solving, independent judgment, and leadership abilities that journeymen needed to succeed in an increasingly competitive marketplace. This winter will be different from the others, Master Godwin explained as they prepared for the season's first major project. You're no longer learning basic skills, you're developing mastery. The work we'll do over the next few months will challenge you in ways that will prepare you for the responsibilities and opportunities that journeyman status brings. The first major undertaking was the most ambitious decorative baking project that the bakery had ever attempted. A series of elaborate ceremonial breads for the Christmas celebrations of 3 wealthy merchant families, whose combined order represented more revenue than the bakery typically generated in an entire month. The project would require techniques that pushed the boundaries of what was possible with medieval baking technology, artistic vision that could transform simple ingredients into objects of genuine beauty, and project management skills that could coordinate complex interdependent activities over several weeks. The planning phase alone was more complex than entire projects that Aldrich had managed during his earlier training. Each family had specific requirements that reflected their social status, religious beliefs, and personal preferences. The breads had to incorporate symbolic elements that carried deep meaning within the context of Christmas celebrations, while also meeting practical requirements for preservation, transportation, and presentation that would ensure they remained perfect throughout the extended holiday season. Ceremonial baking is where our craft approaches art, Master Godwin observed, as they worked through the intricate specifications that each family had provided. These breads will be more than food. They'll be centerpieces of celebrations that mark the most important feast of the Christian year. Everything must be perfect, because there are no second chances when you're creating something this significant. The ingredient procurement for the Christmas project required Aldrich to work with suppliers throughout the region, some of whom he had never dealt with before. The exotic spices, premium flours, and specialized additives needed for the elaborate breads were expensive and sometimes difficult to obtain, requiring negotiations that tested his business skills and relationship-building abilities. The most challenging aspect of the procurement process was securing saffron, the precious spice that would give some of the ceremonial breads their distinctive golden color and subtle flavor. Saffron was worth more than its weight in gold, imported from distant lands through trading networks that stretched across continents. The quantity needed for the Christmas project represented a significant investment that would strain the bakery's resources, but the visual impact and symbolic significance of the golden breads made the expense necessary. Working with precious ingredients teaches you about both opportunity and risk, Master Godwin explained as they carefully planned the use of their expensive materials. The potential rewards are enormous. Successful completion of this project will enhance our reputation and attract customers for years to come. But the risks are equally significant. Any mistakes could result in losses that would take months to recover from. The production process for the Christmas breads began in early December, with careful preparation of specialized doughs that would be shaped, decorated, and baked over several weeks. The timing was critical, as each element had to be completed at precisely the right moment to ensure that everything would be ready for the Christmas celebrations, while maintaining optimal freshness and appearance. Working with such expensive and specialized ingredients required techniques that Aldrich had never used before. The saffron had to be prepared through a complex process that extracted maximum color and flavor while avoiding the bitter notes that could develop if the spice was handled incorrectly. The premium flours required different hydration and fermentation approaches than the standard materials he was accustomed to using. The artistic challenges were equally demanding. The decorative elements that each family had requested required skills that pushed the boundaries of what was possible with bread dough. Intricate braiding patterns that told religious stories, sculptural elements that represented seasonal symbols, and delicate details that required hours of painstaking work to complete properly. Aldrich found himself working longer hours than ever before, often beginning before dawn and continuing well into the evening as he managed the complex production schedule that the Christmas project required. The work was exhausting, but it was also deeply satisfying as he saw his skills being applied to create something truly extraordinary. The first major test came when one of the elaborate ceremonial loaves developed a crack during the final baking stage, threatening to ruin hours of detailed decorative work and expensive ingredients. Aldrich had to quickly assess the damage, determine whether the loaf could be salvaged, and implement a repair strategy that would restore the bread's appearance without compromising its structural integrity. The problem-solving process required both technical knowledge and creative thinking. Aldrich had to understand why the crack had developed, what could be done to prevent similar problems in the remaining loaves, and how to disguise the repair so effectively that the finished product would meet the exacting standards that the project demanded. Crisis management is one of the most important skills a craftsman can develop, Master Godwin observed as he watched Aldrich working to repair the damaged loaf. Problems will always arise, especially when you're pushing the boundaries of what's possible. The key is staying calm, thinking clearly, and finding creative solutions that turn potential disasters into learning opportunities. The successful repair of the damaged loaf was a significant achievement that demonstrated Aldrich's readiness for the kind of independent problem-solving that journeymen faced regularly. The techniques he developed during the repair process became part of his permanent toolkit, knowledge that would serve him well in future challenging situations. As the Christmas project progressed, Aldrich found himself taking on increasing responsibility for coordinating with the merchant families who had commissioned the work. These interactions required diplomatic skills and business acumen that went well beyond technical baking abilities, as he had to manage expectations, handle changes to specifications, and maintain the relationships that were crucial for the bakery's long-term success. The social dynamics of working with wealthy customers were complex and sometimes challenging. These families were accustomed to having their requirements met without question, but they also had sophisticated tastes and high expectations that left no room for error. Aldrich had to learn to balance deference with professional confidence, ensuring that customers felt respected while also maintaining the standards that quality work required. Customer relations at this level require a different approach than routine business, Master Godwin explained as Aldrich prepared for a particularly important meeting with one of the merchant families. These people are not just buying bread. They're investing in their social status and family reputation. You must understand what success means to them, not just what it means to us. The completion of the Christmas ceremonial breads was a triumph that exceeded everyone's expectations. The finished products were genuinely spectacular, combining technical excellence with artistic beauty in ways that demonstrated the highest levels of craftsmanship. The merchant families were delighted with the results, and word of the bakery's achievement spread throughout the region, attracting inquiries from potential customers in distant villages. You've proven that you can handle the most demanding projects that our craft requires, Master Godwin told Aldrich as they delivered the final ceremonial breads to their customers. The technical skills, artistic vision, and project management abilities you've demonstrated are what separate master craftsmen from ordinary workers. You're ready for journeyman status. The success of the Christmas project marked a turning point in Aldrich's development, but Master Godwin had planned additional challenges that would further prepare him for independent practice. The winter months provided ideal conditions for experimental work that could lead to innovations in techniques, recipes, or business approaches. The next major project was the development of a new preservation method that could extend the shelf life of bread during the difficult winter months when fresh baking was sometimes impossible due to extreme weather conditions. The challenge required understanding of food science principles that went beyond traditional baking knowledge, as well as creative problem-solving that could lead to practical solutions for real customer needs. The experimental work was both fascinating and frustrating. Many of Aldrich's initial approaches failed to produce the desired results, requiring modifications to techniques, ingredients, or storage methods. But each failure provided valuable learning experiences, deepening his understanding of the scientific principles that governed food preservation while also developing his research and development skills. The successful development of the preservation method was another significant achievement that demonstrated Aldrich's readiness for advanced responsibilities. The technique was not only technically sound, but also commercially viable. providing a competitive advantage that could benefit the bakery for years to come. More importantly, the process of developing the innovation had taught Aldrich valuable lessons about systematic experimentation, hypothesis testing, and the kind of methodical approach that distinguished true craftsmen from mere technicians. Innovation is what keeps our craft alive and growing, Master Godwin observed, as they tested the final version of the preservation method. The techniques we use today were developed by craftsmen who were willing to experiment, to take risks, to push beyond what was traditionally done. Your ability to develop new solutions to old problems shows that you understand this responsibility. The teaching responsibilities that Aldrich had assumed were also expanding during the winter months. Master Godwin had assigned him to work with 3 apprentices at different stages of development, requiring him to adapt his instruction methods to meet varying needs and learning styles. The experience was invaluable preparation for the mentoring role that journeymen were expected to play within the guild system. Working with multiple apprentices simultaneously required organizational skills and patience that went well beyond technical knowledge. Aldrich had to plan training programs that would develop each apprentice's skills efficiently, while also ensuring that the bakery's work was completed to proper standards. The juggling of multiple priorities was excellent preparation for the complex decision-making that independent practitioners faced regularly. The most challenging apprentice was a boy named Robert, whose family background was significantly different from the rural, working-class origins that characterized most apprentices in the baking trade. Robert's father was a minor nobleman who had fallen on hard times, and the boy brought attitudes and expectations that sometimes clashed with the demanding egalitarian culture of craft apprenticeship. Teaching Robert is teaching you about leadership, Master Godwin explained as Aldrich struggled with the boy's resistance to some aspects of traditional training. Not everyone you work with will share your background or values. Learning to motivate people who think differently than you do is one of the most valuable skills you can develop. The challenge of working with Robert required Aldrich to develop new approaches to instruction and motivation. He had to understand what drove the boy's behavior, find ways to connect craft training to Robert's personal goals and interests, and maintain discipline while also building the positive relationships that effective teaching required. The successful integration of Robert into the bakery's training program was another significant achievement that demonstrated Aldrich's developing leadership abilities. The techniques he developed for working with difficult apprentices became part of his permanent skill set, knowledge that would serve him well throughout his career as he worked with people from diverse backgrounds and with varying levels of motivation. The guild relationships that had become increasingly important to Aldrich's professional development took on new significance during the winter months. The regional meetings that occurred during this season focused on advanced topics that were particularly relevant to journeymen and masters: business strategy, technical innovation, and the kind of professional development that supported career advancement. Aldrich's growing reputation within the guild community was opening doors to opportunities that would have been unimaginable during his early apprenticeship. Master bakers from other regions were seeking his advice on decorative techniques, while established masters were inviting him to participate in collaborative projects that could enhance his skills and expand his professional network. Your reputation within the guild is becoming one of your most valuable assets, Master Godwin reminded him as they prepared for a particularly important regional meeting. The relationships you're building now will provide opportunities and support throughout your career. Invest in them carefully, because they will determine much of your future success. The guild meeting was indeed valuable, exposing Aldrich to advanced business strategies that were being developed in other regions. technical innovations that could improve efficiency and quality, and opportunities for collaboration that could benefit everyone involved. The knowledge and connections gained from these interactions would prove invaluable as his career progressed. The financial aspects of the bakery's operations became increasingly relevant as Aldrich prepared for the independence that journeyman status would bring. He learned about the complex economics of establishing and operating an independent bakery, understanding the capital requirements, ongoing expenses, and revenue projections that determined the difference between success and failure in medieval commerce. The business planning process was more complex than Aldrich had anticipated, requiring understanding of market analysis, competitive positioning, and financial management that went well beyond basic arithmetic. Master Godwin was teaching him to think strategically about business development, considering not just immediate needs, but also long-term growth and sustainability. Business skills are what separate successful craftsmen from skilled workers, Master Godwin explained as they worked through a detailed financial analysis of potential journeyman opportunities. You can be the most talented baker in the world, but if you can't manage money effectively and make sound business decisions, you'll never achieve true independence. The inventory management and supply chain coordination that Aldrich had been learning through his independent projects became more sophisticated as he prepared for journeyman status. He learned to negotiate complex contracts with suppliers, manage seasonal variations in both costs and availability, and plan for the kind of growth that successful businesses required. The seasonal rhythm of the bakery's work provided natural opportunities for developing different aspects of professional competence. The intense activity of the Christmas season had tested his ability to manage complex projects under pressure, while the quieter winter months that followed provided time for reflection, planning, and the kind of detailed work that built deep expertise. The community relationships that Aldrich had been building over more than 2 years of apprenticeship were also evolving as his status within the village changed. People who had initially seen him as Master Godwin's apprentice now recognized him as a skilled professional, whose advice and expertise were valuable in their own right. This recognition brought both opportunities and responsibilities that reflected his growing status within the community. The religious and social obligations that came with professional status were another aspect of journeyman preparation that Aldrich was learning to navigate. Skilled craftsmen were expected to contribute to community welfare through charitable work, participation in religious observances, and support for various civic activities. These obligations were both privileges and responsibilities that reflected the respected position that master craftsmen held in medieval society. As winter progressed toward spring, the pace of Aldrich's preparation for journeyman status intensified. Master Godwin was gradually transferring even more responsibility to him, allowing him to make decisions that would have been unthinkable during his early months of apprenticeship. The trust was both gratifying and sobering, as Aldrich realized that his choices were significantly impacting the business that had been Master Godwin's life work. The relationship between master and apprentice had evolved into something that was genuinely collaborative, with Aldrich contributing ideas and insights that reflected his growing experience and understanding. Master Godwin encouraged this development, recognizing that the best apprentices were those who eventually became partners rather than simply skilled subordinates. "You're thinking like a master now, not just working like one," Master Godwin observed as they planned their approach to the spring season ahead. "You're learning to see the whole picture, to understand how all the pieces fit together, to make decisions that balance immediate needs with long-term goals. This is what true mastery requires." The advanced decorative baking techniques that Aldrich had mastered were now being applied to increasingly prestigious projects that attracted customers from throughout the region. His reputation for artistic excellence was becoming one of the bakery's most valuable assets, creating opportunities for the kind of high-value work that could significantly enhance profitability and professional status. The teaching responsibilities that Aldrich had assumed were also expanding, as Master Godwin assigned him to develop training materials that could be used throughout the guild system. The ability to transfer knowledge effectively was one of the most valued skills in medieval craft communities, and Aldrich's developing expertise in this area was enhancing his professional reputation and creating opportunities for future career advancement. The winter months had also provided opportunities for the kind of intensive study and reflection that deep learning required. Aldrich had spent countless hours discussing the theoretical aspects of his craft with Master Godwin, exploring the scientific principles that governed fermentation, the artistic principles that guided decorative work, and the business principles that determined commercial success. Understanding why things work the way they do is what separates masters from technicians, Master Godwin explained during one of their theoretical discussions. When you know the principles behind the techniques, you can adapt them to new situations, solve problems that no one has taught you how to handle, and even develop innovations that improve upon traditional methods. This theoretical knowledge was complemented by practical experiments that tested Aldrich's ability to apply scientific principles to real-world challenges. The preservation method he had developed was just one example of how theoretical understanding could lead to practical innovations that provided competitive advantages and enhanced customer service. As the anniversary of his second year of apprenticeship approached, marking the point when many apprentices began to think seriously about journeyman status, Aldrich found himself reflecting on the remarkable transformation he had undergone. The uncertain boy, who had begun this journey with little more than enthusiasm and determination, had been transformed into a skilled professional whose work was recognized and valued throughout the regional crafting community. The technical skills he had acquired were impressive, but the broader competencies he had developed were even more valuable. He had learned to plan and organize complex projects, to work effectively with people from all levels of society, to solve problems creatively, and to think strategically about business and career development. These skills would serve him well regardless of what specific path his professional life eventually took. The relationships he had built with Master Godwin, with customers, with suppliers, with fellow craftsmen, with guild members throughout the region, had become one of his most valuable assets. Medieval commerce was built on personal connections and mutual trust, and the network of relationships that Aldrich had developed would provide opportunities and support throughout his career. Most importantly, he had discovered his own potential and developed the confidence necessary to pursue ambitious goals. The success he had achieved in mastering one of medieval society's most essential and respected crafts had shown him that he possessed the intelligence, determination, and skill necessary to succeed in whatever endeavors he chose to pursue. The Forge of Winter had tested everything he had learned about resilience, creativity, and the deep satisfaction that came from work that truly mattered. Unlike his first winter as a struggling apprentice, he had approached this season's challenges as a skilled craftsman whose competence had been proven through years of intensive learning and successful practice. The difference was profound, confirming that he had indeed achieved the level of mastery that journeyman status required. In the familiar warmth of the bakery, surrounded by the tools and materials of his chosen profession, Aldrich was no longer the uncertain apprentice who had begun this journey. He was becoming a master craftsman in his own right, someone whose work contributed meaningfully to his community's welfare, and whose skills were recognized and valued by his peers throughout the region. The path ahead would lead to journeyman status, and eventually to the independence and mastery that represented the ultimate goals of his professional development. But the foundation had been laid, the skills had been acquired, and the confidence had been earned that would support whatever challenges and opportunities lay ahead. The forge of winter had done its work, tempering his abilities and character in ways that would serve him well for the rest of his career. In the crucible of winter's challenges, when the ordinary becomes extraordinary through skill and dedication, we find the true measure of mastery. The young craftsman learning to lead others, the master recognizing readiness for independence, the community witnessing the birth of new expertise. These are the moments when individual achievement serves larger purposes, when personal growth contributes to the continuity of knowledge and tradition that sustains human civilization. As we settle into rest, perhaps we can appreciate the forges in our own lives, recognizing that every challenge overcome and every skill mastered adds to our capacity to contribute meaningfully to the world around us. Part 12. The Circle Complete. Spring returned to Millbrook with a gentleness that seemed to acknowledge the profound changes that had taken place during the long winter months. The same sun that had warmed the village during Aldrich's first tentative days as an apprentice now shone down upon a young man whose skills, knowledge, and reputation had grown to the point where his advancement to journeyman status was not just possible, but inevitable. The transformation was so complete that even those who had known him since childhood sometimes paused in recognition, seeing in his confident bearing and skilled hands the emergence of a master craftsman who would soon take his place among the region's most respected bakers. Master Godwin had been watching this transformation with the satisfaction that came from seeing a difficult job done well. Training apprentices was one of the most challenging and rewarding aspects of a master craftsman's career, requiring not just technical knowledge, but also wisdom, patience, and the ability to recognize and nurture potential that might not be immediately apparent. In Aldrich, he had found an apprentice whose natural abilities, combined with extraordinary dedication and work ethic, had produced results that exceeded even his most optimistic expectations. The time has come for us to discuss your future, Master Godwin announced one morning as they worked together on what had become their familiar routine of preparing the day's first batch of bread. You've mastered every aspect of our craft that an apprentice can be expected to learn. Your technical skills are excellent. Your business understanding is sophisticated, and your reputation within the community and the guild is well established. You're ready for journeyman status. The words that Aldrich had been hoping to hear for months carried with them a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Journeyman status represented the achievement of a major goal, but it also marked the beginning of a new phase of his career that would bring different challenges and responsibilities. As a journeyman, he would be expected to work independently, to contribute original ideas and innovations, and to begin the process of building the capital and relationships that would eventually allow him to establish his own bakery. The transition from apprentice to journeyman was not simply a matter of declaration. It required formal recognition from the guild, demonstration of competence in all aspects of the craft, and the kind of comprehensive examination that tested not just technical skills but also business knowledge, teaching ability, and understanding of the professional and ethical standards that guild membership required. The guild examination is scheduled for next month, Master Godwin explained as they began planning for this crucial milestone. You'll need to demonstrate your abilities in every aspect of baking, from basic bread making to the most advanced decorative work. You'll also be tested on business knowledge, guild history and traditions, and your ability to train and supervise other craftsmen. The preparation for the guild examination was intensive and comprehensive, requiring Aldrich to review and demonstrate mastery of everything he had learned over nearly 3 years of apprenticeship. The technical portions of the examination would test his ability to produce bread of consistent quality under varying conditions, to create decorative pieces that met the highest artistic standards, and to solve problems that required both creativity and deep understanding of baking science. The business portions of the examination would evaluate his understanding of costs, pricing, inventory management, and customer relations. The teaching portions would assess his ability to transfer knowledge effectively to others, to develop training programs, and to maintain the standards that guild membership required. The comprehensive nature of the examination reflected the guild's commitment to ensuring that only truly qualified craftsmen achieved journeyman status. This examination is not just about testing what you know, Master Godwin explained as they worked through practice sessions that simulated the actual testing conditions. It's about demonstrating that you understand the responsibilities that come with guild membership, that you're committed to maintaining the standards that protect our profession's reputation, and that you're ready to contribute to the community of craftsmen that will support you throughout your career. The weeks of preparation were intense but rewarding, as Aldrich discovered that his knowledge and skills were indeed comprehensive enough to meet the guild's demanding standards. The practice sessions revealed areas where additional study was needed, but they also confirmed that 3 years of intensive training had prepared him well for the challenges that lay ahead. The guild examination itself was held in the regional center, bringing together master bakers from throughout the area to evaluate candidates for advancement. The setting was both formal and intimidating, as Aldrich found himself working under the scrutiny of craftsmen whose reputations and expertise were legendary within the baking community. The technical portions of the examination went smoothly, as Aldrich's hands moved with the confidence and precision that came from years of practice. The bread he produced was of excellent quality, demonstrating consistent technique and understanding of the principles that governed successful baking. The decorative pieces he created showed artistic vision and technical skill that impressed even the most demanding examiners. The business and theoretical portions of the examination were more challenging, requiring Aldrich to demonstrate not just knowledge, but also judgment and analytical thinking. The questions covered everything from cost accounting to customer psychology, from guild history to innovations in baking technology. The comprehensive nature of the examination reflected the guild's understanding that successful craftsmen needed to be more than just skilled technicians. The teaching portion of the examination required Aldrich to work with a volunteer apprentice, demonstrating his ability to transfer knowledge effectively and to maintain the patient, encouraging approach that effective instruction required. This portion of the examination was particularly important, as guild members were expected to contribute to the training of future craftsmen throughout their careers. The examination results were announced at a formal ceremony that marked one of the most important moments in Aldrich's life. The guild masters who had evaluated his performance were unanimous in their recommendation for advancement, praising not just his technical competence but also his understanding of the broader responsibilities that guild membership entailed. Aldrich of Millbrook, the guild master announced in the formal language that such ceremonies required. You have demonstrated mastery of the technical, business, and teaching skills that our craft requires. You understand the traditions that guide our work and the standards that protect our reputation. You are hereby advanced to journeyman status, with all the rights and responsibilities that this position entails. The moment of advancement was deeply emotional, representing the achievement of a goal that had seemed almost impossibly distant when Aldrich had first begun his apprenticeship. The recognition from the guild masters was gratifying, but even more meaningful was the pride he saw in Master Godwin's eyes as his former apprentice took his place among the region's qualified craftsmen. The celebration that followed the advancement ceremony provided opportunities for Aldrich to meet with master bakers from throughout the region, many of whom were interested in discussing potential employment opportunities for a newly advanced journeyman. The conversations were both flattering and educational, as Aldrich learned about the different approaches to business and craft that characterized successful bakeries in various communities. Several masters expressed interest in having Aldrich join their operations, offering opportunities that would provide valuable experience while also allowing him to continue developing his skills and building the capital that would eventually support his own independent practice. The variety of opportunities available was both exciting and overwhelming, requiring careful consideration of the advantages and disadvantages of each possibility. Choosing your first journeyman position is one of the most important decisions you'll make, Master Godwin advised as they discussed the various opportunities that had been presented. You want to find a situation that will challenge you to grow, expose you to new techniques and approaches, and help you build the relationships and resources that will support your eventual independence. After careful consideration of all the options available, Aldrich decided to accept a position with Master Edmund of Westbridge, a highly respected baker whose operation was known throughout the region for innovation, quality, and the kind of advanced work that would provide excellent learning opportunities. The position would require Aldrich to relocate to a larger town where he would work with a team of skilled craftsmen on projects that were more complex and prestigious than anything he had experienced during his apprenticeship. The decision to leave Millbrook was difficult, as the village had been his home for his entire life, and the relationships he had built there were deeply meaningful. But the opportunity to work with Master Edmund represented the kind of professional advancement that ambitious journeymen needed to pursue if they hoped to achieve master status themselves. The final weeks in Millbrook were bittersweet, as Aldrich worked to complete his remaining responsibilities, while also preparing for the transition to his new position. Master Godwin was supportive of his decision, understanding that career advancement often required geographical mobility, and that the experience Aldrich would gain in Westbridge would ultimately benefit him throughout his professional life. "You've grown from an uncertain boy into a skilled craftsman," Master Godwin told him during one of their final working sessions together. "The knowledge and skills you've acquired here will serve you well wherever your career takes you. But remember that learning never stops. Every new situation will teach you something valuable, and every challenge you overcome will make you stronger and more capable." The relationships that Aldrich had built within the Millbrook community were also evolving as he prepared for departure. Customers who had watched his development over 3 years expressed their appreciation for his work and their best wishes for his future success. Fellow craftsmen acknowledged his achievements and offered to maintain the professional connections that could provide mutual support and collaboration in the years ahead. His family's pride in his achievement was deeply meaningful, representing validation that the sacrifices and investments they had made in his education had been worthwhile. His younger siblings looked up to him as an example of what could be achieved through dedication and hard work. while his parents saw in his success the fulfillment of hopes they had harbored since his childhood. You've shown that it's possible to rise above the circumstances of your birth through skill and determination, his father Edmund told him during a family gathering to celebrate his advancement. The opportunities you've created for yourself will benefit not just you, but also your children and their children. This is how families improve their circumstances over generations. The departure from Millbrook was emotional but also exciting, as Aldrich looked forward to the new challenges and opportunities that awaited him in Westbridge. The skills and knowledge he had acquired during his apprenticeship would provide a solid foundation for continued growth, while the relationships he had built would offer ongoing support and collaboration throughout his career. The journey to Westbridge was symbolic as well as practical, representing the transition from the familiar environment where he had learned his craft to the broader world, where he would apply and expand that knowledge. The young man who made this journey was profoundly different from the uncertain boy who had first walked to Master Godwin's bakery 3 years earlier. Master Edmund's operation in Westbridge was indeed more complex and sophisticated than anything Aldrich had experienced during his apprenticeship. The bakery employed several journeymen and apprentices, produced a wide variety of products for customers throughout the region, and maintained relationships with suppliers and customers that extended across multiple counties. The scale and complexity of the operation provided learning opportunities that would significantly enhance Aldrich's professional development. "Welcome to Westbridge," Master Edmund said as he introduced Aldrich to the other craftsmen who would be his colleagues and collaborators. "We've heard excellent reports of your work in Millbrook, and we're looking forward to seeing what you can contribute to our operation. The projects we work on here will challenge you in new ways and help you develop the advanced skills that master status requires." The first weeks in Westbridge were intense but rewarding, as Aldrich adapted to new techniques, different customer requirements, and the collaborative approach that characterized larger operations. Working with other journeymen provided opportunities to learn from their experiences and to contribute his own insights to collective problem-solving efforts. The projects that Master Edmund's bakery undertook were indeed more complex than anything Aldrich had experienced during his apprenticeship. There were large-scale catering contracts that required precise coordination and quality control, decorative commissions that pushed the boundaries of what was possible with bread dough, and experimental work that could lead to innovations with commercial potential. The business aspects of the operation were also more sophisticated, involving financial planning, market analysis, and strategic decision-making that went well beyond the relatively simple considerations that had characterized his apprenticeship experience. The exposure to these advanced business concepts was invaluable preparation for eventual independence. As months passed and Aldrich's reputation within the Westbridge operation grew, he found himself taking on increasing responsibilities and contributing to decisions that affected the bakery's success. The trust that Master Edmund placed in his judgment was both gratifying and challenging, requiring him to think strategically about problems and opportunities that had implications beyond his immediate work. The guild relationships that had been important during his apprenticeship became even more valuable as a journeyman. The regional meetings that he now attended as a full member provided opportunities to learn about advanced techniques, to participate in collaborative projects, and to build the professional network that would support his continued career development. The teaching responsibilities that had been part of his preparation for journeyman status also continued and expanded in his new position. Master Edmund assigned him to work with apprentices at various stages of development, requiring him to adapt his instruction methods to meet different needs and learning styles, while also maintaining the standards that the bakery's reputation required. Teaching others is one of the best ways to deepen your own understanding, Master Edmund observed as he watched Aldrich work with a particularly challenging apprentice. When you have to explain why something works the way it does, you're forced to think more carefully about the principles behind the techniques. Many craftsmen discover gaps in their own knowledge only when they try to teach others. The experience of working in a larger, more complex operation was indeed educational in ways that Aldrich had not anticipated. The collaborative approach to problem solving, the sophisticated business planning, and the exposure to customers with diverse and demanding requirements all contributed to his professional development in ways that would serve him well throughout his career. As his second year as a journeyman began, Aldrich found himself thinking more seriously about his long-term goals and the steps that would be necessary to achieve them. The experience he was gaining in Westbridge was valuable, but he was also beginning to envision the kind of independent operation he would eventually want to establish. The capital accumulation that would be necessary for independence was proceeding steadily, as journeyman wages were significantly higher than apprentice stipends, and careful financial management was allowing him to build the resources that establishing a bakery would require. The business knowledge he was acquiring was equally important, providing the foundation for the strategic planning that successful entrepreneurship demanded. The relationships he was building within the guild community were also becoming increasingly valuable, as fellow journeymen and established masters began to see him as a potential collaborator and future competitor. The reputation he was developing for both technical excellence and business acumen was creating opportunities that would be crucial when he was ready to establish his own operation. As the seasons turned and his experience continued to accumulate, Aldrich found himself looking back on the journey that had brought him from uncertain apprentice to skilled journeyman, with a mixture of satisfaction and anticipation. The circle that had begun with his first tentative steps into Master Godwin's bakery was approaching completion, but it was also opening into new circles of opportunity and challenge that would define the next phase of his career. The young man, who had once struggled to knead dough properly, was now recognized throughout the region as a craftsman, whose skills and knowledge were approaching master level. The transformation had been profound, touching not just his professional capabilities, but also his confidence, his understanding of his place in the world, and his vision of what the future might hold. In the warm glow of the Westbridge bakery, surrounded by the tools and materials of his chosen profession, Aldrich was no longer the uncertain apprentice who had begun this journey. He was a skilled professional whose work contributed meaningfully to his community's welfare, and whose reputation was recognized and valued throughout the regional crafting community. The circle was indeed complete, but it was also beginning anew, opening into possibilities that would define the rest of his professional life. In the completion of one circle and the beginning of another, we find the eternal rhythm of growth and renewal that defines human achievement. The young apprentice who becomes the skilled journeyman, the master who sees his knowledge passed on to new generations, the community that benefits from the continuity of essential skills. These are the patterns that have sustained civilization across countless generations. As we settle into rest, perhaps we can appreciate the circles in our own lives, recognizing that every ending is also a beginning, every achievement a foundation for new possibilities, every completion the start of another journey toward mastery and meaning. Part 13. The Master's Path. 5 years had passed since Aldrich first walked through the doors of Master Godwin's bakery as an uncertain apprentice, and the transformation that time had wrought was nothing short of remarkable. The young man who now stood in his own bakery in the prosperous market town of Thornfield bore little resemblance to the hesitant boy who had once struggled with the most basic techniques of bread-making. His hands, scarred and strengthened by years of intensive work, moved with the unconscious grace of true mastery. His eyes held the confident bearing of someone who had not merely learned a trade, but had truly understood and internalized the deep principles that governed his craft. The bakery that Aldrich had established was a testament to everything he had learned during his years of training and journeyman work. Located on the main market square of Thornfield, it occupied a building that he had carefully selected for its combination of practical advantages and symbolic significance. The ground floor housed the baking operations, with ovens that he had designed himself based on innovations he had observed during his travels as a journeyman. The upper floors provided living quarters for his growing family and workshop space for the advanced decorative work that had become his specialty. The decision to establish his own bakery had not been made lightly. After 3 years as a journeyman, working with Master Edmund in Westbridge, and later with Master Catherine in the cathedral city of Mill Haven, Aldrich had accumulated not just the technical skills and business knowledge that independence required, but also the capital, reputation, and professional relationships that successful entrepreneurship demanded. The guild examination for master status had been even more rigorous than the journeyman advancement, requiring demonstration of not just personal competence, but also the ability to train others, contribute to the profession's development, and maintain the standards that protected the craft's reputation. Master Aldrich of Thornfield, the guild charter read, using the formal language that such documents required. Having demonstrated mastery of all aspects of the baking craft, understanding of business principles, commitment to professional standards, and ability to train and supervise other craftsmen, is hereby granted the right to establish an independent bakery, to take apprentices, and to participate fully in all guild activities and responsibilities. The establishment of the bakery had required careful planning and significant investment. The building had to be purchased and modified to meet the specific requirements of commercial baking. The ovens had to be constructed according to specifications that balanced efficiency, capacity, and fuel economy. Equipment had to be acquired, suppliers had to be identified, and contracts negotiated, and staff had to be recruited and trained. The financial challenges had been considerable, requiring Aldrich to draw upon savings accumulated during his journeyman years, loans from guild members who believed in his potential, and partnerships with local merchants who saw opportunities for mutual benefit. The business planning process had tested everything he had learned about costs, revenues, market analysis, and strategic thinking during his years of professional development. But the rewards had been correspondingly significant. Within 2 years of opening, Aldrich's bakery had established itself as one of the premier operations in the region, known for both the quality of its everyday bread and the artistry of its decorative work. The customer base included everyone from working families who depended on affordable, nutritious bread to wealthy merchants and minor nobility who commissioned elaborate ceremonial pieces for special occasions. The success of the bakery was built on principles that Aldrich had learned during his long apprenticeship and refined during his journeyman years. Quality was never compromised for the sake of profit or convenience. Customer relationships were cultivated with the same care that was devoted to perfecting recipes. Innovation was pursued not for its own sake, but as a means of better serving customer needs and advancing the craft's development. The staff that Aldrich had assembled reflected his understanding of the importance of surrounding himself with skilled, dedicated people who shared his commitment to excellence. His head baker was a journeyman named Marcus, whose technical skills and reliability had been proven during 2 years of working together in Millhaven. His decorative specialist was a talented young woman named Elena, whose artistic vision and attention to detail had earned recognition throughout the guild community, despite the unusual circumstance of her gender in a traditionally male-dominated craft. The apprentices that Aldrich had taken on represented his commitment to the guild tradition of training the next generation of craftsmen. Thomas, the son of a local farmer, showed exceptional promise in basic bread-making techniques. Sarah, whose family background in textile work had given her an eye for pattern and design, was developing remarkable skills in decorative applications. William, older than most apprentices and coming to the craft after trying several other trades, brought a maturity and work ethic that compensated for his late start. Teaching apprentices is one of the most important responsibilities we have as masters, Aldrich explained to Marcus as they planned the training program for their newest apprentice. We're not just passing on technical skills, we're preserving and advancing traditions that have sustained communities for generations. The knowledge we share today will determine the quality of craftsmanship that will be available to future generations. The teaching responsibilities that came with master status were indeed among the most challenging and rewarding aspects of Aldrich's professional life. Each apprentice presented unique challenges and opportunities, requiring different approaches to instruction and motivation. The process of breaking down complex skills into teachable components, of finding ways to communicate not just techniques, but also the underlying principles that governed successful practice, had deepened his own understanding of the craft in ways he had not anticipated. The guild relationships that had been important throughout Aldrich's career development became even more significant as a master craftsman. He was now expected to contribute to the profession's governance, participating in decisions about standards, training requirements, and the policies that would guide the craft's future development. The regional meetings that he attended were no longer just learning opportunities, but forums where his opinions and expertise were sought and valued. The innovations that Aldrich had developed during his years of training and experience were beginning to influence practices throughout the guild community. The preservation techniques he had pioneered were being adopted by bakers in other regions. The decorative methods he had refined were being taught in guild workshops. The business practices he had implemented were being studied and emulated by other master craftsmen. Innovation is what keeps our craft alive and growing, Aldrich told a gathering of guild members during a regional conference. The techniques we use today were developed by craftsmen who were willing to experiment, to take risks, to push beyond what was traditionally done. Our responsibility is not just to preserve what we've inherited, but to improve upon it and pass those improvements on to those who will follow us. The business aspects of running an independent bakery were more complex than anything Aldrich had experienced during his apprenticeship or journeyman years. The financial management required careful attention to cash flow, seasonal variations, and the capital investments that growth and improvement demanded. The marketing and customer relations involved understanding not just individual preferences, but also broader social and economic trends that affected demand patterns. The supply chain management was particularly challenging, requiring relationships with farmers, millers, and merchants that extended across multiple regions. The quality and availability of ingredients could vary significantly based on weather conditions, political developments, and economic factors that were often beyond anyone's control. Successful management required not just technical knowledge, but also the ability to anticipate problems and develop alternative solutions. The seasonal rhythm of the bakery's operations reflected the agricultural calendar that still governed much of medieval economic life. Spring brought increased demand for celebration breads as communities emerged from winter's constraints. Summer required adaptation to higher temperatures that affected both baking processes and preservation challenges. Autumn brought the harvest season's abundance and the need to prepare for winter's limitations. Winter demanded efficiency and careful resource management, while also providing opportunities for the detailed work that built reputation and customer loyalty. The decorative baking that had become Aldrich's specialty continued to evolve as he developed new techniques and explored innovative applications. The religious ceremonies, wedding celebrations, and civic festivals that provided opportunities for elaborate work were becoming more frequent and more demanding as his reputation grew. The artistic challenges were matched by technical requirements that pushed the boundaries of what was possible with traditional materials and methods. The most ambitious project that Aldrich had undertaken was a series of ceremonial breads for the cathedral's Easter celebration, commissioned by the bishop himself after reports of Aldrich's work had reached the ecclesiastical authorities. The project required techniques that had never been attempted before. Artistic vision that could translate complex theological concepts into edible form, and project management skills that could coordinate multiple craftsmen working on interdependent elements over several months. The Cathedral Commission represented more than just a business opportunity. It was recognition that Aldrich's work had achieved the level of artistry and technical excellence that qualified it for the most sacred and prestigious applications. The breads would be blessed during the Easter Vigil and distributed to the faithful as symbols of resurrection and renewal, carrying religious significance that went far beyond their role as food. This commission is an honor that reflects not just on you, but on our entire guild community, Master Edmund had written when news of the project reached Westbridge. The quality of your work will be seen as representative of what our craft can achieve at its highest levels. Success will enhance the reputation of all of us, while failure could damage relationships that have taken generations to build. The preparation for the cathedral project required months of planning and experimentation. The symbolic elements that the bishop had requested were complex and demanding, requiring techniques that pushed the boundaries of what was possible with bread dough. The preservation requirements were equally challenging, as the breads had to maintain their appearance and structural integrity throughout the extended Easter celebrations. The artistic collaboration that the project required was unlike anything Aldrich had experienced before. He worked closely with the cathedral's master sculptor and illuminated manuscript artists to ensure that the symbolic elements incorporated into the breads were theologically accurate and artistically coherent. The process taught him valuable lessons about collaborative creativity and the ways in which different artistic traditions could inform and enhance each other. The technical challenges were equally demanding. The size and complexity of some pieces required structural innovations that could support elaborate decorative elements without compromising the bread's edibility. The timing requirements meant that multiple components had to be completed in precise sequence to ensure that everything would be ready simultaneously for the Easter Vigil. The successful completion of the cathedral project was a triumph that established Aldrich's reputation at the highest levels of both ecclesiastical and secular society. The breads were praised not just for their technical excellence, but also for their artistic beauty and theological appropriateness. The bishop's personal commendation was followed by inquiries from other religious institutions and noble households throughout the region. You have demonstrated that our craft can achieve the level of artistry that qualifies it for the most sacred applications, the bishop told Aldrich during the ceremony that marked the project's completion. Your work serves not just the body's needs, but also the soul's longing for beauty and meaning. This is a gift that few craftsmen possess, and you have used it in service of the highest purposes. The recognition that came from the cathedral project opened doors to opportunities that would have been unimaginable when Aldrich first began his apprenticeship. Commissions arrived from noble households, wealthy merchant families, and religious institutions throughout the kingdom. The artistic and technical challenges of these projects continued to push his skills to new levels, while also providing the financial resources that supported continued growth and innovation. The expansion of the bakery's operations required careful planning and significant investment. Additional ovens were constructed to handle increased volume. New equipment was acquired to support more complex decorative work. Additional staff were recruited and trained to maintain quality standards while meeting growing demand. The management challenges that came with growth were considerable. Aldrich had to learn to delegate responsibilities while maintaining the quality control that his reputation required. The coordination of multiple projects, each with its own requirements and deadlines, tested his organizational and leadership skills in ways that his earlier training had not fully prepared him for. The apprentice training program that Aldrich had established was becoming a model that other masters throughout the guild were studying and emulating. The systematic approach to skill development, the integration of theoretical knowledge with practical application, and the emphasis on creativity and innovation were producing apprentices whose capabilities exceeded traditional expectations. Your training methods are advancing the entire profession, Master Catherine wrote from Millhaven, where she had implemented several of Aldrich's innovations in her own apprentice program. The young craftsmen you're developing will carry these improved approaches throughout their careers, raising standards and capabilities across the entire guild community. The guild leadership responsibilities that came with Aldrich's growing reputation were both honor and burden. He was elected to serve on the regional council that governed professional standards and training requirements. His opinions were sought on matters ranging from technical innovations to business practices, to the social and economic policies that affected the craft's future development. The political aspects of guild leadership were more complex than Aldrich had anticipated, balancing the interests of established masters with the needs of younger craftsmen, managing competition between different regions, and responding to external pressures from government authorities and religious institutions required diplomatic skills that went well beyond technical expertise. The innovations that Aldrich continued to develop were beginning to influence practices throughout the medieval world. His preservation techniques were being adopted by bakers in distant kingdoms. His decorative methods were being taught in guild schools across the continent. His business practices were being studied by craftsmen in other trades who saw applications for their own operations. Innovation is not just about improving our own work, Aldrich explained to a gathering of guild masters from throughout the kingdom. It's about advancing human knowledge and capability in ways that benefit everyone. The techniques we develop today will be refined and improved by future generations, just as we have built upon the innovations of those who came before us. The family life that Aldrich had built alongside his professional achievements was another source of deep satisfaction. His marriage to Margaret, the daughter of a successful merchant family, had brought not just personal happiness, but also valuable business connections and social standing. Their children, young Edmund, named for Aldrich's father, and little Catherine, named for the master who had taught him so much during his journeyman years, were growing up surrounded by the sights, sounds, and aromas of the bakery that was their father's life work. I want our children to understand the value of honest work and the satisfaction that comes from mastering a craft, Aldrich told Margaret as they watched their son help with simple tasks in the bakery. Whether they choose to follow in my footsteps or pursue other paths, they should understand what it means to dedicate yourself to excellence and to contribute meaningfully to your community. The community relationships that Aldrich had built in Thornfield reflected his understanding of the social responsibilities that came with success and recognition. The bakery employed more than a dozen people, providing livelihoods for families throughout the town. The charitable work that Aldrich supported included providing bread for the poor, training for young people who couldn't afford formal apprenticeships, and contributions to civic projects that benefited the entire community. The religious obligations that were part of medieval life were also important to Aldrich, both personally and professionally. The bakery's work for religious festivals and ceremonies was not just business, but also expression of faith and commitment to the spiritual values that gave meaning to daily life. The charitable activities that the church coordinated provided opportunities to serve those in need, while also strengthening the social bonds that held the community together. As the 10th anniversary of his advancement to master status approached, Aldrich found himself reflecting on the remarkable journey that had brought him from uncertain apprentice to recognized leader in his profession. The transformation had been profound, touching every aspect of his life and extending far beyond his individual achievements to influence the broader community of craftsmen and the society they served. The technical skills that he had mastered were impressive, but the broader impact of his work was even more significant. The innovations he had developed were improving the quality and efficiency of baking throughout the region. The apprentices he had trained were carrying advanced knowledge and techniques to other communities. The business practices he had pioneered were being adopted by craftsmen in other trades. The relationships he had built with customers, suppliers, fellow craftsmen, guild leaders, religious authorities, and civic officials had created a network of mutual support and collaboration that extended far beyond his immediate business interests. These relationships were not just personal assets, but also contributions to the social fabric that bound medieval communities together. The reputation he had earned was based not just on technical excellence, but also on integrity, reliability, and commitment to the values that the guild system was designed to protect and promote. The recognition he had received from the highest levels of society was gratifying, but even more meaningful was the respect of his peers and the knowledge that his work was making a genuine difference in people's lives. The legacy that Aldrich was building extended beyond his individual achievements to encompass the knowledge he was preserving and advancing, the people he was training and inspiring, and the standards he was helping to establish for future generations. The craft that he had inherited from Master Godwin and the other teachers who had shaped his development was being passed on in improved form to those who would carry it forward. In the warm glow of his bakery, surrounded by the tools and materials of his chosen profession, Aldrich was no longer the uncertain apprentice who had begun this journey so many years before. He was a master craftsman whose work contributed meaningfully to his community's welfare, whose innovations were advancing his profession's capabilities, and whose influence was being felt throughout the medieval world. The circle that had begun with his first tentative steps into Master Godwin's bakery had indeed been completed, but it had also opened into new circles of opportunity and responsibility that would define the rest of his professional life. The master's path was not a destination, but a continuing journey. marked by the ongoing pursuit of excellence, the constant effort to advance knowledge and capability, and the enduring commitment to serve others through the skilled practice of an ancient and honorable craft. The young man who had once struggled to knead dough properly was now recognized throughout the kingdom as a craftsman whose skills and knowledge were approaching legendary status. But more importantly, he had become a teacher, innovator, and leader whose influence would be felt for generations to come. The transformation was complete, but the journey continued, opening into possibilities that would define not just his own future, but the future of his craft and the communities it served. In the achievement of mastery and the assumption of leadership, we find the fulfillment of human potential and the continuation of knowledge across generations. The uncertain apprentice who becomes the respected master, the student who becomes the teacher, the individual achievement that serves larger purposes. These are the patterns that have sustained human civilization and advancement throughout history. As we settle into rest, perhaps we can appreciate the masters in our own lives, recognizing that every skill we possess was once taught by someone who cared enough to share their knowledge, and that our own mastery, however modest, carries with it the responsibility to nurture and guide those who will follow after us. Part 14. The Golden Years. 25 years had passed since Aldrich first crossed the threshold of Master Godwin's bakery, and the man who now stood as one of the most respected master bakers in the kingdom bore the accumulated wisdom of decades spent in devoted service to his craft. His hair, once the rich brown of youth, was now touched with silver that caught the light from the great windows of his expanded bakery. His hands, marked by countless hours of kneading, shaping, and creating, moved with the unconscious grace that came only from a lifetime of perfect practice. But it was his eyes that told the truest story of his journey. They held the deep satisfaction of a man who had not merely succeeded in his chosen profession, but had elevated it through innovation, dedication, and an unwavering commitment to excellence. The bakery that Aldrich had established in Thornfield had grown far beyond his original modest ambitions. What had begun as a single-room operation now occupied an entire block of the market square, with specialized areas for different types of baking, storage facilities that could accommodate the needs of a regional distribution network, and workshops where the most advanced decorative techniques in the kingdom were developed and refined. The operation employed more than 50 people, from master craftsmen to apprentices, from delivery drivers to administrative staff, creating a complex organization that required sophisticated management skills Aldrich had never imagined needing during his early years of training. The success of the bakery was measured not just in financial terms, though those were certainly impressive, but in the broader impact it had achieved within the baking community and society as a whole. The innovations that Aldrich and his team had developed were being used by bakers throughout Europe, carried by traveling craftsmen, guild exchanges, and the growing network of commercial relationships that connected medieval communities across vast distances. The training methods that had been pioneered in Thornfield were being adopted by guild schools in distant kingdoms, raising the standard of craftsmanship throughout the profession. Master Aldrich's influence extends far beyond his own bakery, wrote Brother Marcus, the scholarly monk who was compiling a comprehensive treatise on medieval crafts for the monastery's library. His innovations in technique, his advances in business practice, and his contributions to professional education have transformed not just baking, but our understanding of what craftsmen can achieve when they combine traditional skills with systematic innovation and rigorous standards. The guild leadership responsibilities that Aldrich had assumed over the years had grown to encompass roles that would have been unimaginable to the uncertain apprentice he had once been. He served as the regional guild master, coordinating activities across multiple counties and representing the baking profession in discussions with royal authorities, church officials, and leaders of other craft guilds. His opinions were sought on matters ranging from trade policy to educational standards to the social and economic issues that affected working people throughout the kingdom. The political aspects of these leadership roles had required Aldrich to develop skills that went far beyond baking expertise, negotiating with government officials who wanted to impose new taxes on craft guilds, mediating disputes between masters from different regions, and representing craftsmen's interests in the complex web of medieval politics demanded diplomatic abilities and strategic thinking that had been developed through years of careful observation and gradual assumption of responsibility. Leadership in our profession requires more than technical mastery, Aldrich explained to a gathering of newly advanced masters during their orientation to guild responsibilities. We must understand the broader context in which our work takes place, the economic and social forces that affect our communities, and our obligations to protect and advance not just our own interests, but the welfare of all who depend on our crafts for their livelihoods. The innovations that continued to emerge from Aldrich's workshops were becoming increasingly sophisticated and influential. The preservation techniques that had been developed for extending bread's shelf life had evolved into methods that were being applied to other foods, contributing to improvements in nutrition and food security throughout the region. The decorative methods that had begun as artistic expressions were being adapted for architectural applications, with bread-based models being used to plan and visualize building projects. The most significant recent innovation had been the development of new fermentation techniques that could produce bread with improved nutritional content while also reducing the time and labor required for production. The breakthrough had come through systematic experimentation that combined traditional knowledge with careful observation and record-keeping, demonstrating the value of the scientific approach that Aldrich had been advocating throughout the guild community. Innovation requires both respect for tradition and willingness to question established methods, Aldrich wrote in a treatise that was being circulated among guild libraries throughout Europe. We must understand why traditional techniques work before we can improve upon them, but we must also be willing to experiment and take risks if we hope to advance our capabilities and better serve those who depend on our work. The apprentice training program that Aldrich had established had become a model that was being studied and emulated throughout the medieval world. The systematic curriculum that combined theoretical knowledge with practical application, the emphasis on creativity and problem-solving, and the integration of business skills with technical training, were producing craftsmen whose capabilities exceeded anything that traditional apprenticeship methods had achieved. The success of Aldrich's training methods was evident in the achievements of his former apprentices, many of whom had gone on to establish successful bakeries of their own, or to assume leadership roles within the guild community. Thomas, the farmer's son who had been one of Aldrich's first apprentices, now operated a thriving bakery in the cathedral city of Winchester, and served as a regional guild officer. Sarah, whose artistic talents had been nurtured despite the unusual circumstance of her gender, had become the kingdom's most sought-after specialist in ceremonial bread design. The measure of a master's success is not just his own achievements, but the accomplishments of those he has trained, Aldrich reflected as he watched his current group of apprentices work on a complex decorative project. Knowledge that is not passed on dies with its possessor, but knowledge that is shared and built upon becomes part of humanity's permanent inheritance. The family life that Aldrich had built alongside his professional achievements had been a source of constant joy and motivation. His children had grown to adulthood, surrounded by the values of craftsmanship, service, and excellence that defined their father's work. Edmund, now 22, had chosen to follow in his father's footsteps and was completing his own apprenticeship under Master Thomas in Winchester, learning the craft in a different environment to gain the broad perspective that would serve him well throughout his career. Catherine, 18 and possessed of remarkable artistic talent, was pursuing illuminated manuscript work with the nuns at the nearby convent, applying the aesthetic principles she had absorbed in her father's workshops to a different but related craft. Margaret, Aldrich's wife of more than 20 years, had been not just a supportive partner, but also a valuable collaborator in the business aspects of the bakery's operations. Her merchant family background had provided insights into commercial practices and customer relations that had contributed significantly to the bakery's success. Her social connections had opened doors to opportunities that might otherwise have remained closed, while her practical wisdom had helped navigate the complex challenges that growth and success inevitably brought. A successful craftsman needs more than technical skills. Aldrich often told young masters who sought his advice on business matters. The support of family, the understanding of community, and the ability to work with others toward common goals are just as important as the ability to bake perfect bread. Success in any endeavor is rarely achieved alone. The community relationships that Aldrich had cultivated over decades of residence in Thornfield had evolved into a network of mutual support and collaboration that extended far beyond simple business transactions. The bakery's role in the town's economic life was significant, but its social and cultural contributions were equally important. The employment it provided supported dozens of families, while the charitable activities it sponsored contributed to the welfare of the entire community. The annual Harvest Festival that Aldrich had initiated 15 years earlier had become one of the region's most important celebrations, drawing visitors from throughout the kingdom and showcasing not just baking skills, but the broader cultural achievements of the medieval craft community. The festival provided opportunities for masters from different regions to share techniques and innovations, for apprentices to learn from multiple teachers, and for the general public to appreciate the artistry and skill that characterized the highest levels of craftsmanship. This festival represents more than just a celebration of our craft, Aldrich explained to the visiting dignitaries who attended each year's opening ceremony. It demonstrates the values that guide our work: excellence, innovation, collaboration, and service to community. These are the principles that have built our civilization and that will sustain it for future generations. The religious dimensions of Aldrich's work had deepened over the years, as he came to understand more fully the spiritual significance of providing bread, the staff of life, to his community. The ceremonial breads that he created for religious festivals were not just artistic achievements, but expressions of faith and devotion that connected the physical act of baking to the deeper mysteries of creation and sustenance. The relationship with the cathedral that had begun with the Easter Commission so many years earlier had evolved into a regular collaboration that produced some of the most magnificent ceremonial breads in Christendom. The bishop, now an old friend as well as a valued customer, often consulted with Aldrich on matters relating to the symbolic and theological aspects of religious celebrations. Your work serves not just the body's needs, but also the soul's longing for beauty and meaning, the bishop had written in a letter that Aldrich treasured. Through your craft, you participate in the divine act of creation, transforming simple ingredients into sustenance that nourishes both physical and spiritual life. This is a sacred calling that few fully understand or appreciate. The international recognition that Aldrich's work had achieved was a source of pride not just for him personally, but for the entire English baking community. Delegations of craftsmen from France, Germany, and Italy had visited Thornfield to study his methods and innovations. His treatises on baking techniques had been translated into multiple languages and were being used in guild schools throughout Europe. Several of his former apprentices had established successful bakeries in foreign kingdoms, carrying his methods and standards to new markets. The most significant international recognition had come in the form of an invitation to participate in a grand exhibition of crafts that was being organized in Paris to celebrate the completion of Notre Dame Cathedral. The opportunity to display his work alongside the finest craftsmen from throughout Europe was both an honor and a responsibility that Aldrich took very seriously. This exhibition represents more than just an opportunity to showcase our individual achievements, Aldrich told the team that would accompany him to Paris. We are representing not just our own bakery, but the entire English and tradition of craftsmanship. Our work will be judged not just on its technical merits, but on what it reveals about our values, our standards, and our commitment to excellence. The preparation for the Paris exhibition required months of planning and coordination. The pieces that would be displayed had to represent the full range of techniques and applications that characterized Aldrich's approach to the craft. The transportation and preservation challenges were significant, requiring innovations in packaging and handling that pushed the boundaries of what was possible with medieval technology. The exhibition itself was a triumph that exceeded all expectations. The English delegation's display was praised not just for its technical excellence, but for its artistic vision and innovation. The preservation techniques that Aldrich had developed allowed bread sculptures to maintain their appearance throughout the month-long exhibition, while the decorative methods he had pioneered created visual impacts that amazed visitors from throughout Europe. The English bakers have demonstrated capabilities that we did not know existed, wrote Master Pierre of Rouen, one of France's most respected craftsmen. Their combination of traditional skills with systematic innovation has produced results that challenge our understanding of what is possible with bread as a medium. We have much to learn from their approach. The recognition that came from the Paris exhibition opened new opportunities for collaboration and exchange that would benefit the entire English baking community. Formal agreements were established for sharing techniques and innovations between guilds in different kingdoms. Exchange programs were created that would allow apprentices and journeymen to study in foreign workshops. Trade relationships were developed that would provide access to new ingredients and materials. The business aspects of Aldrich's operation had evolved to accommodate the complexity that success and growth had brought. The financial management required sophisticated accounting methods and strategic planning that went far beyond the simple record-keeping that had been sufficient during the bakery's early years. The supply chain coordination involved relationships with producers and merchants throughout Europe, requiring understanding of international trade practices and currency exchange. The management of human resources had become equally complex, as the bakery now employed people with diverse skills and backgrounds, who required different approaches to supervision and motivation. The coordination of multiple projects, each with its own requirements and deadlines, demanded organizational abilities that Aldrich had developed through years of gradual assumption of responsibility. Business success requires more than technical excellence, Aldrich explained to a group of young masters who were seeking advice on establishing their own operations. You must understand finance, marketing, human relations, and strategic planning. You must be able to work with people from all levels of society and to adapt to changing conditions. Most importantly, we must never lose sight of the values and standards that define our profession. The legacy that Aldrich was building extended far beyond his individual achievements to encompass the knowledge he was preserving and advancing, the people he was training and inspiring, and the standards he was helping to establish for future generations. The innovations he had developed were becoming permanent parts of the craft's body of knowledge. The training methods he had pioneered were raising the capabilities of craftsmen throughout the profession. The business practices he had implemented were being adopted by operations throughout the medieval world. As Aldrich approached his 60th birthday, an age that was considered quite advanced in medieval times, he found himself thinking more frequently about the future and the arrangements that would ensure the continuation of everything he had built. The succession planning for the bakery's leadership was complex, involving not just the transfer of ownership, but also the preservation of the values and standards that had made the operation successful. Edmund, his son, was showing exceptional promise and would likely assume leadership of the family business within a few years. But Aldrich was also committed to ensuring that the broader innovations and methods he had developed would continue to benefit the entire profession, not just his own family's interests. Arrangements were being made to establish a permanent training center that would preserve and disseminate advanced baking techniques for future generations. The knowledge we have gained belongs not just to us, but to all who will follow, Aldrich wrote in his journal as he planned for the future. Our responsibility is not just to pass on what we have learned, but to ensure that it continues to grow and develop long after we are gone. This is how human knowledge advances, and how civilizations progress. The reflection on his remarkable journey from uncertain apprentice to recognized master brought Aldrich deep satisfaction, but also a sense of responsibility for the future. The transformation had been profound, touching every aspect of his life and extending far beyond his individual achievements to influence the broader community of craftsmen and the society they served. In the warm glow of his expanded bakery, surrounded by the tools and materials of his chosen profession, Aldrich was no longer the uncertain apprentice who had begun this journey so many decades before. He was a master craftsman whose work had contributed meaningfully to his community's welfare, whose innovations had advanced his profession's capabilities, and whose influence was being felt throughout the medieval world. The golden years of his career were marked not just by personal success, but by the knowledge that his life's work had made a lasting difference in the world. The bread that emerged from his ovens each day fed not just bodies, but souls, connecting people to traditions that stretched back through generations, while also pointing toward possibilities that future generations would explore and develop. The circle that had begun with his first tentative steps into Master Godwin's bakery had indeed been completed many times over, but each completion had opened into new circles of opportunity and responsibility. The master's path was not a destination, but a continuing journey, marked by the ongoing pursuit of excellence, the constant effort to advance knowledge and capability, and the enduring commitment to serve others through the skilled practice of an ancient and honorable craft. In the fullness of a life devoted to mastery and service, we find the deepest satisfactions that human existence can offer. The uncertain apprentice who becomes the respected master, the individual achievement that serves larger purposes, the knowledge that is preserved and advanced for future generations. These are the patterns that give meaning to our brief time on earth and ensure that our efforts contribute to something greater than ourselves. As we settle into rest, perhaps we can appreciate the golden years in our own lives, recognizing that every skill mastered and every person helped adds to the store of wisdom and goodness that we leave behind for those who will follow after us. Part 15. The Final Loaf. The autumn of Aldrich's 70th year arrived with a gentleness that seemed to acknowledge the profound changes that time had wrought in both the man and the world around him. The master baker, who had once worked from before dawn until well after dark, now moved with the measured pace of someone who had learned to husband his strength while still maintaining the exacting standards that had defined his entire career. His hands, though marked by 7 decades of life and nearly 50 years of intensive work, still possessed the sensitivity and skill that could judge the perfect moment for removing bread from the oven, the precise texture that indicated optimal fermentation, the subtle variations in dough that distinguished exceptional work from merely competent craftsmanship. The bakery that Aldrich had built in Thornfield had become more than just a business. It was an institution that anchored the community's economic and social life, a center of learning that attracted students from throughout Europe, and a symbol of what could be achieved through dedication, innovation, and unwavering commitment to excellence. The operation now employed more than 70 people and served customers in dozens of communities throughout the kingdom. But it had never lost the personal touch and attention to quality that had characterized Aldrich's work from his earliest days as an apprentice. The succession planning that Aldrich had been working on for several years was now nearing completion. Edmund, his son, had returned from his journeyman travels with experience gained in the finest bakeries of France and Germany, bringing new techniques and perspectives that would ensure the continued growth and development of the family business. Catherine, his daughter, had completed her training in illuminated manuscripts and was applying her artistic skills to the design of ceremonial breads that pushed the boundaries of what was possible with edible materials. The transition of leadership is one of the most critical challenges that any successful operation faces, Aldrich explained to the Guild Council as they discussed the arrangements that would preserve the innovations and methods he had developed. It's not enough to simply pass on ownership. We must ensure that the values, standards, and commitment to continuous improvement that have made our work successful will continue to guide future generations. The formal arrangements for transferring leadership of the bakery were complex, involving not just family considerations, but also the broader interests of the guild community and the apprentices and journeymen whose careers depended on the continued success of the operation. Edmund would assume operational responsibility gradually, working alongside his father for a transition period that would ensure continuity while also allowing for the fresh perspectives that new leadership could bring. The training center that Aldrich had established to preserve and disseminate advanced baking techniques was being formalized as a permanent institution that would continue to operate regardless of changes in the bakery's ownership. The center would be governed by a board of master bakers from throughout the region, ensuring that its mission of advancing the craft would be maintained even as individual leaders came and went. Knowledge belongs to all humanity, not to any individual, Aldrich had written in the charter that established the training center. The techniques and innovations that we have developed must be preserved and shared so that future generations can build upon our achievements and continue to advance the capabilities of our craft. The international recognition that Aldrich's work had achieved continued to grow even as he began to step back from day-to-day operations. Delegations of craftsmen from distant kingdoms still visited Thornfield regularly to study his methods and innovations. His treatises on baking techniques had been translated into more than a dozen languages and were being used in guild schools throughout the known world. Several universities had begun to include his writings in their curricula as examples of how systematic observation and experimentation could advance practical knowledge. The most recent international honor had been an invitation to serve as a judge for the Grand Exhibition of Crafts that was being organized in Rome to celebrate the completion of major renovations to St. Peter's Basilica. The opportunity to evaluate the work of the finest craftsmen from throughout Christendom was both an honor and a responsibility that Aldrich took very seriously, despite the physical challenges that such travel would present at his age. This invitation represents recognition not just of my individual achievements, but of the entire English tradition of craftsmanship, Aldrich told the Guild Assembly as he prepared for the journey to Rome. Our work will be judged alongside the finest examples of human skill and creativity. We must ensure that our contributions reflect the values and standards that have made our profession respected throughout the civilized world. The preparation for the Rome exhibition required careful selection of pieces that would represent the full range of techniques and applications that characterized English baking at its finest. The transportation challenges were significant, requiring innovations in preservation and packaging that pushed the boundaries of what was possible with medieval technology. The coordination with other English craftsmen who would participate in the exhibition demanded diplomatic skills and collaborative planning that tested all of Aldrich's experience in managing complex projects. The journey to Rome was itself an adventure that provided opportunities to observe baking practices in different regions, and to meet with craftsmen whose work Aldrich had known only through reputation. The exchange of ideas and techniques that took place during the journey was as valuable as the formal exhibition itself, demonstrating the benefits of the international networks that the guild system had created. The exhibition in Rome was a triumph that exceeded all expectations. The English delegation's display was praised not just for its technical excellence, but for its innovation and artistic vision. The preservation techniques that Aldrich had developed allowed complex bread sculptures to maintain their appearance throughout the month-long exhibition, while the decorative methods he had pioneered created visual impacts that amazed visitors from throughout the Christian world. The English bakers have demonstrated capabilities that challenge our understanding of what is possible with traditional materials, wrote Master Antonio of Florence, one of Italy's most respected craftsmen. Their systematic approach to innovation, combined with deep respect for traditional techniques, has produced results that will influence our craft for generations to come. The recognition that came from the Rome exhibition was gratifying, but Aldrich found even greater satisfaction in the knowledge that his life's work had contributed to the advancement of human knowledge and capability. The techniques he had developed were being used to improve nutrition and food security throughout Europe. The training methods he had pioneered were raising the standards of craftsmanship in communities far from Thornfield. The business practices he had implemented were being adopted by operations in many different trades and industries. The personal relationships that Aldrich had built over decades of professional activity had become one of his most treasured possessions. The network of former apprentices, fellow masters, customers, suppliers, and collaborators that he had cultivated provided not just business support, but also deep friendships that enriched every aspect of his life. The letters that arrived regularly from craftsmen throughout Europe kept him informed about developments in the profession, while also maintaining connections that had been forged through years of shared work and mutual respect. The most meaningful correspondence came from Master Godwin's grandson, who had recently completed his own apprenticeship and was beginning his career as a journeyman baker. The young man's letters provided updates on the bakery where Aldrich had learned his craft, but they also carried forward the values and traditions that Master Godwin had instilled in his apprentices more than half a century earlier. The techniques you developed during your apprenticeship with my grandfather are still being taught here, the young baker wrote. But more importantly, the standards of excellence and commitment to continuous learning that you demonstrated have become part of our permanent tradition. Your example continues to inspire new generations of craftsmen who understand that mastery requires not just technical skill, but also dedication to serving others. The community relationships that Aldrich had cultivated in Thornfield had evolved into something approaching reverence for his contributions to the town's prosperity and reputation. The annual harvest festival that he had initiated 30 years earlier had become one of the kingdom's most important celebrations, drawing visitors from throughout Europe and showcasing not just baking skills, but the broader cultural achievements of the medieval craft community. The charitable activities that Aldrich had supported over the years had created a legacy of service that would continue long after his active involvement ended. The scholarships he had established provided training opportunities for young people who couldn't afford formal apprenticeships. The food distribution programs he had organized ensured that no one in Thornfield went hungry during difficult times. The civic improvements he had funded had enhanced the quality of life for all residents of the community. Master Aldrich's contributions to our town extend far beyond his business success, the mayor declared during a ceremony honoring Aldrich's 70th birthday. His commitment to excellence has raised the standards of all our craftsmen. His innovations have brought recognition to our community throughout the known world. His generosity has improved the lives of countless families. He represents the best of what human achievement can accomplish when skill is combined with character. The religious dimensions of Aldrich's work had deepened throughout his career, as he came to understand more fully the spiritual significance of providing bread, the staff of life, to his community. The ceremonial breads that he created for religious festivals were not just artistic achievements, but expressions of faith and devotion that connected the physical act of baking to the deeper mysteries of creation and sustenance. The relationship with the cathedral that had begun with a single Easter commission so many decades earlier had evolved into a collaboration that had produced some of the most magnificent ceremonial breads in Christendom. The current bishop, a man young enough to be Aldrich's grandson, often sought his counsel on matters relating to the symbolic and theological aspects of religious celebrations. Your work has taught us that the sacred and the practical need not be separate, the bishop had written in a recent letter. Through your craft, you have demonstrated that the most ordinary activities of human life can be elevated to expressions of divine purpose when they are performed with skill, dedication, and love. The bread you create nourishes not just bodies, but souls, reminding us that all honest work participates in God's continuing creation of the world. As winter approached, bringing with it the quiet season that had always provided opportunities for reflection and planning, Aldrich found himself thinking more frequently about the legacy he would leave and the final projects he wanted to complete before stepping back from active work. The most important of these was a comprehensive manual that would preserve not just the technical knowledge he had accumulated, but also the philosophy and approach that had guided his innovations throughout his career. This manual must be more than just a collection of recipes and techniques, Aldrich explained to the scribe who was helping him organize his lifetime of accumulated knowledge. It must convey the principles that govern successful practice, the values that should guide a craftsman's work, and the understanding that our profession serves purposes that go far beyond simple commerce. The writing process was both challenging and deeply satisfying, requiring Aldrich to articulate knowledge that had become so internalized that he rarely thought about it consciously. The effort to explain not just what to do, but why it worked, forced him to examine the theoretical foundations of his craft more systematically than he had ever done before. The manual that emerged from this process was unlike any previous work on baking, combining practical instruction with philosophical reflection, technical innovation with historical perspective, and individual expertise with collective wisdom drawn from decades of collaboration with craftsmen throughout Europe. The work would serve not just as a training manual, but as a testament to what human skill and dedication could achieve. Master Aldrich's manual represents more than just a summary of current knowledge, wrote Brother Thomas, the scholarly monk who reviewed the work for the monastery's library. It demonstrates how systematic observation and experimentation can advance practical knowledge, how individual innovation can serve the collective benefit, and how ancient crafts can continue to evolve while maintaining their essential character. The final project that Aldrich wanted to complete was a masterpiece of decorative baking that would represent the culmination of everything he had learned about combining technical skill with artistic vision. The piece would be created for the cathedral's Christmas celebration, serving as both a practical contribution to the religious observance and a symbolic representation of his life's work. The planning for this final masterpiece required months of preparation and coordination. The design incorporated symbolic elements that told the story of Christ's birth, while also representing the journey from apprentice to master that had defined Aldrich's own life. The technical challenges were enormous, requiring techniques that pushed the boundaries of what was possible with traditional materials and methods. This piece must represent not just my individual achievement, but the collective accomplishment of all who have contributed to advancing our craft, Aldrich explained to the team that would assist with the project. It should demonstrate what becomes possible when traditional skills are combined with systematic innovation, when individual excellence serves larger purposes, and when human creativity is dedicated to expressing the highest values. The creation of the Christmas masterpiece became a community event, as people throughout Thornfield followed its progress and contributed their own skills and support to its completion. The artistic collaboration involved not just bakers, but also sculptors, painters, and craftsmen from other trades who brought their expertise to different aspects of the project. The technical challenges required innovations that would influence baking practices for generations to come. The structural engineering needed to support the elaborate decorative elements led to new understanding of how bread dough could be modified and reinforced. The preservation techniques developed to maintain the piece's appearance throughout the extended Christmas season advanced knowledge of how environmental factors affected baked goods. The completion of the Christmas masterpiece was celebrated throughout the region as an artistic achievement that transcended the boundaries of any single craft. The piece was not just bread, but sculpture. Not just food, but art. Not just decoration, but a theological statement that spoke to the deepest mysteries of faith and creation. Master Aldrich has created something that will be remembered long after we are all gone, the bishop declared during the Christmas Eve service where the masterpiece was blessed and shared among the congregation. This work demonstrates that human skill, when guided by faith and dedicated to service, can create beauty that lifts our hearts and minds toward the divine. The recognition that came from the Christmas masterpiece was gratifying, but Aldrich found even greater satisfaction in the knowledge that the project had provided learning opportunities for the craftsmen who had participated in its creation. The techniques developed during the project were already being applied to other works, ensuring that the innovations would continue to benefit the craft long after the masterpiece itself had served its purpose. As the new year began, bringing with it the formal transition of leadership to the next generation, Aldrich found himself reflecting on the remarkable journey that had brought him from uncertain apprentice to recognized master. The transformation had been profound, touching every aspect of his life and extending far beyond his individual achievements to influence the broader community of craftsmen and the society they served. The technical skills that he had mastered were impressive, but the broader impact of his work was even more significant. The innovations he had developed were improving the quality and efficiency of baking throughout the civilized world. The apprentices he had trained were carrying advanced knowledge and techniques to communities in distant lands. The business practices he had pioneered were being adopted by craftsmen in many different trades. The relationships he had built with family, customers, suppliers, fellow craftsmen, guild leaders, religious authorities, and civic officials had created a network of mutual support and collaboration that would continue to benefit the profession long after his active involvement ended. These relationships were not just personal assets, but contributions to the social fabric that bound medieval communities together. The legacy that Aldrich was leaving extended beyond his individual achievements to encompass the knowledge he had preserved and advanced, the people he had trained and inspired, and the standards he had helped to establish for future generations. The craft that he had inherited from Master Godwin and the other teachers who had shaped his development was being passed on in greatly improved form to those who would carry it forward. On a quiet morning in late winter, as Aldrich worked alone in his bakery for what he knew would be one of the last times, he found himself creating a simple loaf of bread, using the basic techniques that Master Godwin had taught him so many decades earlier. The movements of his hands were as sure and practiced as they had ever been, but they carried with them the accumulated wisdom of a lifetime devoted to the pursuit of excellence. The bread that emerged from the oven was perfect in its simplicity, golden brown, with a crust that crackled as it cooled, and an aroma that filled the bakery with the essence of home, comfort, and sustenance. It was not elaborate or decorative, but it represented everything that Aldrich had learned about the fundamental purpose of his craft: to transform simple ingredients into nourishment that sustained both body and spirit. As he held the warm loaf in his hands, Aldrich understood that this simple bread was both an ending and a beginning. It was the final loaf that he would create as an active master baker, but it was also a symbol of the continuing tradition that would outlive any individual practitioner. The knowledge and skills that had gone into its creation would be passed on to new generations of craftsmen who would carry the tradition forward while adding their own innovations and insights. In the familiar warmth of his bakery, surrounded by the tools and materials of his chosen profession, Aldrich was no longer the uncertain apprentice who had begun this journey so many decades before. He was a master craftsman whose work had contributed meaningfully to his community's welfare, whose innovations had advanced his profession's capabilities, and whose influence would be felt throughout the world for generations to come. The circle that had begun with his first tentative steps into Master Godwin's bakery was now complete, but it had also opened into countless new circles of possibility and promise. The final loaf was not an ending, but a continuation, not a conclusion, but a new beginning. Not a farewell, but a passing of the torch to those who would carry the ancient and honorable craft of baking into whatever future awaited. The bread was perfect, and it was enough. In the simple perfection of a final loaf, we find the deepest truth about human achievement and legacy. The uncertain apprentice who becomes the master, the individual skill that serves eternal purposes, the knowledge that is preserved and passed on to future generations. These are the patterns that give meaning to our brief time on earth and ensure that our efforts contribute to something greater than ourselves. As we settle into rest, perhaps we can appreciate the simple perfections in our own lives, recognizing that every skill mastered, every person helped, and every tradition preserved adds to the store of wisdom and goodness that we leave behind for those who will follow after us. In the end, it is not the complexity of our achievements, but the love and dedication we bring to our work that determines the true value of our contribution to the world.